Good morning and welcome to Johnson Valley, California. It is race day for the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. I am Miles Hasselquist, and this is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. It's a two-lap race. Lap 1, 93 miles. Lap 2 is a little tougher in the rocks with 7,366 miles in total. So it's going to be a great day of racing. Don't go anywhere. These UTVs are about to take off.
That's right, Miles. Today it is all about the race. I'm Ian Johnson. In the booth with me, once again, Mr. UTV John Crowley. And probably, you don't know this, Dave, but the most requested host on the internet was to have you back in the booth during race day. So it's great to see Mr. Dave Cole in here with us. Dave, thanks for joining us. John, what are we expected to see out here on race day?
A lot of fun. It's going to be a spectacular race. I expect it to be super fast again. The UTVs are always fast. And we've got a stacked top 10 starting off the race. We got Kyle Cheney first. Everybody saw him break the internet on Monday. Ronnie Anderson second. Cole Clark, Nathan Parker, Phil Blurton, CJ Greaves, Travis Zollinger, Brock Hager, Todd Beckett, and Cody Miller rounding out the top 10.
That's a great stack lineup. Dave, we talked about this you and Ben Napier, our motorsports director, talked about this. We got everyone on the starting line. The drivers are going to be getting out of their car, and they really requested this. They wanted a special start of the day for their race, didn't they?
You know, we've been trying to make a little more pop and circumstance around the start of the 4,400 race, but these guys are throwing it out there too. So we're going to give them the same start. We did the national anthem. We'll start every race the right way.
And I think it kind of delineates the races, as we talked about that before, about how we've kind of changed that game. You have the race of kings now, not necessarily the king of the hammers. Everyone is racing king of the hammers this week, aren't they?
Absolutely, yeah. This is at this point, the way the courses are set up and the way the events are going. Everybody's stepping up. Yes.
I really like this. I think this is awesome, Dave. I'm super excited about this. We got a great day. Give us just a brief rundown of what kind of rock trails are these UTVs going to be in today? This is no joke, right?
No, this will be harder than any rock course we've ever put them on before. A few trails I wasn't even sure the UTVs were able to make, and it turns out they're making them, so we're keeping them in the course. We gave them an option this year where there's a spot where they can basically have an entire mountain range to figure out how to get across. Unfortunately, they were better at it than I thought they would be, and they found a really, really easy way, so we made it harder again. But yeah, it's going to be a good race.
It's going to be a fun day.
It's going to be a fun day. I think it's going to be fast, and then it's going to. But I don't think who's leading going into lap 2 is going to win the race.
Oh, great piece of tech there. Well, we're going to be breaking away. As Dave said, we're going to be starting every race like it's the big race of the week, and we're going to throw it down. We're going to start with our national anthem.
Early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Dave, I love that you guys made that change this year. I think, as you said, it's pomp and circumstance around every race because everyone is out here racing King of the Hammers this week.
Full show, full send.
It's excellent. I'm super happy about that. Well, while we get our drivers up to that starting line and get everyone ready for action, we're going to take a quick break from here live from the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. Remember, if you've subscribed to our premium feed, you will not miss any of the action, but we'll be back here shortly, live from Johnson Valley.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sort you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Oh, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Ah, yee! Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
This is all of the hard work and all of those late nights culminating to this moment, and that feeling is just, man, it is unreal.
Buck on top of the box, baby.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. We're coming live to you from Johnson Valley. I'm in the booth with Mr. John Crowley. We're going to be talking UTVs all day long, John. And you heard Dave Cole say it just a few minutes ago. He doesn't think whoever's leading lap 1 will win this race. What do you think, John?
I wouldn't count it out.
It's a serious rock lap this year, and what I'm super excited about, this will be our first class that gets to take on, I've decided to call it the Choose Your Own Adventure Trail, because we have those 2 VCPs out on lap 2, out by Big Johnson, where they get to sort of pick a way to get up the hill.
Well, and on our list it says pick your poison.
Oh, yeah.
So,
but I'm old. I remember the Choose Your Own Adventure
I
books,
know. I like that too. I like that too. I actually went up there yesterday with Chad Hughes. That's Hunter Miller's co-dog, and we checked some of that out. So,
and what's your thought process on it? Does he have a plan, or is
I
he just
think
going to wait
most of
till
the
he gets there?
UTV guys are going to take Upper Big Johnson.
All right, so this is we're about to show you what broke the internet, or it certainly is full of my Instagram feed, isn't it?
Yeah, Monday qualifying, Kyle definitely broke the internet. Yeah, so Kyle is racing a Can-Am Maverick R. That's the newest model from Can-Am. And we heard whispers that he was going to do this, and I didn't believe it. And my jaw was kind of on the floor when I saw it.
Well, I'll say this. What I think that what Can-Am certainly did there was a lot of discussion about the A-arm design on those cars, whether it was robust enough. And I think they've just proven that by jumping that car down that trail.
Yeah, and another guy that's racing is Mitch Guthrie Jr., fresh off of Dakar. And his they've a lot of history, especially in UTVs with the Guthries. Mitch Guthrie Sr., 6-time king. Mitch Guthrie Jr., 2-time king.
Yeah, we caught up with Mitch earlier this week, so we're going to see what we talked about with him, and he'll be live right now.
King of the Hammer is one of my favorite races. glad to be back. We've been doing it for so long. My dad's won it 6 times. I've won it twice, and I have so much fun out here. It's just insane. It's one of the biggest races in the world now, for sure. And I think at the same time, it's also just a ton of fun. People are able to come out here and enjoy, and then watch us beat up our cars in the rocks. And I enjoy it just as much as everyone spectating. It's such a fun race, super challenging, and it's just super unique. You know, you can't really do this anywhere else. So it's what makes King of the Hammers King of the Hammers. It's been busy for sure. Just got back from Dakar, had a few days at home, and then back here straight to pre-running. It's what I love to do, and I'm excited to come from a good finish at Dakar and then come here and try to do the same thing. The competition in King of the Hammers is crazy, and it gets harder and harder every year. On one side, you have the cars have gotten faster and just better. From 10 years ago when I was racing with my dad in a Razor 900, you're going up the same trails winching 10 times to get up it, and now we're cruising up it with ease. You're racing against 25 people that could win the race. You have to go for it, you have to take chances, and basically send it, because everyone else is. Sometimes you just got to be the lucky one that doesn't have an issue. I'm super lucky to be in the position I am, and it's crazy to look back and starting in trophy carts, and then riding with my dad many times at King of the Hammers, and learning from him, and then my dreams coming true, and now racing Dakar. I love going and doing that race, but just as much I love coming here to King of the Hammers. I want to win just as much as I ever have and start stacking them up, try and catch up to my dad 6 times, but that's going to be a tough one.
So, John, that was pretty cool hearing from Mitch all about all right, so yeah, that was great, John, hearing from Mitch. What I loved about that piece, we watched it on screen, it was cool to see. You could honestly see the difference in the technology of the cars from when he started racing to racing now. That was very
absolutely
impressive.
That showing the stuff when Mitch Guthrie Jr. was his dad's co-dog, and then all the way to now where he's driving.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Now, talk about a stacked announcer field. You've got the man, John Crowley. We had Dave Colin here. And now we're about to throw it down to the starting line with Mrs. Pam Hall.
Thanks, guys. I'm down here with the young Nathan Parker. He has a great qualifying out here. He is only 15 years old. But Nathan Parker, you're out here racing with the big boys. You're getting ready. You have your race face on. How are you feeling about this race course?
We're excited. I mean, we did a bunch of pre-running. We've been testing the car. We're just ready. We're ready to go race and get it done.
Well, I know you have a great team behind you, and they're all rooting you on. You've been out here testing and tuning with Kyle Cheney as well. But right now, it's all about that green flag. So we'll let you go, and good luck out there.
Thank you, Pam.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Pam. Great to have that from right down there at the starting line. Now, this is going to be an exciting day. As we said, we've got amazing rock trails like these cars have never experienced before. Big desert loop to start out the front. Now, we started talking about this in the beginning, John. You mentioned we should watch out for Mitch. We should watch out for Kyle. Anybody else out there that you think could be like a dark horse going to sneak up and possibly be a little bit of a surprise in this game?
Well, we've got a few names here. Todd Beckett was real fast. He's starting 9th. And Nathan, young guy, but I mean, gosh, 4th place in qualifying. Qualifying's a whole lot different than the actual race itself. But there's all kinds of guys. Cole Clark, he got 2nd last year. He's had a rough start on a couple times, but I wouldn't count him out. Phil Blurton, he's got 3 podiums in the last 4 years. Brock Hager is racing Polaris Razor this year. He was in Yamaha. I wouldn't count him out. Cody Miller in 10th, starting 10th. there's a lot of stuff going on.
There is, and while you were running through your list, I was going through and looking at the back of the pack because we have some people who didn't show up to qualify who I think could be players of the game or maybe had some bad luck. We got all of the Gomez, or not all, a couple of the Gomez camp out there racing, so they're going to be basically coming from the back of that pack because we didn't see them in qualifying, so we're going to see them start later, but they're going to dig their way up through the field, I'm certain.
Right.
If they certainly drive their UTVs the same way they drive their Ultra 4s, it'll be definitely worth a show. But then my dark horse guy, I always pick him, is Mr. Paul Wolff.
Paul Wolff had a tough go in qualifying. He's got 2 cars, so he's racing the Ultra 4 Series, and he's got 2 different cars in different classes, so he has to start or finish both cars. So I think both of them he rolled. He's starting in the back of the pack in both of them. He's going to start the first one, get around the corner, jump out, somebody else will get in, and then he's going to run back and get in the other car and start that one. So he'll officially get start times in both of those cars in both classes. Kind of strange, but that's what he's doing.
It's certainly a strategy, to say the least, and I do know they had to put a motor in one of those cars because he locked it up on qualifying. So I saw them over putting a motor in his pits, but he said he was super excited. He was actually said he was excited to start at the back of the pack, wanted to basically chase everybody down. I think that's what everyone says when they start. They don't really want to start, but I think if you're at the back, it's kind of what you tell yourself, right?
It relieves some pressure because, I mean, okay, I'm in the back of the pack. I can't win, but I'm going to go for it.
Yeah.
Right?
The biggest thing there, as we will be talking about this all day long, is this is a corrected time race.
Yep.
So we have cars leaving the line. I believe it's every 30 or every
seconds.
1 minute. So
30 seconds.
Every 30 seconds they'll be dropping off the line. So if you're starting in the back, we have how many UTVs, John? It's a lot.
115 qualified.
Yeah, and we have multiple classes.
Yep.
So there's going to be 138 UTVs actually on the course, but multiple classes. But really, once you start, you're kind of racing the clock, and you could use that adjusted time to your benefit.
Absolutely, but the problem, as we know, once you get in the rocks, you can hit bottlenecks, and if you're in the back of the pack, it's tough to get there.
Yeah, and especially in the tough rock sections, because a lot of the time, we talk about this all the time with the UTVs, they don't have as many line options as some of the bigger 4400 cars have.
Yep.
So they kind of get in those rocks. There could be some bottlenecks, but I think we're going to be getting pretty close to starting here, John.
Yeah, and we've got Kyle Cheney, 3-time champion here, and the Ronnie Anderson starting us off. There we go.
All right, racing has started here in Johnson Valley. This is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, and as John said, that was Kyle Cheney and Ronnie Anderson off the line, headed out onto their first of 2 laps.
Looks like Kyle got the jump on Ronnie to start the race off. And we've got Turkey Claw coming up. It's a rock trail that isn't that tough, about 2 miles from Hammertown. It's kind of neat starting there. It shouldn't be that hard, but I was talking to the Miller brothers. Both of them rolled while practicing in Turkey Claw. So there could be some stuff going on there.
Yeah, and I believe that was Cole Clark and Nathan Parker off the line.
Yep.
And sitting on the line right now should be Phil Blurton and CJ Greaves.
It's really cool to see these little head-to-heads going on. We got Polaris and Can-Am on each one of those, the first 3 lines.
Kind of the first 3
racing
lines,
against
yeah, it's
each
kind of
other.
neat to watch, isn't it?
Phil Blurton finished 2nd overall last year. CJ Greaves has not been on the podium overall.
Yeah, you mentioned headed out to Turkey Claw. That's one thing I like. The race course kind of changed up the past few years where they kind of threw in that rock trail right out of the gate, which I really, really like. I like leaving Hammertown, getting a taste of desert, and then into that rock trail before they start that big desert loop. They head out the big desert loop before they come back down into Hammertown to end their first lap.
And we've got Brock Hager and Travis Zollinger. Travis is in a single-seat modified Can-Am Maverick X3. Brock Hager is in a Polaris Factory Racing Turbo R, and he won the Desert Challenge on Sunday.
Yeah, he won that Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. First overall into town, correct?
First overall UTV in a Polaris RZR Pro R. He's racing for Polaris Factory Racing this year. And then we got Todd Beckett and Cody Miller off the line. Cody's racing a Can-Am Maverick R as well. I think Todd is in an X3. Man, they are head-to-head right there.
That's some side-by-side action out. There's a big desert, and they're gonna just. Neither one is giving up. They want that single track.
Tyler Remmereid and Johnny Greaves starting next. Once again, we got Can-Am against Polaris off the line. And both Polaris Razor Pro R and the Can-Am Maverick R are kind of the top tier, and these guys are going to be really fast in the desert. A lot of power, great suspension.
Yeah, definitely designed, almost designed for this exact environment to play in. You got that mix of desert and rock, so it's good to see them out taking off. But right there, that's Ron Clark and Carl Atkins leaving the line.
Carson Atkins.
Sorry,
and Carson is in a Yamaha YXZ. One of only 2 Yamahas racing.
Now, we talked about that during qualifying. That is that a no low range vehicle, correct?
Correct.
So it'll be interesting to watch him as he heads out into that second lap to see if that becomes a hindrance in the rocks, because as Dave said, these are some of the toughest rock trails he's ever thrown at this Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship field.
Well, once you get to the rocks, this isn't really normal enthusiast type rock crawling where you want to be slow and technical. This is full tilt getting it over the rocks.
Well, it is a race still, yes.
The lower low range isn't as big of a deal.
Yeah, yeah.
Unless you get bound up and have some problems. So I think we've got Jay Shaw and Tyler Gibbs. I think this is Jay Shaw's 3rd time racing King of the Hammers. Never been on the podium. He's qualified really well in the past. First place in a couple years. Not this year, though.
Yeah, the qualifying course definitely a lot harder than in the past. It was a big, long 3-mile loop. Certainly seemed to shake our starting field up a little bit in every class. The people that we thought were going to be sitting at the top of the box just were not. So
well, it was different because it was downhill too.
Yeah.
Last year it was uphill going up Chocolate Thunder, and I've heard Chocolate Thunder is part of our race, and it'll be going up, and I've heard that's pretty difficult.
Chocolate Thunder is tough because it changes every night. It's one of those trails that's close enough to town that it usually involves a lot of the nighttime Hammers activities, we'll call them. Chocolate Thunder usually gets changed, moved around a lot.
You almost need somebody on your team to go over there in the morning and check it out and let you know. And there's Mitch Guthrie Jr. off the line.
And Chris Johnson.
And Chris Johnson, there you go, thank you. So there's our first view of Turkey Claw. It's the first rock trail just 2 miles out of Hammertown.
And would that be our current leader in there right now? I think it is.
That is Kyle Cheney.
That's Kyle Cheney. So he's the first car moving through Turkey Claw.
And that's Bryce Menzies and Terry Madden off the line. Once again, we got Polaris going against Can-Am. Head-to-head off the line. Terry's racing a Can-Am Maverick X3, and I believe Bryce is in the Polaris Razor Pro R.
Next off the line, we should see Dustin Jones and Nick Anderson. The reason Nick's got that little R beside his name on the picture-in-picture is because he's one of our rookie class competitors. Great program here with Hammer King, so you can, if you're a rookie you've never raced, they'll help you sort of just navigate getting out here, understanding how to survive in the desert for a week worth of racing.
And next up, this is kind of cool, Brian Deegan and Jeremy McGrath, a couple two-wheel guys.
That's a kind of a fun little starting line right there, isn't it?
So Jeremy McGrath is racing a supercharged Kawasaki KRX, and Brian Deegan is in a Can-Am Maverick X3. Looked like Brian pulled him off the line.
Yeah, looks like he got away from him there a little bit.
Both of these guys have raced Can-Am, or the King of the Hammers a couple times.
All right, next we have Mr. Cameron Steele and Mr. Mark Welch off the line. Cameron used to be up here in the booth with us until he started racing every single race.
And I actually, this is Mitchell Alsup racing the desert lap for Cameron. Cameron's going to jump in back in the main pit. But the interesting part is they decided last minute to race another car as well. Mitch is going to hand that car off to Cameron to race the rocks, and then he's going to switch and jump in the other car and drive the other car in the rocks, which another guy on their team, Brad Howe, is
doing
driving.
the desert lap.
I was confused. I'm like, what happens if you don't get back in time?
It's going to be an interesting day for some of these teams that are dancing around all these cars. And that was Seven Carter and Tony Palarie.
Palarie, I think it was.
Thank you, John.
I'm not the guy to pronounce names right, but that's how we were doing it the other day.
I'll go for it.
Next up off the line is Michael Lee in the DRT Players Razor Pro R, and Aaron Lynch. He's racing a Can-Am Maverick X3.
All right, and this will be our next group. Should be Kyle Park and Robby Gordon should be coming up to the line. Now, we saw Robby in qualifying set a fast time early in the day. We'll see how well it throws down during the race. He sat on the top for a while, but then got reeled in as the rest of the field went out.
Yeah, it was surprising to see him get pushed down that far into the field because he was the top qualifier for a while. So this is put up or shut up time for Robby and the Speed UTV. He's been touting how good this car is. Let's see it.
Well, as you said before, we've been watching the Polaris and the Can-Ams going head-to-head, and this is the ultimate test of a vehicle out here in Johnson Valley, California. But I'm hearing in my headset, John, that we've got Pam down on the start line. Pam, what do you got for us?
I am here with Hunter Miller. Hunter Miller, last year you were pushing your car across the finish line. This year you're out here in the new Mav R. So do you have any different strategies this year in the new car?
Yeah, this thing's a lot tougher. We can definitely beat on it, and no belts to blow at the end of the race. So we've got a terrible starting position because of our flat tire in qualifying, but that's all right. We're going to work through the dust as best we can and try to get to the rocks with clean air.
Well, I know you've been out here doing your homework as well, so you got your lines all in your head. You know what you're doing, and kind of keep it to what your plan is?
No, the lines are all in Chad's heads, actually. I just drive the car. He tells me where to go, so we're good.
Well, good luck out there, and hopefully we see you up on that box.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Pam. It's always good to have you down on that starting line. All right, so while we were talking with Pam, Chris Ambergy and Zach Poland left the line. And that is Dan Wyrick and Chris Corbin.
So in case we didn't know, Hunter Miller was the first to overall in a Can-Am in 2020. So he's a former king.
Yep.
But since then, Kyle Cheney's won it 3 times in a row.
I'm sure he's going to want to get back in there and take that crown back.
Starting on the back of the pack, that goes back to your strategy. It's like, well, you've got corrected time, but you got to also get to the rocks.
Yeah, the rocks will be what really gets into the game. We'll be watching that as we go because there's some interesting trails out there, some big trails. We heard Dave Cole tell us this morning, trails that he thought these guys would have difficulty getting up, but they're proving them wrong. And then as we get in later in the day, we have an even extra sort of twist to the game where we have the choose your own adventure trail out there, where that could come into play if you're trying to get around a bottleneck. Maybe you're going to take a different route through those VCPs.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I actually put eyes on the other trails, and I really don't see anybody in a UTV that is going to actually take the first two. Medusa or Bigfoot are the two options, and they're a bit tough. People are going to... I've been surprised before, but I don't think they're going to do it.
And the easier run is to go all the way around the...
You're going to come down Thor's Hammer. You can either take the first trail, which is Medusa, the second trail, which is Bigfoot, or the third trail, which is Upper Big Johnson.
Yeah, now for those of you just trying to visualize this at home, what they've done is they've put 2 VCPs, or virtual checkpoints, out on the rock course, and they're giving the drivers an option. The option is just this. Get through those 2 VCPs any way you can. And as John was explaining, there's 3 ways to do it. 2 incredibly hard rock trails and one that is not as difficult. It's still a hard trail, but it's a lot longer to take the easy way because you're kind of driving all the way around the mountain to get to the other side. So if there was a bottleneck, maybe it would be worth taking it up. But as John said, he doesn't think anyone's got what it takes to get up a couple of those trails.
Yeah, and just off the line now, Max Gordon and Bryce Sparks. Bryce is another rookie, and Max is son of Robby Gordon and racing another speed UTV.
All right, and then on the line behind him, Dylan Heiser and Hunter Miller.
So Hunter Miller's racing that brand new Can-Am Maverick R, and we'll have to see how how much he can save in the desert. And we've got Ronnie Anderson in that bottom left out in the desert.
All right, so I hear we have Pam's got something for us. Pam, what do you got?
The 817 of Brian Hamby, who has taken the green flag. He was out here practicing and doing his pre-running. One day he was going down back door. His steering wheel actually ripped out of his hand, broke his wrist, broke upper on part of his arm, went to the hospital, put a cast on, and went and sat in his car and realized he was not going to be able to race with that cast on, and literally cut it off and put a brace on his hand. So he is out here racing solo in his car by himself. He said he's going to have to drive one-handed, but Brian Hamby out there on course. It's going to be interesting to see how he finishes. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Pam. That's a gutsy move right there. Headed out to the desert with a broken arm that gives me a feeling of
thanks.
Yeah, you're gonna pass on that. Yeah, but we're old guys. We're past that prime, right? So I'm with you though.
And speaking of broken bones, I was talking to Cody Miller, and the 4400 qualifying was yesterday. He did that in his Can-Am Maverick X3 for the 4400 Race of Kings, and he said he thinks he has a broken rib, and he's out there racing today.
But he'll get a day to relax before he comes out for that 4400 class in that car. But yeah, he's out, and he's racing X3 in the 4400, but in the Can-Am
Maverick
R. Yeah, sorry.
Today, and that's all because of tire size and also chassis. It's a lot tougher to get a car ready for the 4400 race.
Yeah. And that car, unless I'm mistaken, is a proven 4400 car. He's raced it in before.
Absolutely, a couple times.
All right, we just saw. Was that Travis Forshee and Jeff Buckman leaving the line, I believe? No, it was Kyle Smith and John Schaefer. On the line is Jeff Buckman, Travis Forshee.
And just a couple minutes ago, we saw one of our first Pro Stock NA cars, that Anthony Yant. He's in a Honda Talon. He took off the line. So be interesting to see how he does in the desert. And bottom right, I'm going to guess
I think that is our current race leader right there. We saw him go up through Turkey Claw.
Yeah, that's out in the desert close to pit 1. That should be Kyle Cheney.
Yeah, and you can see how fast that car is moving through that desert section. And more importantly, when we saw that wide shot, I didn't really see anybody pushing up behind him. So the question is, where did Ronnie Anderson go?
That's a good question. But this is where the new Can-Am Maverick R is really going to shine. This desert is it's super rough, and that car is pretty stout. It's got front geometry that works really well in the rough terrain, and the guys that can go fast are going to be able to go even faster.
Yeah, a lot of these guys driving these cars, the reality is they put these cars right on that, as my good friend Jason Sherry likes to call it, the bleeding edge, not the cutting edge, the bleeding edge, which is even worse. They'll push that car right out onto that edge, and it's exciting to see that car work through the desert. Look at them go. That thing is on fire out there at Can-Am because our helicopter chases it. And off the line right now, we have the 4811 of Trent Roberts and Tyler Parks off the line.
One of the things we haven't talked about, and usually you don't want to talk about it in Johnson Valley, is the weather and how that's going to come into play.
Yeah, but I mean, we've been lucky so far today. They are calling for some weather to move in. But so far we've been lucky. A little bit of wind today, which kind of is getting that dust off of the trail, off of the desert section, which the drivers will like. But I believe we have Pam down on the starting line, so let's see what Pam's got for us now.
I am here with James Cantrell. You are out here helping out Paul Wolff. He's running in 2 different classes for the season, but you're starting the race for him today in hopes for him to get in and do the finish, correct?
Correct, Pam. We're going to try to get the car out here to the main pit, Paul hop in, drive across the finish line, and get us points for the season and be eligible for both championships.
Well, I know that's super exciting to be out here racing, out here at King of the Hammers, teaming up here with Paul Wolff. So good luck out there to you today, and hopefully the whole plan comes together for you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Pam. I'm super grateful for Paul Wolff, the Wolff Racing team. Chris Hickman hopped in the car with me. We're going to go have some fun, see if we can get this car to the finish.
Awesome. Well, good luck out there to all of you. Back to the booth.
Thanks, Pam. That's exactly what we were talking about earlier, John. We've got a lot of drivers out there kind of playing musical chairs with their cars during this race, which, as you said, could get quite interesting today as the day moves on.
Well, yeah, your plans are one thing, but when it all unfolds, it's like, is my car going to be here when I need to get into it? So how do you juggle those kind of things?
Well, you know what they say, a plan is a plan until you get punched in the face. So we'll see if anyone gets punched in the face
King of the
today.
Hammers can punch you in the face.
It can punch you in a lot worse places than that, trust me. All right, that is the 13-17 of Mark McCleary off the line.
Another rookie.
And that will be our 73rd car off the line this morning.
Dang.
Still lots of cars to get through. It's going to be a long day of racing. Great day of racing here.
We got Jeffrey Donda and Brianna Reed, another rookie. Whenever you see that R next to their name, they're first season for them. Rookie.
Yeah, part of the rookie program. Oh, we got a little bit of action here on the short course. Was that Brianna or was that?
I think that's Brianna.
Yeah, I think it was too. So while we get her tidied up out there, yeah, the rookie program here, it's a program that King of the Hammers put into place a few years ago where if it's your first time racing, you can sign up for the rookie program. You come out to Johnson Valley during the year. You spend some time here when King of the Hammers is not going on. You meet with some former Kings. You get some media training. You get some information on how to basically survive Hammertown while you're here. It's a really, really comprehensive program. And I think everyone who's signed up for it has been very, very happy with just making it easier for them to transition into this type of racing. I know that when I was racing, I would have loved to have seen a program like that.
And down in that bottom right screen, we've got some action in Turkey Claw. There was 4 racers going through all at the same time. Looked like they mixed it up with Max Gordon just a little bit, and he got past.
Yeah, that's like you were talking about before in those rock trails. That's where we'll see bottlenecks, and that's where we'll see some action. But I think now we're cutting to I believe that is our race leader, John, right there in that bottom right-hand corner.
Yes.
While our
that's
safety
Kyle
crew,
Cheney.
yeah, and that's Kyle Cheney, and our safety crew is working on getting Brianna flipped back over in that UTV. As we're watching that Can-Am make quick work of the desert.
Great helicopter shot of Kyle Cheney there. Love to watch the suspension just dancing through the rough desert.
I like how his upper arms aren't that raw aluminum. He made them that bright yellow, so it's easy to see them out there.
Yeah, thank you, Kyle. Probably
it's going to be easy for us to spot him all day.
He probably wasn't intending it for it to make our job easier,
but it does. Yeah,
it helps.
Yeah, note to drivers, as Miles always said, it makes our life a lot easier if you put the number really, really large on the roof of your car. Always helps us. But look at, so on that wide shot, that is obviously Kyle, our leader, coming through that desert section. But what I'm really looking for is, do we see anybody in his dust? And I don't.
And that's another thing. The weather's threatening. It hasn't rained yet, so it's windy. The dust is getting blown off the course, but there's still a lot of dust.
There's still a lot of dust. We had rain earlier in the week that kind of kicked it down through through qualifying, but you can see just watching these cars, it's dried up a little bit. The wind is helping, but it's not cleaning up the cars as fast as we would like if you're out there driving. But right now we're going back down to Pam on the start line.
I am here with Hubert Rowland, everybody's favorite redneck, out here racing here at King of the Hammers. What is your thoughts of the course this year compared to last year?
I think the course is hard as it always is. I think the weather is going to be a factor. It's looking nice now, but if we got rain coming, well, I've got a rain suit and I'm from the east, so I'm used to wet rocks, but I don't know about everybody else. So it's going to be a challenge no matter what. We got an awesome co-driver, awesome machines, and it's ready to ride.
Well, with you saying that about being from the east, I mean, you should have an advantage then because you know how to drive in these wet rocks and the mud.
Well, yes and no. These are way bigger rocks than back east, and we have a lot of people, so traffic jams are almost a guarantee.
Well, hopefully you don't end up in any of those traffic jams and pass all the people that might be having those issues if we do get that weather that is predicted. So good luck out there for the rest of the race.
Yes, thank you so much. Y'all keep on. Give you a good show.
Thanks, Pam. Hubert's a great guy. He lives literally 15 minutes from my shop. It's good seeing him out there. He is right, though. Everyone I talked to from the East Coast has said, I hope it rains. It could make it a little bit fun out here.
We're going to take a quick replay, look at a replay here where Brianna unfortunately rolled there off the start line.
Yeah, Brianna Reed coming into that corner just a little too hot. Caught an edge and over it went.
Yeah, that's where those nerves probably kicked in a little bit. Ricky, it's tough.
All right, off the line, I think right there was Matt Jeffrey and Curtis Morris. All right, well, while we get our drivers out onto their first lap and through that first rock trail that's in your picture-in-picture, remember, if you have the premium package, you will not miss any of the action coming to you live from Johnson Valley. This is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, covering racing all day right here live from Johnson Valley.
King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail conquering Bronco.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. I'm Ian Johnson. In the booth with me is John Crowley. John, we're talking all UTVs all day today. It's going to be a long day of racing, and we haven't even got all the cars off the starting line yet.
I know, it's interesting, always interesting to watch all the cars come off the starting line. Meanwhile, the race leaders are out, 20, 30 miles out.
They're deep. They've already done Turkey Claw. They've already started their desert loop on their way out to remote pit 1. And we're 30 minutes in, and we haven't even got all the field off the starting line.
Well, and I was talking to a couple of the racers. They were thinking that they'd be back here in Hammertown in just over an hour.
Yeah, that first, as you had mentioned before, that Can-Am can eat up the desert really quickly. And yes, they do have that one rock trail right out of the gate, about 2 miles outside of town. They head out and they go up Turkey Claw. But it is, and then it's just a big long desert loop that they come back to sort of shake the field out. But yeah, it's kind of been about an hour for a lot of these UTVs to get out there and do that leg of the race. And these cars are just getting faster and faster and faster every single year.
Yeah, and we've got Brian Deegan in the bottom right screen there out in the desert. He's racing a Can-Am Maverick X3.
Yeah, you can see him pushing through a little bit of dust as we watch the 904 of Mike Park and the 131 of Phil Stratman leave the line. And we just saw, previous to that, we saw Paul Wolff, or at least Paul Wolff's car. This will be the game all day, is which car is Paul Wolff in? We won't know until we actually see him get out of the car. That's Yankovic Ruslan and Fritza Adam leaving the line. That's our 105th car off the line, 104th car off the line this morning, I should say.
I'm glad you handled those.
I got it. I got it for you. As we said, we are going to have just over 130 cars leaving the line today. Multiple classes out there racing.
Another speed UTV leaving the line. I didn't see the number on that on our list.
Classes that were out there on course are the 4900 Can-Am Pro Stock NA UTV, the 4900 Can-Am Pro Mod UTV, the 4900 Can-Am Pro Stock Turbo UTV, 4900 Can-Am Sportsman Stock UTV, and then the 4900 Can-Am Futures Youth 1000cc UTV class.
So there's a live look at Off Planet. That's a new one on me, but it's out there a ways. And another speed, I'm betting that's one of the Gomez brothers in the speed UTV.
Yeah, we didn't see them qualify. And so it's two of the Gomez Brothers Racing Camp are out there racing. I believe it's JP
and Raul
out there in those speed UTVs.
And they can break a lot of things.
It's a good group to test your product.
And they can win.
They can win. Yeah.
Raul is the two-time king in the 4400 Race of Kings, right?
Yes, Raul won it 2 years, and if that was the 3498, I believe that was JP according to my. Paper here, I think.
You're doing better than me because I couldn't find them. But there you go.
The wind blows all of our paper away. Yeah, and we just saw Todd Romano and Joe Gould leave the line, followed by Zack, Syzmik, and Andrew Stratman.
So Todd Romano was in one of the speed UTVs. So we've got a lot of the sportsmen kicking off right now. They're starting in the back. A lot of those guys didn't qualify.
And if we look at our picture-in-picture, we got a little bit of action out here. This, I believe, should be Turkey Claw. And we have a competitor looking to try to get a competitor over, and I'm trying to get the number off that. I think it's 2377. John? Do you have any idea?
I'm pretty sure that is Turkey Claw.
Yeah, that should be Turkey Claw right there. I'm just trying to get the car number off that. I think it was car 2377, but I don't have a list per number on here, John, so I don't know who that is.
And then down in that bottom right, I think that's CJ Greaves or Johnny Greaves. And off the line right now is one of Paul Wolff's cars. The second of two. We don't know who.
That's just how we're going to do it from now on.
James Cantrell was in one of them, and Paul would be in the other one. And again, Paul's got to either start and or finish in both cars to have his series points for the rest of the Ultra 4 series.
Oh, we're seeing that this this recovery is causing a little bit of a bottleneck out here in Turkey Claw, because obviously to come up on that sandhill would be the faster line, but you can see that Can-Am was sort of jammed up in that one little rock section. As we cut to a camera or a helicopter view, this is headed out to remote pit 1. So this is out in that desert section where we were watching our leaders move very, very quickly.
Yeah. Bessemer Road is typically out by pit 1, and that's usually 15-ish miles out of Hammertown.
And as John said, we expect to see our leader come back here in about an hour is what we would expect.
There's Phil Blurton. So that spot right there, he's moving pretty fast. You got to really watch for those little rocks just on the edge, and if you push too hard, you can just clock one of those, and there goes your tire.
Yeah, it doesn't take much to take a tire out when you're ripping through this desert at speed, and you can see he's just chasing down that dust that's just sitting in front of him as he's making his way through that section of, I wouldn't even call it, kind of almost like a wash, not necessarily a desert section, but he's just running that single track through the dirt.
And Phil's racing Can-Am Maverick X3. This is a car he raced last year. He's in the open class. And right there, that's Hunter Miller. He's in a Can-Am Maverick R.
Easy to spot the Miller cars. They always have the traction boards on the roof.
A lot of times it's hard to pick out which one is which, though.
That's true. That is true. So the secret there is you just say, that is Miller.
Well, when they raced the first time, they weren't all in the Can-Am yellow, so I could tell which one was which. One was yellow, one was blue, and I could pick them out. Now it's harder.
Now they're shaking it up on you.
Sometimes they have different roofs that I can kind of help pick that up.
There you can just get a great look of the action out there. Lots of cars out on course.
And you can see all that dust. No rain yet. But the wind's definitely helping the competitors, keeping that dust off the course, so it's not as big of an issue.
Yeah, you want that wind to blow across the track, not up and down it. If it's blowing across it, it'll kind of clean up the
Unless
view
you're in front,
you.
Then you want it blowing right back on the guy behind you.
That's right. Yeah, you want. Yeah, absolutely.
Can't tell who that is right off. Looks like a Polaris Razor Turbo S.
Oh, we got a little bit of action out here. This is where we're looking just a few minutes ago. You can see how difficult when you get in these sections, how difficult it would be to pass when you get into the single track. You're kind of just chasing all the way down the trail.
There you go.
Looks
Either
like,
or.
Yeah, looks like he kind of got a little bit of notification to say that there's a car behind him. Get out of the way. Move over. Couldn't see who that was, but it was obviously Can-Am. We're still working on this recovery.
And again, competitors can help each other. So these guys might be on the same team or something like that, or
just friends.
Just two guys that are looking to finish the race.
Yeah, you can see how with them being up on that ledge, that's pushing the rest of the pack through that rock section. And as we're watching a pass go on right here in Turkey Claw. You can see how these big rocks, looks like the front end of that one car isn't even pulling, John.
Yeah, looks like two-wheel drive.
Yeah, back is digging, front doesn't seem to be doing much. That's a shame. That's the Adam Brown 334. All right, well, while we watch this recovery go on, we're going to take a quick break from the action. Remember, if you want to subscribe to the premium feed, KOHultimate.com, you won't miss any of the action coming to you live from Johnson Valley. This is Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, and we'll see you shortly.
Dirty fingernails, mud in your hair, cuts and bruises out of nowhere. It is brutal, but I wouldn't change a thing.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Hey, old man, where'd you buy that monster hat?
What are you guys doing?
We're just trying to figure out who this old guy is.
You're asking the wrong question. It's not who he is, but how he got here.
Wow, no way. What the Okay, that didn't really just happen.
And that's how he got here.
Okay, I guess he's pretty cool. Yeah, for an old guy.
Straight to the top, as I was steady, I won't ever stop, 'cause I was born ready. Going straight to the
Break free from the daily grind with Sylvania LED off-road lights and put your skills to the test. Because adventure begins with seeing where no one else has before.
John Matthews, officially first place in the 4,500 Yukon.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. This is all part of the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto and powered by Optima Batteries. I am in the booth with Mr. John Crowley, and today we are watching the UTVs, and we have pretty much every competitor out on our first lap right now, tackling this desert section, and we've seen a lot of traffic right here in Turkey Claw so far.
Turkey Claw, we've got two competitors broken and only one real line through there, so it's slowing things down quite a bit.
Yeah, we had a rollover earlier, and then the 604 of Wells was basically jammed up. We saw him in rear-wheel drive only. Not certain what the story is right there with them, but it's caused a lot of drivers to sort of move their way around. And but at this point, we're just waiting to see what happens out there. As we're waiting for our race leader, we expect to see them back into town probably in about 25, 30 minutes.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah.
These cars have gone so fast in the desert.
All right, so Pam is down on the starting line. She's got special guests in our other class that we haven't really talked about, which is our youth UTV race. So Pam, take it away.
Thanks, Ian. I am here with Tyce and Healy. He's out here racing. He was not planned to race in the Youth 1000, but here you are, Tyson. How do you feel right now?
Very good.
So you weren't planned or slated to be into the driver's seat here. Your sister ended up having a little bit of an injury, but are you excited to be out here right now racing?
Yep, this is really fun.
All right, so you got your dad over there in that co-driver's seat. I mean, who else would you want in there? Nobody, right?
Nope.
All right, Lauren, I want you to give us your thoughts on riding shotgun with your son.
Yeah, this is so cool. Like, I love this. I'm so pumped that Ultra 4 and King of the Hammers came up with this idea. My son's been asking to race, for the last couple of years, and there just, hasn't been a great opportunity until I thought he got a little bit older. And, this is what it's all about. Family being part of everything out here. It's how we started with King of the Hammers, and he's grown up around it. He's been here since he was a kid, and now he's getting an opportunity to jump into side-by-side and go tackle the King of the Hammers. So I'm so excited. This is one of the coolest things that I've seen at King of the Hammers this year, and hopefully we can get to the finish line. That's our goal today. We've been talking about it, that we're not going to worry about what anybody else is going on around us. We're going to run our race, and we're going to get to the finish line. I'm super happy.
Well, good luck out there to both of you, and hopefully we see you up there on that finish line. Back to the booth.
Wow, how cool is that?
That's pretty cool. That's neat to see them out there getting ready to take off. It's neat to see that youth class as part of this race, which I think is really, really neat. As they were saying, it just the kids always want to get out there and race, and so now they have a spot to do it.
And that's probably the only opportunity that Lauren would ever take to be in the right seat.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think the youth, they're just doing the desert lap, and they started at the back of the pack, so it's kind of clear, and then get them out there and get them to experience it.
Yeah, kind of let them just sort of give them space to let the leaders get out, and then, as you said, they're just going to go out and do one race, which is going to be, I think they're going to have a lot of fun out there.
So we're just hearing that 11 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a good mix. I think there's 12 or 13 competitors out there, and so I think that they're going to go out there and have a lot of fun on that race. But right now we're tracking the rest of the field that is pushed out of town. It's in that first lap, and they are heading up through where remote pit 1 would be. They have to go out through Turkey Claw right out of town, and then head out into the desert. And we're waiting to see our leaders come back, because we're seeing some passing action going on out here in the desert.
Wow. 4 of them all bunched up right there, and one guy pulled off and let the other guys past it, and pretty good action right there.
Yeah, as we said before, it's a little bit harder for these for the UTVs to get a pass out here in this section, because we've got these sort of single track sections, and they're kind of tuck into there. Everyone's letting Miller by right there. See how I said Miller? Because I just saw the traction boards on the roof. I did that, John?
That'd be Hunter.
All right, so I hear Pam's got some more from down on the starting line. Let's hear it, Pam.
I am here with Eli Harris. He's out here running with his dad riding shotgun. Eli, you're super pumped. You have a smile on your face. Are you super excited for out here being a part of the first ever 1000 youth class?
I am very excited. This is going to be very much fun, because when we pre-ran, this is my first time ever driving in the rocks and all that, and it was fun. I enjoyed it very much.
Well, I'm super excited to see you out here. Will, how are you feeling right now about driving with your son?
Well, I tell you, he's been telling everybody that he rode with me in the Class 11s, and he said that I owe you one, Dad, because that Class 11 race was pretty brutal, and he never complained one time. So he said it's time for you to get payback, Dad.
So are you ready, Eli, to have your own Class 11?
Yes, ma'am. I am very excited.
Well, good luck out there on the race course. I hope to see you guys up here on the box. So good luck out there racing in our first ever Youth 1000 class.
Thank you.
Back to the booth.
Thanks, Pam. All right, it's good to hear that Eli wants his own Class 11. The only problem is if you buy a Volkswagen, you're guaranteed to be a mechanic for the rest of your life because that's the gateway drug to everybody. That's how I got started. So, but right there, that is our race leader on the big screen.
Kyle Cheney out front. We believe he's out front.
Yeah, certainly it didn't look like there was any dust behind him. He's been pushing really hard through the desert. As you said, John, that those Can-Am cars are so fast out there.
Okay, so we're just getting word that Kyle is just past race mile 39, I think it was. It's a good shot of all the dust out there. A lot of competitors going not quite sure exactly where Crossroads is.
That's on the way out to remote pit 1. It honestly.
So Crossroads, we're just hearing that's race mile 21.
Yeah, race mile 21 out in the desert, headed out on that. The way it works is all these cars are going to leave Hammertown. This is the same for the first lap for all of our classes this week. They head out of town, head into Turkey Claw, and then we have the traditional, we call it the Big Desert Loop. It's basically a track that goes out from Hammertown. It's usually total of, 75, 80 miles. I can't remember exactly what the number is for the first one.
I think it's 72.
72 miles today. And then they get back into town, come through Main Pit, which is Hammertown. Heading through Hammertown, which is Main Pit. It's kind of the end of lap 1, and that is when they head off into the rock trails, which is kind of on the other side of Hammertown from the Desert Loop. It helps sort of spread the pack out a little bit, lets the cars that are really, really fast get out in front, and then everyone else sort of comes in after that, and then they head into the rocks. But we heard it here first this morning. Dave Cole said whoever's leading at the end of lap 1, he doesn't believe that's a guaranteed win like it has been in the past because the rock trails are going to be so hard.
I'm pretty sure he said he wasn't going to win.
I was trying to get him off the hot seat. I was trying to help him. Off the hot seat.
I like to put people on the hot seat.
If you want to push him right back on there, John, that's fine. Okay.
I'm the guy that does stupid
it's good
things
working
like
with
that.
you, John. All right, so once again, as we said, we have our youth racers. We believe that they are going to be leaving the line in about 5 minutes. That's the KOH youth program. It's a new program this year. We see a lot of our 4400 and other class drivers out there with their kids in the car. It's super good to see. But right now on the big screen,
we've Kyle Cheney again.
Kyle Cheney. That is, we are assuming that is our race leader. Obviously, everything will be unofficial, official. We're just basing it on where he is on the course with our camera crew. But right now, he seems to be well ahead of the pack.
Yeah, and he's in the 40s somewhere. So he'll be back into town in less than a half an hour.
Yeah, and John speculated an hour about back into town from starting. They started just after 9.
Probably hour 15.
Yeah, they started just after 9 o'clock this morning, so hour and 15 to make the final lap. John, do you have a prediction for winners across the line today?
Winners across the line.
Yeah, from where up end of the race. About what time?
Oh, for timing. Okay,
Yeah.
I thought you were going to ask me who's going to win.
No, I won't.
Timing. Well, so everything's shifted an hour, so my brain has a hard time calculating that.
Yeah.
I was thinking 4 hours, so that'd be 1 o'clock, maybe 1:15.
1 o'clock, just after 1 o'clock. Two total laps today, so they're going to be heading out through what we've been referring to as the Big Desert Loop. So they have that lap to do, and then back into town through Main Pit, off into the rocks, which is another, I believe, 70, 80 miles worth of rocks on top of that. So 2 laps today, 1 in the desert, 1 in the rocks, and then we'll be crowning your Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship champion.
Yeah, I can't wait for lap 2.
Lap 2 will be exciting, yeah. Well, just based on what we've seen in Turkey Claw this morning, I think there'll be some excitement out in the rocks today.
Yeah, for sure. Just had a pass going on there. Can't really see who that is. Live view of Turkey Claw out there still. Got recovery trying to happen. And I think that's a live look of Kyle Cheney, our race leader.
All right, yeah, we just saw a little bit of action in Turkey Claw. I think that's a little snapshot of what we're going to see all afternoon, John. We're going to see these cars hitting a lot harder rock trails than we've ever seen UTVs have to tackle ever in any of the King of the Hammers race week races. And then probably the one that I'm super excited about is when we get into the pick your poison or choose your own adventure trail. But look at this. Look at this in-car with Phil Blurton. This is amazing. I love this.
He's got a new co-dog this year. Chris, man, his last name just escaped me. But that's not Bo Judge.
But that's pretty impressive to be able to come to you live from Johnson Valley with in-car footage. But right there, that is Kyle Cheney. He was first off the line and currently still leading the pack. But we're going to take a quick break from the action here in Johnson Valley. Remember, this is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. It's all part of the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto and powered by Optima Batteries. We'll be back here shortly.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sorts you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Oh, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
Since day one, American Outdoors was built on providing active people quality products at reasonable prices. Our original soft-sided AO coolers are known for being convenient, durable, and keeping ice for over 24 hours in extreme heat. Over the last 30 years, AO has expanded our product lineup with high-quality coolers to fit any adventure, as well as a variety of marine, outdoor, and off-road products to complement your high-octane lifestyle. So whether it's the next trail run, the next fishing trip, or anywhere in between, be sure to AO and go.
name synonymous with severe duty work. Born from the need for equipment that would withstand the forces of off-pavement travel. Made to get you in and built to get you out. 75 years later, we walk the same path, innovating an industry forward. Because when you go worn, you go prepared.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
All right, welcome back to the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. We are coming to you live from Johnson Valley, California. We have all of our UTVs out on their first lap in the desert. And what we're going to be doing right now is getting ready to send our youth racers off the line. That is the 4900.
There we go. Down to the start line of the youth race.
Yes, that is the Can-Am Futures Youth 1000cc UTV. On the line right there is the 133 of Taryn McCullough, and right beside him is Aiden Gilbert. They'll be heading out here shortly to tackle the single lap of the desert section.
It's CJ Greaves in our bottom right screen.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to have much traffic around him, John, so he's out on course doing well. We're just all right, and now our youth are off the line. Next up is Nathan Malott and Peyton Dumford. Pam was down there earlier talking to some of these kids. It's great to see that we got some of the heavy hitters in the sport in the passenger seat. No, Lauren Healy's out there going to be co-dogging for his son.
Ooh, almost blew that corner.
Just making the flag do its work. And there it is right there, the 67 with Lauren Healy in the passenger seat and Tyce Healy in the driver's seat. Right beside them is Colin Waggoner and the number 53. All right, I'm hearing in race ops that we got an update on Kyle Cheney. What do we got there, John?
Race mile 53.
Race mile 53, so almost just about over halfway through that.
Well over halfway through.
Well over halfway through, so yeah, like you said, we should see him back here pretty quickly. Race mile 53, that puts him about 10 minutes out, 15 minutes out.
Probably 15, maybe a little bit more. Kind of depends. Some of that cross grain stuff, they can only go so fast, but if it's pure desert, he's doing 80 or 90.
All right, that was Bailey Ford off the line and Eli Harris, and right behind them will be Dylan Trent and Cameron Sorensen. So we can see them in your picture-in-picture as well. That is that sort of rough, rocky section that's just outside Hammertown. See a little action going on, a little door-to-door out there, which is cool. Next off the line, Emily Manders and Neil Weaver. All right, I'm hearing that Cameron Sorensen is a brother-sister race team.
And down on the right there, we've still got some action in Turkey Claw going on.
And last off the line for our Can-Am UTV youth is the 4922. Actually, I take that back. I don't.
That's Cameron Sorensen.
Oh, you're right. I had them leaving with Dylan Trent earlier. Yep. My race, my course notes here were a little messed up, but right there in the big picture, that is our current race leader.
So we're getting word that Cody Miller is about 2 miles behind.
That says a lot right there, John, because Cody left the line this morning in the number 10 spot. So 30-second gap, 10 cars back, but they're leaving 2 at a time, so it's half and half. So it's 2.5 minutes.
Yeah.
But if he's that close behind him, he's closed a lot of gap. He could be using that corrected time to his advantage.
And then we're getting word that CJ Greaves is right behind Cody Miller as well.
Yeah, so unofficial from what we're getting from our tracker and race ops is we basically have Kyle Cheney, Cody Miller, and CJ Greaves are in that 1, 2, 3 spot. We're just trying to figure out corrected time. And
So we're getting a little bit of information on split times. We've our top 3, we've got Kyle Cheney, and then behind him is Cody Miller. And on corrected time, we've got Kyle Cheney out a minute in front. And then after that, CJ Greaves is 30 seconds behind that, if I'm getting all that right. I'm pretty sure.
But that was at race mile 44, and that shot of our race leader would be at about race mile 55, 60. So there's still some gap there. He may have been able to stretch a little bit of time. What we'll really know for sure when they get back down into Hammertown and they come finish that lap 1. Then we'll have a good solid time that we know they finished lap 1. And then we can work through adjusted time backwards, and then we'll be able to basically figure out our leaders. But if you're coming up, if you're Cody Miller and you got a minute on adjusted time, that's a good spot to be.
Yeah, I would take that.
Yep. Yeah, so if he's a minute behind, that means he started the day basically 2.5 minutes off the line. He's basically reeled in a minute and a half right now. So he's sitting 1 minute behind him on adjusted time. And that will, every year that comes into play in these races, because as we said before, you're out there racing, you're racing other competitors, but at the end of the day, you're racing the clock. It all depends when you left when you left the starting line this morning. And then we'll basically be clocking you through lap 1, lap 2, and then it will all be based on adjusted time when they get back into town.
And that's a live look at one of the Miller brothers. I want to say that's probably Cody.
Yeah, I'm going to assume as well that would be Cody, because that helicopter's probably chasing the leader. And as they turn around, yes, that's our leader right there. But that's a big gap between those two, John. That's a lot of desert between the two.
Yeah, so we're getting confirmation from a team member of the Millers, and they're like, well, you don't know which one that is. Oh, that's CJ Greaves right there. So
that was CJ. So then Kyle's even further out on that.
CJ should be third physical.
Yes. So
he's racing a Polaris Razor Pro R.
And if you look behind CJ, you can see there's no we don't see anyone pushing up through that section of race course. So through that section of race course, we've only seen Kyle Cheney, Cody Miller, CJ Greaves in that order.
And the question there is, what happened to Ronnie and Cole and Nathan Parker and Phil Blurton?
Yeah, there's a lot of big names in between those current 3 race leaders. That the question would be, where are they?
I was thinking that was our race leader, but that is not.
No, I think that's further back in the
Yes,
pack.
it is.
Yeah, this is the section of that single track that we've watched all of our racers work their way through as they head out by remote pit 1.
Looks like CJ Greaves again.
Yeah, so CJ Greaves right now physically third on course On adjusted time, he's about 1:30 back from our leader. The last time we had a split time, which was at mile 44. All right, you can see CJ making quick work of that desert as he is reeling in the 2 cars in front of him. As we said before, current race leader Kyle Cheney, Cody Miller behind him, and CJ behind him. So that's 1, 2, 3 in that order. And based on our split times at race mile 44, there's about 1:30 between the 3. With our current leader, Kyle Cheney, still ahead even with the adjusted time.
Good look at some of the action in Melville Lake Bed. You see one of those guys up moving past.
Yeah, they're definitely making quick work of that section. That could be some of our I don't know if that would be
some of the youth going out there?
Yeah, that could be some of the youth going out there.
That's a great spot because there's all kinds of different lines out there you can take.
There's a bunch of different sections that you can go through there. Yeah, hard to tell who it is from this distance, but I do believe that could be some of the youth program out there.
So that's we've got now our current standings, and that's physical. We've got Kyle Cheney, followed by Cody Miller, CJ Greaves, Mitch Guthrie, Brock Hager, Phil Blurton, Matt Zeiler, Dustin Jones, Jay Shaw, Travis Zollinger, who I don't know what Lynn's first name is. Something Lynn, sorry. Robert Leibel, Nathan Parker, Dustin Robbins, and Johnny Greaves finishing out the top standing there.
Yeah, and all those times are from where the drivers went through that mile marker 44 VCP, and so we can pull those times in and see where they're at. So that would be at mile marker 44, but I do believe that our leader is probably getting closer to mile 60, 65 on his way back into Hammertown. I'm going to assume that is one of the Gomez brothers right there. I can't really catch a number on the side of that car, but I believe it might be 3498.
I think that was JP Gomez.
I think maybe it was, yep.
Yes, 3498 is JP Gomez. Right on the tail. There we go, moving over. What
most of these cars are running with their trackers is basically a push-to-pass notification. Lets you know when there's a car behind you and to get out of the way. That's why we don't see as much nerfing as we used to. We saw a little bit of nerfing in qualifying yesterday, but it's going to happen.
And, you know, something I just noticed is we're getting a little rain.
We are getting,
My paper's
the rain
getting wet.
is coming in that we've been kind of worried about all day. So the question will be, how is that going to affect the rest of our day, especially out here when they make it through lap 1.
Live look there of Phil Blurton. I think he was about 7th. My memory's off.
I think you're right.
Physical, he started 5th.
Yeah, he's definitely off pace with our race leaders. But right there, that is our current race leader, Mr. Kyle Cheney.
And I just got a text message that Ronnie Anderson, his tracker's showing 0 miles an hour, and it's been like that for a little bit. I haven't got confirmation on the on our tracker, but that was just a text message I got. Kyle just looks like he's out for a Sunday drive, and he's probably going 80 miles an hour right there. Car's super smooth. He's running big old 35-inch tires this year. He's in the Pro Mod class, I believe. Yes. Again, Kyle is our current race leader, physical. There's a live look inside Phil Blurton's car. So it looks like Kyle is going through a speed section here. There might be an actual checkpoint. Yeah. So when they go through these checkpoints, if they're going faster than 25 miles an hour, they can get a penalty. So super important for them to mind their speed through those areas, because it's a 5-minute penalty if they speed. We're doing some serious surgery on this car over in Turkey Club. Looks like they changed an axle out. That's pretty awesome, getting that in-car footage of Phil Blurton there. I don't know how many cars we've got like that, but that's amazing technology being able to bring you that. So there's Mitch Guthrie Jr. He's racing a Polaris Razor Pro R. That's a factory racing car from Polaris, part of the factory racing team prepped cars. It's definitely starting to rain here a bit in Hammertown.
So this is basically showing me our current leader as they clip through here. All right, perfect. And then we've got the classes as well. Yep, perfect. All right.
Mitch Guthrie Jr. fresh off of a run at the Dakar Rally.
All right, John, I was just getting fully educated on our tracking system that we now have live up here in the booth. So what I can tell us is who's gone through which of our split time locations on the course. And so right now I have basically top 5. So currently leading, we have Kyle Cheney, like we said, followed by Cody Miller, CJ Greaves behind them. Now, Brock Yeager right behind them. Hager, yep, right behind them. And then 5th place right now,
Phil Blurton.
Phil Blurton, yeah. So we basically, these are the only 5 cars that have made it through that checkpoint at mile marker 61 on their way back into town. All other competitors have, everyone else on this list has not made it through. The bigger one, I think, were you asking about RJ Anderson?
No, that's Ronnie Anderson.
That's Ron, were you asking? Yeah, so they've made it through the first checkpoint, but haven't made it to race mile 44 yet.
Yeah, and the word I got was that they were stopped running 0 miles an hour.
Yeah, and that would make sense because, as we can see here, he made it through that 18:53 split time, which is a mile marker 18:53, but they have not clipped through mile marker 44 yet.
And just in time for the rock loop, it's starting to rain.
Excellent, yes. The co-drivers will love that. They will love that. All right, but yes, we are waiting to see where our cars are as they come back into lap 1.
Well, these top guys, if they're coming in the top 5, they're not getting out of the car.
No, you don't want to be getting out of the car.
CJ Greaves.
So right now I have Kyle Cheney is just he's just past mile 69.
So
about 55 seconds to go, and right behind him is 33 of CJ. He's at race mile 68.
So do you have CJ in front of Cody Miller?
No, Kyle Cheney. Sorry, Kyle Cheney right here at mile marker 69. And then we have, as you can see there, and then there's Greaves
so
behind him right
CJ's made a pass on Cody Miller, 221.
Looks like it, yes.
So if we're looking at CJ right now, if this tracker is correct, we've seen a change in second and third.
Yeah, based on this tracker that we're looking at right now, which did update just 20 seconds ago, right now we have, as they're coming back into town, right now it's Cody, Kyle Cheney,
CJ Greaves,
Cody Miller. Yes, that's our order right now. We're expecting to see that 1, 2, 3. But they are close enough to Hammertown that we should see them shortly. And then we'll be able to verify that as they make their way through main pits here in town and head out on the Rock Loop.
And right behind that is Brock Hager and then Phil Blurton. So you've got Kyle Cheney should be making his way into Hammertown here pretty quick. He's racing a Can-Am Maverick R, current champion last 3 years. As I mentioned before, CJ has not been on the overall podium yet. But he's raced this several years, and he's always the competitor.
Yep. Yeah, it could be his year, but right now on our big screen, that's CJ, the man that you were just speaking of.
That's a fantastic shot.
You can see him making quick work. So right now, according to our tracker up here in the booth, we're showing him as sitting in second place. But those standings that just popped up on your screen, those were taken at race mile 61 when they went through basically a checkpoint for our timing. And so it placed Kyle Cheney, Cody Miller, and then CJ. But as we're watching on the tracker, it looks as though CJ has made a pass into that second place. But the question will be, where do we get in when it comes to corrected time? Because CJ did leave the line before Cody Miller.
Before Cody, yes. Yeah, and we'll be talking about physical leaders quite a bit. And then it all mixes up into the adjusted time later in the day. I bet you these are the some of the youth.
These are some
guys
of our
coming
youth racers right now headed out. I bet we're probably going to see a mix-up of possibly some of our youth racers and some of our big competitors out in this section, because we will have some guys getting hung up in Turkey Claw. But yeah, I believe that is one of our youth racers right there.
And we should be getting Kyle coming into Hammertown here any moment.
Yeah, it should be pretty close. We can see him on the tracker.
That's CJ Greaves. We're thinking he's physical second place. That looks to me to be fairly close to Hammertown.
Yeah, they have to go through that. You can, as the camera pans out there, you'll see that, yeah, just on the other side of that sort of, not necessarily mountain range, but going to come around the bottom of that and then head into Hammertown. We'll see them roll up, drop through that Bronco arch. We're still out there looking for Kyle Cheney. This is CJ being chased right now by our helicopter. This section here might look a little familiar if you've been watching qualifying for the past few days.
Yeah, CJ's just dropping down into resolution right now. So to get to Hammertown, you got to drop down resolution, then you either pick back door or you have a bypass around it.
That'll be the question, right?
I don't think that Kyle would jump down at this this early in the game. A bit risky to huck your car off of it, and when you're in the lead. Not worth saving 10 seconds to do that at this point.
You can see some of our crew still out there, ready for, if you see those orange vests out there, those are your course workers. Oh, there's our
Cheney.
current leader, about to come up, go through the Bronco arch. Moving so fast, we didn't even catch him in the rock trails there, but he's taking that inside line. That's Kyle Cheney, your current race leader.
Be interesting to see here the strategies on if anybody has to stop. You can either get repairs or fuel, and I don't know if he's going to need to stop for fuel, or if it was me, I would wait till pit 2.
How much fuel are these guys carrying in these cars on average?
Well, so he's probably got a fuel cell, and I would guess you'd be somewhere around 20 or 30 gallons.
And how far could these guys drive on that 20, 30 gallons?
Well, it depends. Like this Can-Am Maverick R, it's got different engine modes you can be in. And if you put it in Sport Plus, which it has like anti-lag in it, so the boost is always going, it's using more gas.
Well,
that's Kyle Cheney.
Yeah, he's coming in, finishing his first lap, coming through the Yukon launch. We'll be back into town. But I think our man Miles is down. Oh, man, I hope he's got the wrench mic. That's all I'm hoping for right now. Let's toss it down to our man Miles and see what's going on.
Thank you, Ian. And absolutely, the wrench mic is here. Kyle Cheney, 3-time king, back to back to back, is in here. They're actually going to change front tires because these arms are so close that going fast through the desert, they rub a little bit. But this Can-Am Maverick R is an absolute beautiful machine. It looks like it doesn't even look like he's ran lap 1 yet. This thing is absolutely perfect. Doing a little bit of fuel, and like I said, those front tires, they'll be in and out in under 2 minutes, they're hoping. We got Cash Lee Croy riding shotgun, and Kyle Cheney, like I said, this is his race. We'll see what happens. Complete focus, absolute laser vision by Kyle Cheney. And again, this car looks absolutely amazing out here. Looks like the fuel is done. They're covered up. Cash looks good. Kyle's looking great. And the car's looking even better. Looks like he's draining out the bottom just a little bit. But yeah, again, this new Can-Am Maverick R is an absolute piece of work. Absolutely amazing machine. Quick and easy. They trimmed a little bit of the front tires. And look at that. Kyle Cheney just calm, cool, and collected and laser focused with Kyle Cheney in and out in just a couple minutes. What a great hit. So much fun out here. So that looked like a really smooth pit run out there. How'd everything go on your side?
It wasn't too bad. I think we did pretty good timing on that. We just wanted to swap the tires out for the rocks.
Yeah, explain the tire, why you swapped those out.
We just put a different tire on for the desert, get a little bit more speed out of it, get a little more confidence out of the car. So we just put a little smaller tire on to clear everything and make it through the desert.
Yep. All right. Well, thank you again. And Kyle Cheney out front with a pretty good little lead. We'll see how it sticks. He's head of the rocks, and it's going to be interesting to see. So I'm going to send it back to Ian. John, back yours. I'll see if I can make it over there to the Greaves pit. Back to you guys.
All right, so that was pretty interesting watching that. I didn't expect them to change tires on that car.
Yeah, it certainly sounds like it was planned from the beginning. Different tire for the desert, different tire for the rocks.
But just up front.
Just up front, yeah. So I don't think it's a height. I wonder if it's a width at this point, because
it's a height issue. On the Maverick R, you can run a 35-inch tires. They're running a 35-inch Maxxis, and it's tall enough when you're at desert speeds that it actually rubs the ball joint on the spindle. So they have to trim down the center of that tire so it doesn't hit. But it's just an interesting strategy that he actually swapped the tires out. And he took fuel. So he should be done unless he breaks anything with pit stops.
He's good for the rest of the race out there in that car. Interesting to watch that technology evolve, as you said, with that A-arm design, as well as we were talking earlier off camera about the basically the aspect ratio of the wheel. You can see looks like it's got hubcaps on it because the wheels of such a deep positive offset that helps with that, make that suspension work in the dirt. All right, so Miles made the run. I was kind of hoping he'd make the run live. I like to hear Miles run with that wrench mic, but we're going to throw it back down to Miles all the way over in the Greaves pit. Miles, what do you got?
CJ in here again, another laser focus. I asked if you want to talk. He said no, but the car looks good. They're working something on the front. Can't quite tell exactly what they're working. It looks like it is the lower A-arm. They're just snugging up a bolt. Everything is working okay. And so far, so good. Second position for CJ Greaves. I heard you talking earlier, John, that he hasn't made the podium, but it's looking good. He might be able to. So in and out for the Greaves team.
Cody.
So what exactly were you doing that lower A-arm? Was the bolt loose?
Just a little bit backed out. Just tighten it up, make sure it's good to finish the second lap.
Did he tell you that, or did you guys notice it during the pit?
I noticed it.
Okay, awesome. Then that's what it's all about. It's coming through here, yanking the wheel a little bit, making it see what's loose on what. And it looks like we have Miller down there too, so I'll go try to chase him down, get a quick chat with his team. But 1, 2, 3 are here in the hot pits. Ian, John, back to you guys at the Monster Energy Jumbotron.
So, John, you were just wondering where Miller was, and there he is. He's now made it back into Hammertown. He's in main pits.
And it looks like they're doing some repairs. And we've also got Phil Blurton coming into town. And we also saw Brock Hager come through Hammertown.
Yeah, this is not Brock. We already saw Brock come through the Bronco Arch, I believe.
Yes, we did.
So he should be down in that pit as well.
Yeah, that's Phil Blurton right there.
There's Phil Blurton coming into town as well.
So physically fifth for Phil.
Yeah, so 5 cars right now, according to our trackers and everything, basically coming into town, finishing that desert loop.
And interesting, so far, everybody's been stopping and doing something to their car, whether it's just fuel or if they're wrenching on something, swapping tires or fixing something.
Yeah, and you talked about that earlier about, the strategy, head out to remote pit 2 to get fuel, or get fuel here and be good for the rest of the day as long as the car stays together. Is that something in the past we normally didn't see these guys stop in Hammertown at the end of that?
I wouldn't have guessed that they would stop for fuel at this point. I would want, if it was me, I would want to get further into the rocks before and ahead of my competitors and use all those seconds possible before I fueled. But a lot of these cars are newer. The Maverick R's are brand new, so maybe it's a different size fuel cell, and I don't know. We'll watch Phil Blurton here. This is his car from last year, so we'll see.
From last year, so let's see what Phil does, because as you said, in the past, Phil probably didn't stop here. Probably just kept going.
And we're seeing Miles running around there in the bottom right screen, but he was just in Cody Miller's pit, and they're still wrenching on Cody's car.
Yeah, and we are going to see Phil stop. Maybe they're anticipating spending a little bit longer in the rocks this year than they had in the past.
And it looks like Phil might just be getting a look over and fuel. Well,
I don't know. It looks like
they're pulling the hood off.
Coming off, yeah.
It looks like they just want that hood off the car.
I'm wondering if it's a sightline issue in the rocks. You never know,
They're not being gentle with it at all.
I don't know. That's one way to remove the hood, yes. But yeah, I wonder if they're working. Well, let's see. We'll see now. Are they working on something? And now that's our race leader's back out there. He's back up into.
So that's Kyle Cheney going through Turkey Claw.
Yeah, back through Turkey Claw.
So after Turkey Claw, they've got a ways to go out and around the mountain, and the first rock trails they'll hit after this. You got Compaction Hill. Then Aftershock, where you're going down Aftershock. And then
year,
up 18, 19, 20. I don't know what 18 is. I always knew it as Highway 1920.
All right, so we have Miles down there in the Blurton pit. So we'll get Miles to give us an update as to what's going on.
Yeah, thanks, guys. The pits are being exciting down here. We saw Cheney in and out real quick, and then went over to the Miller's pits. 2 broke rear axles. So we saw that in the desert race. Sometimes it can be a little difficult to change. Hopefully they're in and out pretty quick. But talking about quick, Phil Blurton came in and out, just basically a fuel and a hood. What was wrong with the hood?
I don't have a clue. He just said tear the thing off when I get in here, so you could see they literally ripped that thing apart, didn't they?
I would assume something about visibility maybe in the rocks, or I don't know.
I don't know, because it was still loaded down pretty good, so I don't know what was happening there, but luckily I got a bunch of strong young guys here, and they were able to rip that hood off pretty quick.
Yeah, that'll buff out later. We got another one coming in. So this is Travis Zollinger. Thank you, Blurton. So we'll check over here. And I think I see Cade Rod's the fuel guy for Travis Zollinger. Pretty cool. So hopefully we have a chat with him after this. But Travis Zollinger in that single seat. Thumbs up from Travis Zollinger. Everything looks pretty good. So a lot of action. I do see Miller down there, still in the pits. Tough break for him. Everybody else has been pretty smooth in and out. So hey, Cade, come over here, buddy. You're a busy man. You're the pole setter yesterday. You're going to race up front on Saturday, and now you're the fuel guy? I love it.
Yeah, we got a good team out here. We got guys racing every single day, so we're working together, sharing resources, sharing pre-running, sharing notes, course notes, and even fueling. So I know I can lift a can, but I don't know anything about any UTV ever.
You drove one in Havasu, if I remember right.
Yeah, and I did a really terrible job at it. So I'm leaving it to the professionals to look for all the broken stuff or anything off, and I'm just going to dump cans. So Cole should be coming in here soon, hopefully, and hopefully we get these cars up on the box.
Heck yeah, well, thanks for helping everybody out, and good luck on Saturday, buddy. It looks like we'll have Guthrie in here in just a minute, so I'm just going to keep on rambling for just a minute. It looks like they're going to be pulling in right now. Mitch Guthrie Jr. coming in the pits. Looks like he's nodding his head yes. This Polaris looks absolutely perfect. Good. Getting a big thumbs up and big smiles from Mitch Guthrie Jr. I'm doing a quick car walk around. Everything looks good. It looks like it's a super, super quick fuel and in and out. So senior, Mitch Guthrie Senior right here. You've won this race more than once. How excited are you to see your son out here? Can you win this one again?
Yeah, everything's good right now. He's been doing his homework big time. Car's perfect.
Update on timing when you can.
Copy that.
I love that. Here, a little behind the scenes here.
Yeah, everything's good. He's been doing his homework and got the rock courses down, desert down, and car's good. We're looking good.
And it's so cool you guys were just in Dakar. You came home for a quick reset. And talk about doing your homework. It's kind of tough when you're not even in the United States.
Yeah, I didn't go over there. He did, and Colin co-rode with them. Everything over there is a little different. It's in kilometers and this and that, and so it's a lot different than here. He's already trying to get used to being back here again. So
what all I heard right there is you like miles better.
Yes, Miles is the best.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, buddy. And I can't wait to see how this shakes out. Up front, all the big names are doing some good things. It looks like John Seaman may be down there, so we'll go check with him for that. But I'm going to catch my breath and send it back to Ian and John. Take it away, guys.
All right, so in Turkey Claw, we got Brock Hager making a move on CJ Greaves. Looks like CJ's got something going on. He's not at race pace.
Yeah, he seemed, or that he's just pulling over and letting him pass because he knows he's just pushing him a little hard. Sometimes it's not fun to be bird dog through those rocks just because you know you're going to catch up to them. But, yeah, we saw so now we have 5 or 6 cars through main pit, which is good to see as we got a little bit of action from, this is the back door. That's the backside of the qualifying course. We've been watching all week as these competitors come in. Now, who is that, John, that we're watching right now?
I don't know right offhand. I'm sorry. But we did have a little bit of a change in through the pits. Cody Miller came in, I think, third or second or third, and I think they're swapping out some axles, I think is what I heard. So he's not back out on course, at least we haven't seen him. So we've got out front, we've got Kyle Cheney, who's right there. Then behind him right now, it's Brock Hager, who just made a pass on CJ Greaves. And then fourth place would be Phil Blurton.
Yeah, because Phil came in with a really quick pit stop in that car. And
well, they ripped off his hood.
He removed the hood quickly. So, yeah, he pulled the hood off his Can-Am, and out he went.
And I didn't hear exactly what that was, but I'm guessing with the rain and everything going on, maybe there's something with airflow and throwing more rain in his face or something. I don't know.
It could be, but he obviously wanted it off of there. But right now, that is your current race leader. We've seen him come through main pit, left the line first this morning on this Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. Remember, there's racing all week. We've been pre-running up until now, and now for the next 3 days, it's just going to be race, race, race. Today is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. Lots of action in main pit right now.
think that's Robert Liebel, sorry.
Looks like, yeah, Robert Liebel coming back in. We'll see, there's a lot of different pit strategies. Oh, and here we are on board with Amanda Sorensen. This is lots of fun to watch. I'm loving this on-car camera stuff. All right, and I'm hearing we've got Miles with another update from in the pits. Miles, what do you got for us?
So I'm down here. Cody Miller is getting both rear axles changed. Robert Lee Bull just pulled in. There looks like a fuel only, but I've got Matt Zeiler in here. He's got this radius rod. The bolt came out. Hey Matt, how tough is that course out there? Are you excited for the rocks?
Yeah, I'm excited for the rocks. The rocks is where this car really shines. So hopefully we can get this radius rod fixed and keep pushing. The desert was rough. Got a little bit of rain out there, so it was wild.
Yeah, it looks like a good time. How's your co-driver doing right now?
Co-driver's doing great.
He hadn't complained one time yet. So far, oh, they got him in and out. That was a lot quicker than I anticipated. So there comes one of the Desert Assassin cars, Robert Lee Bull. So it looks like they're going to take the left front off of Robert Lee Bull, but 2 thumbs up from him. Everything's looking pretty good for that so far, so good. But man, the pits are exciting. I don't know where to go next. But where we're going to go next is Ian and John in the booth. Take it away, guys.
Thanks, Miles. That's great to see those updates from down there in the main pits here in Hammertown. Well, we're going to take a quick break from the action here. Remember, if you are subscribed to the premium feed, you won't miss anything like this amazing in-car shot from Amanda Sorensen's car out there live on course. This is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, all part of the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto, powered by Optima Batteries. We'll be back shortly live from Johnson Valley.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sorts you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Well, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Ah, yee! Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
This is all of the hard work and all of those late nights culminating to this moment, and that feeling is just, man, it is unreal.
Back, everybody, to the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, coming to you live from Johnson Valley. I'm Ian Johnson. In the booth, me is John Crowley. We got Miles down in the main pits, and then we got more people coming in later on today, but we're going to be doing racing all day today. But right now we're watching our leader, aren't we, John?
Yeah, Kyle Cheney out front. So we did have a few lead changes there, or a couple swaps in positions. I shouldn't lead change. We've got Brock Hager in second and CJ in third.
But I'm hearing we got Miles down there with our good friend Cameron Steele. So let's see what Miles got from us down there. Miles, take it away.
Thank you, Ian. And I'm down here with the one and only PAB, Cameron Steele. How's it going, buddy?
It's going all right. You know, these dang kids, Mitchell Alsop did a great job driving, but came in on 3 axles. So we're going to change it out here in the Can-Am Rock Race. It's a little frustrating, but, we're here to get time in. We're trying to be in the top 3. But also trying to get time in, get ready for the Laser Nut number 48 on Saturday.
Absolutely. I mean, there's nothing like pre-running at race pace. So even though if you're a little off par right now, you can still go out there, push hard, and see what it's going to feel like on the big day.
Yeah, last year we were able to get top 4 in class in the Can-Am UTV race. And, Mitchell and the Alsop guys build a great car. I'm just fortunate to be able to have these opportunities thanks to Monster Energy and all of our partners, that make it happen. And for me, I'm just looking forward to getting out and seeing the rocks without anybody else out pre-running, no trail rigs, and getting to put in a good pace. We pre-run nice and slow, so today we'll get a little bit more speed and see what it's going to look like for the 4400 race. But we're not losing sight of the fact that we would like to win this race. Having an axle or a CV issue definitely not helping the situation, but we'll get out there and give her hell.
Absolutely. Well, we definitely miss you in the booth with us, but I love watching you out in the race car.
Yeah, what a transition, right? I mean, I was invited to be the announcer or a announcer at the second Hammers and drive one of the Lovell Brothers trucks. I ended up navigating in my first Hammers race, and now we're here racing 5 classes, so it's definitely a change, but I'm stoked. We're here in the BF Goodrich pit right now, just doing a little work, and I think it's going to be all good. I'm not worried. I think we can still get podium in our class.
I love your style. Thanks, Cameron. I'm going to let you get in the zone. So Cameron's still swapping out an axle. Everything's going pretty good over here. I just ran down and I saw Tyler Remmereid completely blew his front diff. I said, you have one? Are you able to fix it? He said, it's right there. The guys are on it. So he's down there. We did see Cody Miller come through. He got both those rear axles swapped out. So he is back out on course, and lots of action down here and a lot more to come. So I'll try to get caught up on this race, see who's important that's coming in next. And man, we're having fun down here. I hope you guys are having much fun as I am, because this is where it gets exciting. So Ian, John, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Miles. Yeah, it's always great to get that update from Miles down there in the pit. And as you were saying before, John, we saw some changes in our leaders right now, but out there on course. But right now we have a pretty unique opportunity for everyone to ride along with Phil Blurton.
Yeah, and you can see his co-dog there, Chris Williams, and both of them are wiping the rain off their visors. So rain's definitely affecting things. And we're getting word that Kyle Cheney is extended his lead a little bit. He's out 6 miles in front of number 2 spot.
Yeah, which would be CJ Greaves. Then behind him, I believe.
So that's interesting if CJ Greaves is in spot 2, because we saw Brock Hager
around him and
pass him in Turkey Claw.
Yeah, still lots of. We're gonna see a lot of leader changes today. Yes, Kyle's. Yeah,
yes.
But Greaves and Hager are battling it out as our leader, Kyle Cheney, is about 6 miles ahead of them. But it is, yeah, look at that. We just talked about it, and there it is.
There they are.
Screen.
Wow. So somewhere along the lines there, CJ got back in front of Brock.
Yeah, which is kind of surprising because Brock passed him in the rocks. Brock being the overall winner of the UTV class in our Toyo Tires Desert Challenge. But CJ was able to reel him in out there in the desert.
Brock is racing a Turbo R, and CJ's racing a Pro R. Brock raced a Pro R in the Desert Challenge, so he switched it up. The Turbo R has a little bit shorter wheelbase, and maybe it's just not quite as fast in the desert.
Yeah, that short wheelbase could definitely come to his advantage as they move into these rock trails this afternoon. But Kyle Cheney currently right now our race leader.
And that's Cameron Steele
Back out
heading
on,
out into the desert.
Yeah, that's that section of basically rough terrain just outside of town.
Robert Leibel there. Looks like he's out of Turkey Claw.
Yeah, made his turn out of Turkey Claw. And he'll be headed out into the desert as well. They still have a little bit of desert to get through before they head into the actual Hammers trails. This is where the big rocks are, and it's a who's who of trails that they're going to be in today. We've got Compaction Hill, Aftershock, Fissure Mountain, Sledge, Jackhammer, Tackhammer, Laser Nut Alley, Her Problem, Idolicious, Chocolate Thunder, Jack. There's so many trails on here, I'm getting tired of reading them at this point. But it's basically if you have heard of a trail at the Hammers, these UTVs are going to be tackling it today.
And Cameron Steele there, we saw he didn't race the desert. That was Mitchell Alsop, who was actually wrenching on the car. So Mitchell Alsop raced lap 1 for Cameron, hopped out, was swapping out the front axle there with the other mechanics and everything. And then Brad Howe is racing or driving Mitchell's car. Mitchell's gonna swap into the driver's seat of that car if that comes in.
Musical chairs out there with these cars today. They jump, but you break it, you should help fix it. So he brought it back in with a broken axle. So
Fair enough.
He was helping it, and then as Cameron said, he's going to get out there in the rocks in that UTV. But right now, this is what we were talking about. Just lots of battles through this single track right here.
Great view of cars coming out of main pit and heading back across. They're calling it Cross Grain Hill. It's a good name for it because there is a ton of cross grain in this area. Really rough terrain.
Yeah, it's not. This is what we've been watching the past 3 days through qualifying. When you first leave Hammertown, you basically have to sort of pick your way through that tore up section of desert. There's just so many different trails through there. But you got to pick your way through there and kind of go through lots of different tracks and find a smooth ride as you head out to Turkey Claw.
Yeah, that's Turkey Claw there. That's Dustin Robbins.
All right, we're going to punch out.
Outer Limits. So we've already got Cheney. He's going to be coming up Compaction Hill here in a minute.
Yeah, this is a big wide shot. We're watching our race leader. I think that's probably his dust cloud right there.
This is Compaction Hill is where in 2020 he hit in the dust. He hit a spot, rolled. They tipped the car back over, and it ran over him on the way down the hill.
Yes, and he finished the race.
And he finished second.
Yeah, drove over himself with his own car, and I think he broke his foot or something.
His ankle was all messed up.
Yeah, and then ended up. Yes, I do remember, and we caught that live on the live stream. I remember that.
Oh my gosh, that was crazy to watch that happen.
Yep.
And this area here is way out of town and over on the other side of a mountain, so it's really awesome to be able to see these shots.
So he's made very good time getting out there. But it's like you said, John, that Can-Am car is just so fast out in the desert.
When I drove it at the press intro, stock car, we were doing 98. Yeah, that's Compaction Hill right there. So watching him going up the hill, Kyle Cheney there, it almost looked like he was in two-wheel drive.
Yeah, I'm just pulling up our timing right now, John. We basically have our, we have Cheney going through our split time at race mile 91 at 1 hour 45, and then right behind him would be CJ at 1 hour 48. So that's a 3-minute gap between the two, and then Hager behind him, but that split is in the milliseconds. So Kyle's definitely put some space between himself and second place at this point right now. All right, and as we come out of that timing, I'm here. We got some information coming from Mr. Ben Napier, our motorsports event director from the booth. We've never been able to do this before, so this is pretty awesome. This is Race Ops.
I'm kind of scared.
Live on TV.
Thank you, Ian. I'm here with the USAC race control team, and they've just alerted me that we have a investigation underway on 191 Kyle Cheney for missing VCP 27. They will work this through and then update us. The penalty for missing a VCP is 5 minutes, so this could have a considerable effect on the race. It's looking like a great race out there, and back to you guys, Ian, in the booth.
Thank you, Ben.
Wow.
So for those of you listening at home who don't live in this world, VCP, we're talking about a virtual checkpoint, which I guess the easiest way to describe it would be like it's like a set of gates when you go skiing. 2 invisible sticks in the desert that are you have to drive through and click off on your GPS tracker.
Yeah, you have to be within a certain number of feet of that spot. So if he actually missed that VCP, that could be a 5-minute penalty.
I believe it's a minimum 5 minute, and what happens is Race Ops does an investigation. They look at it's a minimum time penalty, and then how much of a benefit did you get if you ended up being able to save 30 minutes. You're going to be charged even more time for missing that VCP. So we'll keep you updated on that because he's only 3 minutes ahead right now. But we're going to take a quick break from the action here in Johnson Valley. Lots of stuff going on all over the race course and even in our Race Ops trailer. So we'll be back shortly, coming to you live from Johnson Valley, California. This is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship.
King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail conquering Bronco.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new, Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true, all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Did you know that over time the powder in your fire extinguisher can compact and harden at the bottom? That's why the Rousseau lets you stir the powder. It's easy to use, and most importantly, it works when you need it. Find out more at Rousseau.com.
Everybody, welcome back to Johnson Valley, California. We are right in the middle of the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. I'm in the booth with John Crowley, and we are watching CJ Greaves, I believe, currently second on course right now.
Yeah, he passed Brock back up in the desert. Brock passed him in Turkey Claw, so they've been swapping back and forth. Ooh,
is that Mr.
Is that? No, it's not. That is Terry Madden, maybe? Or Deegan.
Deegan, yes, I believe you're right. It is. I think that is Deegan out there. There's
Yeah.
a lot of Monster Energy
Yeah,
logos.
yeah, that's Brian Deegan.
Yep, and I believe that is Kyle right
and
there.
And that's Kyle Cheney heading up Aftershock. Or down Aftershock, excuse me.
Yeah, so that would be Kyle Cheney. He's going down Aftershock, so he has made it up Compaction Hill that we had talked about before, where unfortunately he had that incident a few years ago. But now he's going to go down Aftershock.
Yeah, and that's just below the waterfall, so that's pretty early in Aftershock. They're going downhill, so nothing really difficult about this. You do have to worry about just the embedded rocks that are there. That, you know, if you aren't paying attention for a second, you can clock one of those and rip off an arm or get a flat tire.
Flat tire would definitely be what you're worried about. And then as they had said when they were watching them in the pit, they changed those front tires to get a little bit more clearance in the rocks, they said. But he's making quick work of that down Aftershock.
And it's neat to actually get content from down in these canyons.
Yeah.
Aftershock's not an easy one to get to from here.
But as we are watching that, the story that's unfolding behind the scenes, as we heard from our motorsports director, Mr. Ben Napier, that there is a possible penalty on course for Kyle they're going to be investigating. We'll try to keep you guys updated on that throughout the day. Right now it's looking like there might be a missed VCP, but they have to go through and check everything. And that is our second.
Look at that. So that's CJ Greaves and Brock Hager.
So it looks like they're just going to be battling it out for second out there.
Yeah, and so again, Brock Hager's in a Turbo R, a little bit shorter wheelbase, same width, different engine platform. CJ Greaves in a Pro R. So seeing which one's going to be a benefit in different spots in the course is really cool. And Kyle Cheney is almost out of Aftershock, and after that, he's going to head up Highway 1920, and you have to go up 1920.
Yeah, this will be, now they've gone up Turkey Claw, but Turkey Claw, not a very difficult trail. This will be their first introduction where they're getting into some serious hardcore rock trails where they have to go up the hill. No stranger for most of our current race leaders because, as John has said, a lot of these guys have podiumed in the past and they know how to deal with these trails. But this morning when we had Mr. Dave Colin here, he said that these are going to be some trails that he didn't think these guys would even want to be on, but they've asked for it. So he's throwing the big trails at these cars, and we'll see what happens in the end.
So up in the upper right of the screen, we've got our current standings. Kyle Cheney, Brock Hager, CJ Greaves, Phil Blurton. And again, that's just physical. So doesn't count any penalties or any corrected time.
Yeah, we'll be working through our split times throughout the day. Remember, as we've said many, many times, this is a uncorrected time race, so all of these drivers have to basically go through different sections.
We've got
of the trail.
something going on here. We've got John Seaman, I think it is, that is in front of CJ Greaves and Brock Hager. I'm not seeing that on the standings, or I never saw him pass that. So that's interesting. I never even saw him get past Phil either.
Yeah, if he did, it was early in those rock trails.
Yeah, so that's the bypass right there at the waterfall on Aftershock. I don't know where he came from. I'm trying to see where he started, and I don't even see him. So
yeah, it certainly looks like he jumped up here.
I don't see how this is possible because John Seaman started 48th off the line. He came out of nowhere, and all of a sudden he's second place in Aftershock. So I'm not quite sure how that happened, unless I'm seeing something wrong.
Yeah, John, I don't even remember seeing him come through main pit, so we'll have to get race ops in on that. There may be an issue. He may be slightly off course at this point, but right now we're watching a battle for physical second on the course. This is CJ Greaves and Brock Hager. We've seen Kyle Cheney already come through this section a while ago.
Yeah, he's ahead by quite a bit.
But the other question we have is, as we heard earlier,
okay, we got Brock Hager. Kodog's getting out. He kind of went up on that rock like he's trying to lift up that back tire. That's
certainly looks like they're going
so he's
for
got a flat.
It's a tool bag or a spare. It looks like a spare. Yep.
Yeah. So he's just jacking up his back tire. That's an old trick, just to put your front right tire up on the rock to get the back tire off the ground.
Yeah, it looks like they're making quick work of that.
Both of them out of the car to get that changed quickly.
But that is Brock right there, our physical second car on course. CJ Greaves in front of him.
Third or fourth, depending on what John Seaman's story is.
Yeah, that's the question. We're just going to ignore that right now, John, because I'm with you. I don't think I don't know how that can be possible because we don't even remember seeing him come through main pit.
But here in the duck blind, we don't see everybody.
It's true. We'll put Miles on that. He can run around his wrench mic and figure that out for us.
Yeah, that's a great shot right there, showing how they're getting that rear tire off the ground. Well, they got their jack out too, so not completely using that front tire. So we're getting some bits and pieces that we don't think we've seen John Seaman in Hammertown. So that's a tough break if you cut the course and got off and missed Hammertown.
Yeah, so data from Race Ops is confirming what you just said, John, that, yeah, it looks like he may have had a missed turn out there, skipped Hammertown altogether. But we're spinning this camera around, this drone around. We're going to see if Brock's got any pressure on him, and it certainly doesn't look like it. Looks like our top three cars are kind of pushing through this section all by themselves, which
that's
good
Phil
news
Blurton
for
right
him
there.
with him changing. Oh, no, we got somebody. Is that
pretty sure that's Phil.
That should be Phil Blurton, right? Yeah?
Yeah, that's Phil Blurton.
All right, so that's Phil coming up.
So and then there's Kyle Cheney.
So that's our current race leader.
Check me out. That's a spot I don't know, but I'm assuming that's leading up to Highway 1920. Kyle should make quick time of Highway 1920. There's a couple difficult spots up top, but nothing that should hold him back. Yeah, that looks like 1920 to me.
Yes, I believe you're right. He's headed up through this section right here, so up 1920. But this is just the beginning of the trails where they're going to be, and they're going to be in these trails for quite some time this afternoon. There's a lot of rock miles on this second lap, and a lot of work for these guys to be out there in these trails all afternoon. The good news is it looks like the rain may have stopped raining, which is kind of nice.
It really didn't do much more than sprinkle a little bit.
Yep, so I'm sure everyone will be happy out there on course.
Again, that's our race leader, Kyle Cheney there, Highway 1920.
And I believe this is some of our kids right here. We're going to try to get some numbers off some of these cars. This is our 4900 youth class.
I don't know. I think these are the guys going out on their second lap.
Oh, it could be. Yeah, you could be right, John.
Yeah, that's out Compaction Hill area. So it's Compaction Hill and then down Aftershock up Highway 1920.
There's CJ right there. And I believe that's CJ, is
Yep,
that? Yes,
that's CJ Greaves.
Headed out. Yep.
So that he should be making, yes, he's making his way up to 1920.
Yeah, this is where we just saw our current race leader, Kyle.
Kyle was up this trail quite a bit further.
When we were looking at split times, John, we had about a 6-mile lead for Kyle, but obviously that's all going to change once they get into these rocks. It's going to be a lot harder to sort of pick out a mile difference between the two.
You know, a mile in the desert's a heck of a lot different than a mile in the rocks.
Yep.
But yeah, CJ's at the bottom of the 1920. Probably you wouldn't even count that as 1920 yet.
Yeah, no, he still has to work through this little desert section before they make the turn.
So at the top of 1920, they're going to end up in pit 2. And they hit pit 2 a couple different times, I believe, where they can pit if they need to.
And I'm going to speculate right now, there's probably a good chance that Brock will probably want to pull into pit 2 to replace that tire that we just watched them change.
If you're in the rocks, you're going to want to rack a new tire.
You're going to want to have a good tire, and that's going to cost them even more time. But this is sort of the end of the qualifying course. This is our section of backdoor, or I should say topside of resolution. They have to come down through this.
Yeah, so this is what we're seeing right now is end of lap 1, right before Hammertown.
All right, so we were speculating earlier where we had that car sort of jump into the middle of our leaders, and that was, I believe it was Seaman, right, John?
John Seaman, yes.
Yeah, and we couldn't figure out where the mistake was
where
made.
he helicoptered in from.
Yeah, but if you follow this blue arrow, this would be lap 1 where they head out in the desert loop. We've been watching. They come back down, and they come to this section. These blue arrows would be where he went. Instead of taking the right to come back down into Hammertown, he basically just jumped over and started into the rock section. So this is where he ended up in the mix with our leaders and kind of messed us up right now. So technically he did miss this entire section of course that comes all the way down into Hammertown. But you can get easily lost out in the desert. All right, so that is CJ once again out there. So this would be where we just saw Kyle.
Yep. Yeah, this is the bottom of 1920.
Yeah.
Or midway.
Midway, yeah. Yeah, but like we said earlier, we don't expect this to be an issue, this trail to be an issue at all. Should be very, very easy for
you can see a lot of bypasses here that have been burned in throughout the years of doing 1920. The first time UTVs did 1920 was back in 2013, and there were no bypasses. You had to stay in there.
You were in the rocks,
and,
yeah.
And now, 11 years later, there's all kinds.
All right, so we're getting a race update that number 1948 is out of the race. That's Josh Smith. Sounds like he had a broken A-arm.
Live look there at CJ Greaves, our number 2 physical. He's in Highway 1920. So you can see the old historical trail is down over to CJ's right, and that's a bypass going around some of the rocks. That's Compaction Hill again. You know, you're probably looking at, 10th, 15th place coming up Compaction Hill.
Yeah, these would be competitors that have already made it, obviously, through main pit here in Hammertown, and now they're headed out. This is kind of just the introduction to their second lap here in the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. All right, we're jump back into CJ again.
So Kyle Cheney is probably through 1920 around pit 2. And then after that, they're going to end up going up and over Fisher Mountain. Nothing hard on Fisher Mountain, but after that, you're going to drop down and come down Jack.
Yeah, still lots of rock trails to play around with for sure out there.
So CJ Greaves is working his way. That's getting pretty close to the top of Highway 1920.
Return to home.
Current physical second place. He's shifting to high range there.
All right, so this is, I believe this is one of our Gomez brothers. That could be JP coming down. That's just end of lap 1.
If that's true, he's made up a bunch of time. There's 2 speed UTVs coming down right there. 34.53. Is that Raul?
That could be the 2 of them together.
No, Raul's 34.59. Sorry, I don't have everybody's number memorized.
Oh, and I see a course worker out here with a yellow flag, so there's got to be something coming up for these drivers. Don't see it on screen quite yet, but there might be somebody working on a car. But this is the top section of Outer Limits where we were watching them all through the qualifying in the past couple days. All of our competitors, they come down through here. There's the 34.99.
34.98 is JP Gomez.
Ooh, Tiffany Stone. T-Stone Light. All right, well, once again, keeping with the theme of an action-packed crew here bringing you this race, we're going to throw it out to my friend Tiffany Stone, who's out in remote pit 2, going to give us an update of what we can see out there all day long.
Thanks, guys. Tiffany Stone here at Remote Pit 2. I've got a chance to talk to all the teams and what their competitors and drivers are doing. Right now, the Greaves camp just mentioned that Johnny Greaves, number 22, is out. He's overheated. He's out for the rest of the race. A lot of the other drivers, this is going to be a safety pit for them. Splash of fuel is going to be most what they're looking for, but we also do have some other drivers that are out right now. The number 1018 of Paul Wolff, he is out of that car. Not sure if he's going to go into 7018, so I'll get some updates on that. It also looks like Brock Hager, who did win our Desert Challenge last weekend, it looks like he's possibly going to stop here. The rest of the team is ready to go. They've got the fuel is ready, and they're also probably going to give him a new re-rack since he did get that flat. I'll keep you guys updated with more things happening here at Remote Pit 2. Thanks, guys.
All right, and we're looking at Phil Blurton, who's physically third right in front of Brock Hager. So it looks like Phil made a pass on Brock when Brock was changing his tire out. And that is I believe Phil was just at the top of Highway 1920. So he's not too far behind CJ.
Yeah, no, we've got lots of movement in the top, at least in the top 5. And I heard that information from Tiffany at a remote pit 2, but from the sounds of it, Kyle did not stop at remote pit 2. I think he just kind of kept rolling through.
And we just got a couple little updates there. Michael Lee, it looks like, is out of the race. And then, Johnny Greaves as well. So just when Tiffany was just there giving us an update from remote pit, I don't think that's an optional stop for a lot of these guys. After 1920, they don't have to, and they kind of can skirt it, but they can drop down into pit 2 if they need to for any reason. So that's why she didn't see Kyle, because Kyle didn't drop in there.
Because he stopped here in main pit.
Yeah.
The question will be, are we going to see Brock slide in there and grab another tire?
I would expect him to drop another tire. That'd be kind of silly with all the rocks you've got to go through not to take that opportunity.
Yeah, grabbing it, because we know that he's carrying a flat right now.
I think that's Matt Wilson. He might be, I'm not 100% on that, but I think that's Matt Wilson. Oh, that's in Turkey Claw, I think.
Yeah, I believe that's just outside Hammertown in Turkey Claw.
Oh, there's Cole Clark. We haven't seen him in forever.
There we go, making quick work.
And is that Robby right next to him?
I believe that is Robby. I did notice his UTV was wearing a different color scheme than everybody else's, but yeah.
So Cole Clark, he started 3rd off the line, so he must have had some issues somewhere, and he was neck and neck there with Robby Gordon. So Cole Clark is in that stretched single-seat Polaris Razor RS1. And again, I think that's Matt Wilson trying to recover. That's a tough spot to try to winch to try to flip that back over. Oh, there's our race leader, Kyle Cheney.
Yeah, and right there, that is our current race leader right now. That is Kyle Cheney.
Okay, so Kyle Cheney, that right there is the entrance to Sledgehammer.
Yeah.
So he's finished Fisher Mountain. He's going over to Jackhammer right now. He has to go up on the ridge, and he's going to drop down Jackhammer.
Yeah, so if he hung a left there and went straight, that's the traditional entrance into Sledge. So as you said, he hung a right and he's headed over. So that's a good point. So let's keep I'm going to start an unofficial stopwatch, and let's see when CJ comes.
He made some time there.
He did. So here we go. I'd love being able to use my unofficial stopwatch, John.
That's assuming we're going to see CJ.
Oh, I'm sure we will. We won't miss that. I swear we won't.
All right. Travis Zollinger there coming down Aftershock. Travis started in the top 10. He was number 7th off the line. Number 7.
But right now we have Kyle Cheney out in front, but we still have a long day in these rocks. We have multiple trails for these guys to run through, and we've seen changes in that 2nd, 3rd place, and 4th place multiple times so far just in the first few rock trails. Plus there's still the issue that Race Ops is dealing with that we talked about earlier, where we're trying to figure out if Kyle did miss that VCP early on in the race.
Yep. Yeah, that could be a big deal.
It's
and maybe Kyle already knows that.
Well, that could be why he could be looking at it and saying, if I'm going to be hit with a 5-minute penalty, I got to put a few extra minutes between me and everybody else.
More than a few.
Yes, well, yes, 5.
That's a lot. There's Kyle right there. So this is before you're dropping into Jackhammer. You end up way up high. If we pan, we're going to see Hammers right there. That was Hammertown. So he's way up high, and he's going to drop down, and you'll get into Jackhammer. This is always kind of a sketchy part going the opposite direction because it's kind of, you're up on a ridge. There's a great view of Hammertown.
It is. There we are.
Man, That's a money shot right there. Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah, as you were saying, John, it sometimes running these trails backwards, it's especially if they get ridden a lot at night or the day before, because the rocks get pushed around up the trail as the vehicles are crawling up the trail, and then you're coming down it. You sometimes end up encountering a lot more loose rock when you're coming down through some of these trails. But he's certainly doing very, very well, making quick work of this section of the trail.
He's moving.
Yeah.
You know, these guys, where traditionally we'd be in low range, he's in high, just moving. I want one of those, that helicopter shot back there in a photo blown up as a picture on my wall. That was a fantastic shot.
We could arrange that for you, John.
Okay, thank you.
Now let's talk about that a little bit, John. You'd mentioned that he's in high range. How has the technology changed in these UTVs as some of the bigger ones have gotten away from the belt drive and the CVT transmission and having multiple gears to choose from? Is that one of the reasons why these guys don't always have to be in low range?
Well, and plus you've got just gobs of power. The Maverick R's got 240 horsepower stock. He's probably got it bumped up a little bit from there, just with a little tune. So, I mean, he's probably pushing, 270, something like that. Pretty easy.
And then now he has actual gear ratios to choose from in that car.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of these guys are paddle shifting between gears when they're in low range. So we're getting word that Kyle may have a flat. I didn't see it, but our buddy Fish
our
is
buddy
whispering.
Fish is probably sitting on his couch at his house somewhere while but we're trying to figure out how he would know that. But my speculation is he's probably hacked their Starlink and he's getting their Railcar Live data updates, because that's how Fish rolls. So, but yeah, right now. We just watched, as we said, Kyle Cheney come through that set. Oh,
there's Kyle
right there.
coming down Jack right now. So that's almost all the way through Jack. He's at the bottom.
Yeah, making quick work of that section. So it's down Jack.
Okay, zoom in on the tires. So if Kyle has a flat, he's in a rough spot because he cannot pit. Well, he's got a spare. So
he does still have a spare, but he's got to go down Jack, down Tumbleweed, and then he's got to turn around and come up Tack Hammer, and then they're into Laser Nut Alley.
Well, in Chocolate Thunder's no joke.
Yeah, they're going to be over in Chocolate Thunder, which will be sort of the next sort of easy one for us to see. We'll be able to see him right from Hammertown as he comes down Idle Issues and heads up Chocolate Thunder. That will be really where we'll see a flat tire if he's in that loose sand at the bottom of Chocolate Thunder.
Yeah, and maybe he's just trying to work himself into a good spot to actually change it. Or maybe Fish didn't see what he thought he saw.
I don't know. I'll trust Fish on this. He's
pretty
right.
He's pretty good at that
I
stuff.
don't know how he does it. He's got like a.
Oh, there we go. There's Kyle Cheney right now.
Yeah, Kyle Cheney. That's into a check.
Stop
no,
check.
Well, I think he said right front. Look at that.
That
that
does
Fish,
look flat.
He's so smart.
Yeah.
Look,
Fish,
I'm telling
Fish
you, he's
has got
hacked their
eyes.
Starlink. That's what it is. Fish.
Both of them out. So Cass LaCroix is his co-dog. And that's a big 35-inch tire, so both of them out and going to make quick work of that.
Approached edge of altitude zone. Home point updated. Takeoff.
So we're getting some split information that Kyle is about 7 minutes in front of CJ Greaves. But if he gets a 5-minute penalty for that VCP,
he's really only 2 minutes
that's
ahead.
2 minutes,
and
he's
losing time
changing
right now,
a tire right now.
But the other big question is when did that tire go flat? Because he was making very good time.
Yeah, it's going to take longer than 2 minutes to swap this tire out, so game on.
Looks like they're fighting A lot of these jacks that you're watching right now, that's use the impact to run the jack up, it grabs the lower A-arm. Yeah, it looked like they were kind of struggling slightly getting that jack moving, but I think they were just getting everything positioned and getting the tire off. Yeah, it looks like now they've got it up high enough, probably going to pull the tire off.
Well, getting the flat off is one thing, but getting a new tire on that's not flat might be another.
And then the other issue, as we talked about before, we watched Brock change his flat early, so we're speculating that we're going to see him into remote 2 to get a spare. Kyle now doesn't have a spare. When's his next chance to replace that tire?
Yeah, and I could be off on that, but I think they could stop at pit 2 for that. I'm
I
not
think
100%.
there's another chance for them to get around into pit 2, but it's not for it's quite a few rock trails. I believe they have to get through still.
Yeah. Let's hope Kyle and Cash remember that their tool bag is down the hill a little bit from them. That would be a bummer to take off and forget your tool bag. Oh, there we go. Good job, Cash.
Yep, Cash out there grabbing it up.
All right, looks like the good news, it looks like that tire is on, but certainly more than 2 minutes here.
Oh, yeah.
So that's critical.
I had started our little unofficial split time stopwatch right before they stopped as we were waiting for CJ, and they were well over 5 minutes getting that tire changed.
Yeah, so we're I'm expecting CJ is in jackhammer.
Yeah, so what we're going to do is
there's the bottom of jack.
Yeah, we're going to run this drone over, and we're going to be looking for CJ to come through here.
Is that CJ right there?
No, that's the same drone.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that was the same drone watching. That's Kyle and I'm just finishing up their tire change. So we're gonna get that drone to spin around.
So that's the top, the ridge at the top of jack.
We're gonna get the big helicopter over in there.
And that's
so that I believe that. Okay, there's one we're looking for.
Whoa, I'm getting dizzy. There we go.
That could be him.
That Brock Hager maybe.
That's
CJ.
That's CJ. So that is CJ right there, but that would be Brock behind him.
Okay,
so we've now seen both of them. We've seen Brock back behind him, just very, very close.
Okay, so CJ's a ways behind because he's got to climb this hill and go on the ridge at the top of jack and then go down jack.
And,
so
he isn't even in jack
there's
yet.
more than 5 minutes right there.
Yeah.
So we're getting word that Phil Blurton is just a couple minutes behind CJ, and Hager is just a few seconds behind Phil Blurton.
On adjusted time, yeah. So we've got a lot of things at play here because we have physical on course, plus we have all of our adjusted times to look at. But right now, what you're watching in your screen, this is the ridge shot that John was talking about earlier, where we're going to see Hammertown in the background. So it was a while ago when Kyle was here. So there's definitely more than 5 minutes between these two guys.
Yeah, absolutely more than 5 minutes. And we haven't got any update on any of the penalties or anything going on with Kyle yet. So a lot of things in play.
And also still early in these rock trails. I mean, we have a list up here of all the rock trails these guys are going to run through, and they haven't even gone through a third of the trails on this list yet. There's still a long...
No, and a lot of hard trails coming up.
Yeah, so the next trail that we will expect to see our leader move into, he'll be coming down Idle Issues and then heading over up into Chocolate Thunder. That was CJ Greaves. We're going to expect him to get into Jackhammer next.
So Tumbleweed, I think we should expect to see Kyle Cheney here in a moment.
Yeah, well, I think this is where we'll see Kyle.
Coming out, yeah, that's a look up towards Jack. or Sledge and Jack. There he is.
Right there.
And that's looking back towards Wrecking Ball, where they're head later. And Winner's Choice. You can actually see Winner's Choice over there. That's a new trail for this year.
So this is our current physical race leader right now, Kyle Cheney. We saw him and Cash get out, change that tire. But even though it probably cost him about 5 minutes,
He doesn't look like he's going that fast.
No, he does seem to be moving that fast at all, which is a question for what's going on. But while we watch him make his way through this section of the course, we're going to take a quick break from the action here in Johnson Valley, California. Remember, this is the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers presented by Nitto, powered by Optima Batteries. And today it's all about the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. If you got that premium feed, you're not going to miss any of the action. For everyone else, we're going to be back shortly.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sort you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Oh, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Ah, yee! Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
A name synonymous with severe duty work. Born from the need for equipment that would withstand the forces of off-pavement travel. Made to get you in and built to get you out. 75 years later, we walk the same path, innovating an industry forward. Because when you go worn, you go prepared.
Whatever you drive, however you drive. AMSOIL specially engineers lubricants to maximize power, performance, and protection in your vehicles, so you can work hard and play hard with confidence. Order online at amsoil.com.
Dirty fingernails, mud in your hair, cuts and bruises out of nowhere. It is brutal, but I wouldn't change a thing.
King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail conquering Bronco.
All right, we are back in the action. That is Aftershock. It looked like Brian Deegan right there. I didn't see the number on the guy in front of him.
Yeah, lots of action here in Johnson Valley for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. We're getting some updates from some racers what I'm going to call it the musical chairs class, John. That's what I'm going to call it. So Paul, I just got an update that Paul Wolff did get back, was able to get into the other UTV, but the UTV that he started with is broken. And speaking of broken UTVs,
Whew. So that's Turkey Claw, and we got.
Is this that's a Kawasaki?
That's a Kawasaki KRX,
Yeah.
and then the Speed UTV on the right.
It looks like we might have a few broken vehicles in there. We got lots of co-drivers out, working their way on that. You can see that popular line to the left is obviously not usable. So everyone's headed up into that rock
stacked.
section.
That's when you got to get your co-dog out and just everybody help get
Everybody get to
everybody
work,
else out
yep.
of the way, because it's not helping you just sitting there waiting in line.
No, but we've got that Kawasaki that Kawasaki's on its side. You can see the co-dog has got the winch set up. They're trying to pull it sideways
so
over.
you can't go to the left because of that winch line.
Correct, and so that has forced everybody into these rocks
And
to the right.
The right line is the hardest line.
Oh, it's very difficult, yes. You know, this is the second UTV we've seen on its side in this exact bypass section right here, John.
Oh, look at that. The Speed just tugged the other guy.
Pulling him up,
right up there. They might have just decided to help each other.
So what number's on that? That's a 34.
I think that's JP.
I was going to say, that's one of the Gomez, 3498.
And there's Kyle Cheney.
Oh, that's Kyle Cheney. So that is coming. I think that's
Chocolate Thunder.
Now that's him coming down idle issues. Yeah, that's it. I was going to say they should be going up Chocolate Thunder. So that's coming down idle issues. Then they turn right. This is where we had qualifying last year. For those of you who don't recognize it, this is so this is the base of Chocolate Thunder. So that puts him through Chocolate Thunder right now. But up here in your screen, we can see some split times at the 1:04:31 mile mark.
Yeah, and this is a pretty tough spot right here. That's a great view of some of these rocks. It's Chocolate Thunder is not a walk in the park.
The hard part about Chocolate Thunder, and we talk about this every single year, is Chocolate Thunder is one of the go-to trails for all the people out here at night who want to go wreck wheeling. So you can go and pre-run Chocolate Thunder all you want, but when you get out there the next day, it changes. And look at that. You can see
run.
that Kyle was headed to the
Nice
right,
run
and
by
I'll bet
Kyle.
you he saw that everybody had moved those rocks around, and he took that high left line. But yeah, making quick work of Chocolate Thunder. Good for him.
Yeah, I'd call Chocolate Thunder dynamic.
It gets modified. But right now, so now that we have Kyle through that bottom section, Chocolate Thunder, I've gone ahead and once again started my unofficial stopwatch here,
There you
John,
go.
because we will see our next driver through that section.
I'm guessing CJ is probably at the bottom of Jack about now.
So what's your speculation as to the split time we got between these two guys?
I'm going to say that's probably more like 8 minutes.
7 to 8 minutes, we think. All right. Right now on the last mile marker that we got them on timing, there is almost a 7-minute gap. Well, it's actually exactly 7 minutes between Kyle Cheney and CJ. As we jump back into, this is Turkey Claw. We still have some recovery going on. I'm wondering, John, if this Kawasaki, would that be a single driver? It didn't look like it was a driver-co-driver going on there.
I wouldn't think so. Okay, so Kyle right there, Kyle Cheney, he's going to be working his way back over to Winner's Choice. Going up Jack north, coming down Bender Alley, bottom part of Wrecking Ball down, and then a loop back around up Winner's Choice, and then up Wrecking Ball. So he's through Chocolate Thunder, just behind that mountain. First set of hills, mountains, whatever, and then you'll get into the more traditional Hammers trails.
Yeah, car's still looking good. And so the next question will be that we're going to watch him and see when he gets through, where will we see him will he make an option to get in there and get another spare tire? Because he is carrying a flat spare at this point in time.
So he will have a chance after it's a ways away.
Yeah, he's still got some miles to go before
all those
he can
things
jump.
I just called off. After you get to the top of Wrecking Ball, you're going to hit Blue Dot, go down Thor's Hammer, and then you choose your adventure, as you were calling it.
Yep.
You got to go up Upper Big Johnson, and then you can get to Pit 2.
Yeah, remote Pit 2.
So, there's John Seaman. So, John is the one that
we were watching earlier with the
cut the course.
Cut the course, unfortunately.
And I'm not exactly sure what we got going on.
That looks like is that the sand section just outside of?
That's right by
Sledge?
her problem.
Yeah.
I don't know why we're running to the top of the hill.
I'm wondering if they're looking for a course clarification.
It's either that or he's thinking they're still racing and he's going to town for something.
Could be. Could be headed. That's a long.
I would not want to do that run.
No, that is a long walk.
If you pan
down.
around, you could actually see Hammertown from right there, and it's probably a solid mile. He's taking his helmet off like he's going to go for a run. Whew. All right, back to Aftershock.
Yeah, we got a little bit of action in here right now. We're just trying to get a number on that car for you. All right, so this is...
That's Hubert right there.
Is that Hubert?
Finishing up his first lap, coming down Resolution.
Yeah, so that's that section of Resolution that we've been watching for 3 days out there with all the qualifying. So that's good old Hubert.
So Kyle Cheney should be going up Jack North right now. After that, there's a bypass going over. Oh, there you go. CJ Greaves, Chocolate Thunder.
All right, so my unofficial stopwatch here puts him only 4 minutes.
Whoa.
Behind.
Holy smokes, CJ.
Now, that's based on just when they both were at that one section in Chocolate Thunder. So, interesting here. He's pulling up and he's doing the exact same thing we saw Kyle do.
My line changed.
Yeah, where did all these rocks come from?
And there goes Phil Blurton.
A little bit of pass action in cam. Oh, look at this. That's Phil Blurton. This is amazing. In-car action coming to you from Chocolate Thunder. Look at that.
Yeah, that's a shot of her problem back there.
There we go. Oh, so look what happened. It's here.
Yeah.
I think what we had is we had a little bit of a delay on that in-car feed.
Yeah.
So this is CJ. He's trying to take that exact same line. This would be a pass for second, but possibly first on corrected
that's
time.
a tough line there Phil's trying to take.
Yeah, so Phil's trying to take what would be the traditional line that we always used to take, was up to the right and kind of pivot around that rock. But as we were talking before, this just turns into a playground at night.
It's a mess.
It just, everything gets moved around. That's going to be a very, very difficult climb. But at the same time, you've got CJ over here basically plugging up
CJ's Kodak's getting out. Looks like they're going to winch.
Yeah, so this might be a position where it might just be better for Phil just to wait and also winch through that section.
Safe way to go.
Yep.
Unless Phil's going to give him a little tap. Phil could just. Oh, and you got Brock Hager right there.
There's Brock Hager right there. So there's 2, 3, 4 on the race course right there. But the bigger issue here is, so that's 2, 3, 4.
Ticking time off.
Ticking time off slowly. We saw CJ at only, according to our unofficial stopwatch, only a 4-minute gap. And now they're just burning time because Kyle had no problem on this trail.
Okay, so all the Kodogs are getting out.
And they're planning for a long winch pull.
So I would go over to the right if I was Brock.
Yeah.
Pick a totally different line.
Everyone's going to be out there hooking up winch lines, trying to get up. They may be looking for an alternate winch point at this point.
So it looks like Brock Hager's Kodog is helping CJ's.
My thought process here is I don't see why. I guess CJ had to get to a winch anchor at that point. That's a really long.
That's
pull.
a long pull.
Yeah, when you're looking at a pull that long, that makes me wonder if possibly is there something wrong with CJ's car.
That's a good shot right there.
But while this is happening, Kyle is running away in that first place position. He needs all this time to just burn through. Yeah, it looks like CJ's planning to pull all through this rock section here, John.
Well, they've got the truck up there with the he's got a line off of him, so they're using that as a pull point. There's really not a whole bunch else to pull from.
This is true.
Yeah, they're all getting their worn winches out, getting ready to pull themselves up the hill.
Yeah, and it looks like Brock might be doing, there is a winch anchor up here to the right. There's actually an embedded winch anchor in the rock up in there. I can't tell exactly where it is from this shot, but when we go out and wheel this trail, there is like a bolted anchor for that right, but it does look like CJ's finally made his way up through.
You got Phil's co-dog Chris out of the car, getting ready to winch him up.
Looks to me like Brock looks to me like Brock might be trying what your suggestion was to, if you're going to use the winch, get up on the right, and
Brock's co-dog I think is Max Eddy Jr.
Here's the question though, John. Look at CJ. There's really no reason why CJ shouldn't be able to drive up.
He should be able to wheel that.
See, Brock's headed into that. So there is an anchor up in there. There, see I think it's right up by that course worker. You can see him throwing that winch line up there. He's got his worn winch basically free spooling out. There's the in-car right there for Phil Blurton.
Yeah, Phil's got that big worn RC9 winch, so great power from that. You can see it right up front there. It's a great spot. Ah, nice.
There we go. So now Phil's going around. So let's take a look.
Something's going on
with CJ's car, because let's watch it here when they try to winch it. From that in-car cab, it looked like it was only the rear digging. I could be wrong.
No,
the front's
front
pulling. So they could but are both front pulling, John?
It could be a three-wheel thing.
Yeah, it looks like Brock has given up on his plan to go into the big rocks. There is a line to the far left there. That's where we see a lot of the 4400s go.
So Phil's co-dog's out there.
It looks like both fronts are pulling. Looks like Brock is, look at that. Brock didn't even have to winch.
Get it, Phil.
Phil's working on getting up. All right, looks like CJ's making his way through.
Battle for second going on here. This is epic.
So this is amazing.
So CJ's through.
CJ is through right now.
He's got to get that winch line back in, get his co-dog back in the car, and get on it. A lot of times you just pick up the cable and throw it in the car.
Oh, and look at this. Poor Brock. He made his way up, and he's getting just pushed back down the trail by Phil as Phil resets. But right now, I think I'm hearing in our headsets that our youth may be making their way back into Hammertown as all this action breaks down. We've been waiting to see these kids out there on that race lap get back into Hammertown. They should be coming down through our rock trails.
There you go. Phil made a...
There we go. Phil making a big move. There we go. That's what you want to see. He's got a lot of winch line out to dig back in, though. Yeah, look at that. There we go. Oh, I bet you that thing just carried the front wheels probably 20 feet. But the big news with everything that we sat there and watched unfold is how much that helped Kyle Cheney.
Yeah, huge. That was another 5 minutes. I didn't set the timer there.
Hold on, I sort of did.
Sort of.
Yeah, it's 7 minutes worth of wasted time on that. So that's a lot of.
That's a game changer. So that's Brock Hager right there, making his way out of Chocolate Thunder. So Phil's in front of him, and CJ's in front of Phil. It's kind of neat seeing the cars with the Starlinks on the roof.
Yeah, so we've seen a lot of action. We saw a lot of action in that second, third, and fourth spot unfold at Chocolate Thunder. The man who's going to be happy about all of that is Kyle Cheney, because he had no issues getting up through that part of the trail.
He backed up and then
shot it. Reset, took that far left line.
And there's a look. He's going to head down and off to the right there and head up Jack North.
I thought we would be able to see CJ in front of him, but I didn't. All right, I believe this is some of our youth. don't know if this would be one of our youth competitors, but this is where we'll be expecting to see them shortly.
I don't know if the youth would be coming down resolution. That's Reslin. You might be right. That's.
I think they come down resolution, but not down back door.
No, he's Reslin's in a Pro Stock Turbo.
There we go.
So this is not youth.
It's not a youth
I was
competitor,
going to say,
but
I'd want to be a youth in a Can-Am Maverick R.
I was going to say that'd be pretty sweet ride for your youth race.
I want Dad to do that for me.
All right, so what we're doing is we're waiting for some of our youth to come in through here.
This is live look at Aftershock. That's kind of the bypass of the waterfall at the top. That's Bryce Sparks. He's a rookie. And Brian Tilton in front of him.
All right, we're going to throw it down to Miles. I believe Miles has some of our youth coming into town right now. Let's hear it, Miles.
So Colin Waggoner comes first across the finish line, number 53. Colin Waggoner, unofficial first place finisher for the Youth 1000. So cool to see these young kids out there. It looked like he had a radius rod in the back. Yeah, that left rear's got a radius rod issue for sure, but Colin Waggoner is here in town for our first ever Youth 1000 race. They have got to be pumped. What a great, great run by these young guys and gals. So cool to see. I know I've got a lot of my good friends out there riding along, and it's so much fun. And it's just a great spot, a great deal to see where they go. And just getting big thumbs up, Colin Waggoner. Wow, what a great run they had. All smiles from everybody. And again, the car looks like it's in pretty good shape. This is ages up to 17. Left rear's a little tweaked, but it's still rolling. So you know that rear bearing's a little tough, but so Colin Waggoner in town first for the Youth 1000. I see a few more UTVs coming through. First finisher for the Youth 1000. They got to be excited. So we'll bring them up on stage here in a little bit. So I'll save the action for that. But they got to be excited again. Lots of smiles from inside the cab for Colin Waggoner. So I wait for a few more to see how it all pans out. Remember, this race is on adjusted time as well. And I think we got about a roughly 5-minute split there. So it's going to be down to the wire, but I'm pretty sure he should have it. So while we wait for a few more to come on in, I'll send it back to John and Ian.
Thanks, Miles. Great to see those youth kids coming in from the race. I think we got another one coming up here shortly. We'll throw it back down to Miles. As we said, that's a completely different class racing today, so we're going to have some adjusted times. We'll have race ops working on that. But as these youth racers come into Hammertown, they're finishing up that big, long desert loop. I'm sure they had a great time out there racing. It was good to hear Miles talking to our unofficial first across the line. But right now we're also keeping an eye on Kyle Cheney, who we have seen basically stretch his lead out a little bit based on what was happening in Chocolate Thunder as we watched our second, third, and fourth car get hung up with a lot of winching. So I'm sure Kyle is quite excited about that. All right, I'm going to throw it back down to my good friend Miles with his wrench mic. He's going to give us some more updates from the infield.
Thank you, Ian. I see Dylan Trent out there. He just came across our physical second position finisher. And could that be Peyton Dumford possibly as well? A physical third. So 2 and 3 is going to be really close. And there's, remember, adjusted times roughly 5 minutes. So Colin Waggoner out front, Dylan Trent in that second, and then Peyton Dumford, the Dirt Princess herself, in that third position. Again, I'm just going to speculate, but that's 1, 2, 3 physically across for the first annual Youth 1000. What a great run there. Father-daughter across the line, physically in third. We'll see how it all shakes out on adjusted time. But wow, what a great run had by all. So much fun out here. Who's this fourth one? Oh, that's Aiden Gilbert, just seconds behind Peyton Dumford. So Aiden Gilbert and Casey Gilbert, fourth across the line. Again, adjusted time. We'll see how it all shakes out. But man, oh man, what a great effort by all these young guys and gals. They have to have an 18-year-old responsible co-driver. We use that word a little loosely as we see Peyton Dumford and Jarrell, and then Aiden and Casey Gilbert, third and fourth. So it's going to be down to timing between our top three, but so exciting to see the future of our sport out here having fun for the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. This is the UTV Can-Am Hammers Championship for the Youth 1000. Was a great day of action. The weather's a little iffy, but hey, we're having fun. Ian, John, back to you guys.
Thanks, Miles. Appreciate that. It's great to see those kids make it in from that big desert loop. Right now, we are cutting to some in-car footage with Cameron Sorensen out there on the race course. This is so cool to see live feed from the lake bed of the car actually out in the dirt. You can see how it's making quick work of that desert. Now, at the same time, we are working. These cars that we're looking at right here will be just finishing up their basically their first lap. And while we look for our leader out on course, we're going to take a quick break from the action. Don't forget, if you subscribe to our premium feed, you'll be staying with us here live from Johnson Valley. This is the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto, powered by Optima Batteries. And today we are racing the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. We'll be back shortly with an update from the lake bed.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Whoa. Hey, they tryna block all my blessings. They thought I lost the snapping. I bet on me and my team. ISO is what I'm rapping.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Break free from the daily grind with Sylvania LED off-road lights and put your skills to the test. Because adventure begins with seeing where no one else has before.
John Matthews, officially first place in the 4,500 Yukon.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Johnson Valley, California. We are in the mix of the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. I am going to hand my headset off to someone who hasn't been here in a while, but this is another Mr. UTV. He's going to be in the mix here. So, John, it's been great racing with you today. I'm sure I'll see you later today. You're going to stick around till the winter comes in. You're not going anywhere. I'm going to hand this off to my good friend Casey. Casey, here you go.
So, if you were on the premium feed, you got some epic shots there of current second, third, and fourth position battling it out. They are bumper on bumper. It's amazing. Right now we got the in-car, and I love this shot because these guys, Cameron Sorensen, they've got two different GoPros going on, so you get a view of them and out the front. So I'm expecting our first place finisher to be in here probably by 1 o'clock, which is a 4-hour finish time, which is crazy. So that's back Compaction Hill. Didn't quite get a look at that number. Out Aftershock. Probably looking at guys that are somewhere around 30th or so coming down Aftershock. What do you think?
Yeah, they're pretty far back there still.
Maybe 30th, somewhere in there. Looks like we got a problem with that car.
Looks like he's far enough off course that we can get around him.
Yeah, that's that bypass right there at the waterfall. Rain is starting to come down here a little bit more seriously in Hammertown.
Yeah, I wonder what it's like in those rock trails. Those rocks definitely get slick when they're wet. Those canyons are probably all formed by water coming through them.
Well, the weather that has been threatening to come is here. It's taken a while.
Hammertown's starting to empty out here right now. Everyone's taking shelter. Another car offline.
Up. Ben Jones making his way down Aftershock. He's in Pro Stock Turbo. Trent Roberts behind him. It's back over to Compaction Hill. Ah, there we go. Live look at CJ Greaves and Phil Blurton. So this is coming up Wrecking Ball, if I'm not mistaken. So they've already made their way up Winner's Choice, and now they're on Wrecking Ball. Or is that? No, that's coming down Full of Hate? I think that's Full of Hate. They're going to turn up to Clawhammer. Yeah, so they've already made their way through Wrecking Ball. So CJ Greaves right in front of Phil Blurton there. Before this, Brock Hager had made a move during a commercial and was in front of CJ. So it'd be interesting to see if Brock is still in front. Back over to Chocolate Thunder. Couple more competitors getting ready to take on that tough spot. We saw CJ and Phil Blurton and Brock Hager struggle on.
Big wheel stand there. That was great.
That's a really tough line. You're all undercut. That's Dustin Robbins. He started 16th off the line.
Driving over him.
Might be Nathan Parker on that left line. I don't see a number, but I think that might be. No, I'm wrong. Nathan Parker. It is Nathan Parker.
151.
All right. My eyes didn't deceive me. So that's Nathan Parker next to Dustin Robbins. Both CT Raceworks chassis, Maverick X3s. Actually, Nathan's co-dog is Alex Reed. He owns CT Raceworks. And then that's Robert Liebel, I believe, coming in between them, behind there. All right, so these guys are trying two different winch points. They've got recovery vehicles up there, and they've got tow points to hook into a strap. Again, the rain's coming down, so Chocolate Thunder, the rocks are getting just a little bit wet. It's not soaked yet, but that's going to start coming into play.
Yeah, these guys are going to start putting a lot of strain on their winches, their batteries, their charging systems, everything, trying to winch up those slick rocks today.
There is Brock Hager. So
he'd be behind.
So he's
Phil
behind C.J. Greaves and Phil Blurton. Somewhere along the lines, he got passed. So that was coming down full of hate and going up Clawhammer. So right after Clawhammer is the point where you're going to hit Blue Dot and Thor's Hammer, and where you can make your decision on whether you take Medusa, Bigfoot, or Upper Big Johnson. Yeah, you can see the rain coming down even on that helicopter shot. Still some dust coming up off those cars as they're making their way up Compaction Hill, though, so it's not soaked in. So we got Cole Clark there getting position behind Nathan Parker. Oh, that's Mitch Guthrie Jr. right there. His co-dog is a good friend of mine, Blake Vanderloo. I've co-dogged for him, and he's co-dogged for me. They're both kings. Blake Vanderloo, I think 2016, and Mitch Guthrie Jr. in 2018 and 2019. He's making his way down full of hate, so just behind Brock Hager.
Looks like they're all kind of getting stacked up, catching each other, huh?
So that would put, Mitch would be 5th physical.
Let's see if Blurton and Greaves made it through there, or if he's going to get right behind him.
Back over to Aftershock. Tyler Parks right there in front of Mark McCleary, I believe.
See some smoke up there. Looks like maybe someone either is burning some tires or is on their lid.
You ran back. All right, so we just got John Seaman's co-dog. He hiked back from Her Problem. They accidentally cut the course and ran out of gas over by Her Problem. So he hiked all the way back over here from Her Problem. They're out of the race, as expected. Adam Brown there on the left with his co-dog out. Rich Birch in front of him. Tyler Parks in the mix there too.
Got the pass around him.
Yeah, so that's Dustin Robbins, if I'm not mistaken, making his way down after Chocolate Thunder. Background music. Why is that on? It's a live look at backdoor there. Coming down on lap 1. I don't hear. Yeah, so he's taking the bypass there. That's lap 1 coming around. So coming down off a resolution, took the bypass instead of dropping off a back door.
Sorry, I missed the beginning of the race, John. Why don't you catch me up? Because I don't even know what's going on.
Well, right now we've got, we assume at the moment, Kyle Cheney's still out front. Right behind him by about, probably about almost 10 minutes is CJ Greaves, followed by Phil Blurton and Brock Hager and Mitch Guthrie Jr. That's the top 5. And they are all, well, the guys, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th are right about coming down Thor's Hammer. So they're right coming up at choose your path down there, whether it's going to be Medusa, Bigfoot. Yes, Kyle's already through. He's out in front by probably 10 minutes.
He's in the bottom outer limits right now. I have Phil and CJ coming down Thor's almost to that turn to Medusa's. How did Kyle go through? Did he go up Big Johnson?
We did not see that.
Okay.
So we got Bryce Menzies right now in Chocolate Thunder. He's going to winch. And Brian Deegan coming up beside him, trying to take a hard line. That we haven't seen any success on that right side.
The right side is looking different than normal.
Chocolate Thunder is definitely a bit of a mess. Okay, so Brian Deegan's Co-Dog's getting out. Same with Bryce Menzies. They're both going to winch. There's 2 different winch spots there on Chocolate Thunder.
Yep, Jeremy Dickinson and O-Ring probably in Bryce's car as usual.
Oren was Mitch Guthrie's Jr.'s co-dog for qualifying, but not for the race. That's Matt Zeiler right there. Coming down full of hate. Going to make a turn and come up Clawhammer. So Matt might be in physical 6th place right now.
Yeah, not too far back. He's in that same mix of all those guys up front.
We have 7 use before the stage, and Kyle Cheney's going to come in and win the race in about 25 minutes.
So that's Matt Zeiler again working his way up Clawhammer. After Clawhammer, you hit Blue Dot, and then Thor's coming down Thor's Hammer.
Can we get any kind of aerial shot over towards Medusa with any camera shots on that side of the world at all?
There's Brian Deegan in Chocolate Thunder.
It looks like Blurton is going around through the Big Johnson farthest, the longest way around, but definitely the easiest way around. All of them are going to do that.
Great shot of Brian Deegan right there. We've only seen one car make it through Chocolate Thunder without winching, and that's our physical race leader, Kyle Cheney. Everybody else has winched, as far as I've seen.
I saw a guy do a wheel stand, grab up on the back wheels.
But I don't think he carried it through all the way. Well, he was trying to take that right side, and that's a little tough. That rock's pretty undercut right there.
It sure looks like it changed a lot, too.
So again, that's Bryce Menzies on the left. Brian Deegan on the right. Cody Willenborg behind that. That's Cole Clark in his stretched RS1.
Deegan getting through there before Bryce. Jeremy Dickinson doing the work, getting out there and hooking up that worn winch line and getting him going. Looks like he's getting belted in.
Have you seen that the rocks are tacking up, or are they getting slippery?
They're getting pretty slippery, Dave. I mean, you try and walk on them and you're slipping all over. And with rubber on wet granite and rocks like that, it is slick as a button. Guys, we have the Youth Awards coming up on the stage right now.
Fantastic. We'll hand the mic over to Pam here in a second. She will do some interviews. Pam Hall.
Pam, it's off to you. Go ahead.
All right, we're passing it off to Pam Hall for the youth finish.
Checking her mic.
All right, right here now with Colin Waggoner. You just finished our first Futures 1000 class. How are you feeling right now?
Very good.
Well, right now everything is unofficial. We're letting you guys go by. Take those pictures. So it's going to be a short and sweet right now, but you came in physically first, so I'm sure you're feeling really good.
Yep.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your finish, and hopefully we will have your back up here for the podiums here in just a little bit.
All right, thank you.
Back to the booth.
All right, Deegan is making his way through. Definitely didn't see Bryce behind him. I thought he would winch up right about the same time, but.
And I just heard from out in the field that Kyle Cheney has a flat.
And it looks like the number 7 is still sitting there. They didn't make it up that water climb. So Deegan got quite a ways in front of him already.
So that says Wrecking Ball there, but that's actually heading, he's going to be heading up Jack North before that. It goes up Jack North and over to Wrecking Ball, or at Bender Alley, down Wrecking Ball, and up Winner's Choice, and Wrecking Ball again up. Yeah, so Bryce is kind of struggling here, and that's forcing everybody else in Chocolate Thunder to take that right line. Back to Brian Deegan. He's making his way up to Jack North.
Jack North's one of the canyons that actually flows water too. So
That could be interesting.
Well, I don't think it's raining that hard for water flowage yet. Let's hope.
Honestly, I can't even see Fissure Mountain from here. It's covered in clouds.
Yeah, so that run over the top of the ridge on top of Jack has got to be interesting at the moment. Oh, there's CJ Greaves. So that so they are through Thor's Hammer, upper back door. They're heading towards pit 2, correct?
that is correct.
Yep, they'll drop down that big hill and go into the pit.
So we're probably looking at physical second position right there with CJ Greaves.
So CJ came out of it before Phil.
Yeah, so Phil should be right behind CJ. He was on his bumper. That's Hubert Rowland. Hubert's heading back out on his second lap.
He's already out of race mile. He's actually making the turn right now. He's in the second lap. He would build the best line road camera. Not sure about that. That's resolution back door. See him flopping on the way down. Cheney is through outer limits.
There's Brock Hager. So Brock Hager is behind CJ Greaves. We haven't seen Phil Blurton. We're assuming he was, a little while ago, Phil was ahead of Brock and behind CJ, so we haven't seen Phil yet.
Heading towards outer limits based on the tracker.
Okay.
So
On
he probably
tracker,
got
I'm
around
showing
him.
on tracker. I'm showing Phil in front of CJ, but it's
That could be.
They're updating differently, so
Yep.
I'm going to have to
So
wait to see it on camera.
After pit 2, you're going down outer limits, and then you got to come up Spooners. Outer limits, even though you're going downhill, there's still some spots in there where you could get boogered up.
Very slippery. The rocks at the top are pretty smooth down. So. Have they had any problems getting out of Winner's Choice yet? Do we have any video from Winner's Choice?
We haven't seen anything from Winner's Choice. Everybody, I assume, is just taking that bypass and making their way right around there. Ooh, there's Brock Hager.
In the pit.
In the pit. And we're going to go ahead and take a commercial break here. Again, if you are on the premium feed, you get to see everything without missing a beat. We will be back in a few.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sort you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Oh, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so.
Ah, yee. Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
mud in your hair, cuts and bruises out of nowhere. It is brutal, but I wouldn't change a thing.
Curry Enterprises has over 60 years of off-road knowledge. From the harsh deserts of Baja to the extreme rocks of King of the Hammers to the Jeeps we drive every day, Curry has the right axle set up to fit your needs. Curry Enterprises, passion for performance.
The King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail conquering Bronco.
All right, and we're back here at the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. And we're looking at Dean Leal in Chocolate Thunder.
Hey, John, I think based on the tracker, I'm showing Phil about 100 yards ahead of CJ. Based on both this, I'm looking at the speed that CJ, they both updated at the same time. CJ's doing 14 and Phil's doing 3, and they're at the top of our limits. Seems to me that Phil's dropping in the rocks and CJ's coming right behind him. But Kyle Cheney is now free of the rocks and spooners, coming back through the desert. We'll be coming into resolution in the next 10 minutes. I think I've seen this show before.
He's way ahead. So depending on the penalties, which are still assessing back there.
Yeah, I walked down the end of that, but my understanding is there is a penalty on the leader. I do not. That's not an official thing. That's me just hearing stuff as I walk by. But it appears as though that they.
And that's Kyle Cheney right there.
That is Kyle Cheney coming down the return to Melville.
But Kyle is ahead by, I would say, easily 15 minutes, probably more. The whole Chocolate Thunder bit with second, third, and fourth was a big deal for Kyle. Got him out front, and then he's just been moving.
Yeah, Kyle basically one-shotted it, and everybody else got bundled up in there and had to winch. So that took a lot of time away from those guys in second and third, for sure.
So Kyle, from here, Kyle's got desert, and then he's got to come down resolution, down back door, and he'll be back in Hammertown. So you're looking at, what, maybe 10, 15 minutes, Dave?
Tops, 15 minutes. 15 minutes, you'll be talking to him face-to-face.
Yeah, and he is on the throttle right now, just sending that Can-Am through the desert.
And we got word that he had a flat. So if he had a flat and he stopped and fixed it, that's pretty amazing that he still did that. So interesting.
Yeah, we saw him and his co-driver get out and change a tire. They just parked right in the middle of the trail and got it changed.
Well, we heard he had another one, so we'll have to see.
It looks
it
like
doesn't
his front
seem
right
like
is
it.
down
Front right
too.
is low. Front right is definitely low.
Oh, so he's just running on it.
It's
yeah. Low but not flat.
And that's probably the right call right now. When you're the leader and you've got a tire going down, you want to get back into Hammertown first.
But the interesting
I don't know
part
if
with
resolution or back door, would I want to be dropping with a flat front right though?
And the other piece to this is with that front knuckle design on that camera and Maverick R, if you've got a flat, does that make it stretch out even more and possibly hit that knuckle?
Yeah, but if we're thinking that they did have a flat, they may not have a spare to change it. So
no,
because the tire can grow when you start going fast.
That's what I'm thinking. And if it's flat, is it going to stretch out more? Come on, Dave, give me a little bit. No?
I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm off.
No.
Totally off. I'm not a tire guy.
So, sounds like Tiffany Stone had got an update from Pit 2 on Brock Hager, not Brett Hager. Okay, so the update from Pit 2 is that Brock Hager is still Brock Hager, and he's through Pit 2.
And that looks like Raul Gomez, maybe? $34.99. think so.
$34.99 is Max Gordon.
Max Gordon, all right. So
back to Tiffany at pit 2.
And as we keep talking about action, Brock Hager just stopped here at remote pit 2. This has been the first time that Brock has actually stopped here. It looked like his entire team just looked over everything, made sure that he was good to go. Brock is ready to head back out there.
Well, that's interesting, though, because Brock had a flat earlier that he changed, and we thought he would – well, Dave can answer this question. Is there an opportunity to stop at pit 2 after Highway 1920?
Yes, there is. Yep.
So
when they drop down, they have an option to go into it, or they can bypass it and go directly to Fissure Mountain.
Right, I would have thought at that point, if I had a flat in my carrier, I would have stopped and swapped it out, but apparently he didn't. So he's either that or he swapped it out and Tiffany didn't see him. So
he's gone to Outer Limits though now.
He's heading to Outer Limits. So Brock Hager is physical 4th. And again, we've got Kyle Cheney that could literally be here in 5 minutes, 10 minutes tops. But he did look like he had a front right tire that was low. So that's Tyler Remmereid coming down into pit 2, I believe. That looks like Phil Blurton. So Phil Blurton is, this looks like the crossover from Outer Limits to Resolution.
He is crossing over. So, yes, this is the climb over the shoulder. This is dropping into Spooners from right there.
And then we're heading up Resolution.
Heading up Spooners.
Spooners, sorry, gosh.
Yes.
So there's another view of that right there, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct. That's looking down into Spooners. That car we just saw, you should see coming up to you right there. That's coming from pit 2, King's Veto. And we just got confirmation that we have a VCP with a time split that we've picked Kyle up at 3 hours and 35 minutes coming through. And we're going to be able to start picking the second, third, fourth.
There's Kyle Cheney right now.
Is that coming down out of back door already, or is that going up to Resolution?
So
that's the climb up to Resolution. Yep.
So Kyle is a few miles from here, tops. He's got to come down Resolution, down back door, and he's in Hammertown. Whew.
I keep trying to make the course harder, and they keep getting faster, John.
Well, I was thinking 1 o'clock after our little time shift, so 4 hours overall, and he's going to beat that.
You even put him through the rain.
That is nuts. Don't jinx him here. It's a great heli shot of him making his way through the desert.
This is where they drop down towards Melville. When that camera backs out away, you'll see that you're looking down at the lake bed. They come down to a pretty hard 90 left down here, and then
back
kind
up.
Of a jump, yeah. I think we had a couple bikes on right here. There's the big corner.
You can see that front right tire digging in a little bit more. Doesn't look all the way flat, though. Yeah, definitely something going on with that front right tire.
Yeah, I think whatever he's using for a secondary inflation device, like where the balls or whatever that gives you the tire liner type effect for a 37. Are they 37 or 35 on that
35
car?
max.
Okay. so you can't be running full tire balls. It's got to be another product, but it's doing a job. Keeping the tire at about a half inflation, keeping it moving forward. Then if it didn't have an inflation device inside of it, that tire would be coming apart right now.
That's a great shot right there. And you can really see that tire flexing. Doesn't look like he's slowing down much. Wow. So far, Kyle has just put on a clinic today.
He's put on a clinic for the last 4 years.
Well, that too.
I've been asked a bunch of times about who I think are the good racers and the best racers and that kind of thing. And watching Kyle Cheney both do what he did in the qualifying, both having the skill in the car and then the presence to do it then. Do it consistently the way he has, and the way he's just honed everything it's incredible to watch.
Taking that drop off a back door during qualifying, when he hit the rock on that first one, I don't know how many guys would have the presence to keep it going and mash it to go to the off a back door. I certainly wouldn't.
Yeah, that's definitely a lot of commitment to do that.
So he's got to be making his way up the canyon to resolution here pretty quick.
Yeah, I think that's the hill climb right there.
There you go.
He's back on the qualifying section right now. That tire has fully degraded.
That tire's not happy.
And there's a couple drops when you drop. It's mostly the left front, but if you notice that when the guys go to tip here, when they're tipping over, it's because when the corner goes to reach down and they're dropping in too far left front or right front corner. And without a front tire there,
that's a bit of a risk. Yeah, we saw several during qualifying tip over right there, on that little reaching out with that right front tire.
Yeah, see how the back left pick right there?
Yep. And there's
back
some
left
big
pick it
drops.
up is the front right drop it in.
There's CJ Greaves.
So that would definitely be Spooner's.
You can see the tops of those rocks are pretty wet, but not as bad as I thought. I thought the ground would get saturated.
The question is, where's Phil Blurton?
I think Phil's in front of CJ.
So we're just getting word that apparently Phil is in front of CJ on the tracker.
We're getting our drones back up in the air now. That's Phil right there, correct?
No, that's Kyle Cheney.
Is that Kyle coming down?
That's the spot right there that a couple guys rolled. So he handled that fine. But he's got to back up because he can't steer. Oh, there's Brock Hager making a move past CJ Greaves. Nice move. I love this little battle right here because you get to see Brock Hager in the Turbo R, which is a little bit shorter wheelbase than the Pro R. Both Polaris's, but they've been battling back and forth all day long.
I think if we could pull that shot back far enough, you would see Phil in front of Brock. You get second, third, and fourth all in Spooner's right now.
And Spooner's is one of those trails that just goes on forever.
It's pretty long.
It's a long, long ways.
Most of these trails are not more than a half mile long, and Spooner's is over a mile.
So there's Kyle Cheney, physical first, coming down resolution. Almost to the bottom of resolution right there. The question is whether he's going to go down back door or the flat. Little risk involved with that. If you got off just a little bit and you came down on your left-hand side without that tire to hold you up, you could kind of do a little pirouette.
All kinds of things could go wrong.
I'd bail out.
Like he's
yep, there he goes.
And he is.
Lap traffic in front of him.
Yep. Couple. Okay, so Kyle just bailed out, didn't do back door. That's a smart decision. He's got to go up here and
he's got to go around that cone.
He's got to go around that cone, but he's having a hard time turning left.
Won't turn at all. Well, he's getting really close, you guys.
I didn't see the cone. That's where the cone was on
That's where it was
qualifying.
yesterday.
But looked like everybody was still turning there.
Might have blown away last night, quite honestly, John. We had some wind last night.
Yeah, a little bit. No rain last night, though.
But it's clearing up now, too. Tomorrow's going to be beautiful
All right,
again.
so Kyle Cheney he's coming down through the back door wash there, and he's going to be at the Bronco Arch in a few minutes, or a few seconds. This is...
Man, his nerves must be going crazy right now, knowing he's got a flat and he's got other guys behind him, and he's got a couple more obstacles to go through the Bronco Arch. It's got to be.
Can I give you? I've tried a different perspective. This is the fourth time in a row he's
Fourth
done this.
time in a row.
And
Still.
And he knows, he probably has enough data to know exactly where he ends relative to his competition, and he is bringing the car home safe. It's pretty rad. Watching.
Just seeing that new car work is amazing.
Seeing athletes be able to continue to persevere, and it's like that. It's not an accident. It's not remotely an accident when you see the same people at the top of the box.
All right, he's got, 3 more and he is done.
Short coursing.
That's amazing.
Kicking to Miles in the pits and bring it home, Miles.
Thank you, Dave. And yes, Kyle Cheney could just be the 4th in a row UTV Hammers Championship. We'll see. There's a little bit of a drama in the background, but Kyle Cheney is one of the man you can never can out. 2 more turns to go for Kyle Cheney with that right front flat tire, but he has battled all day long. Kyle Cheney and Cash Lee Croy could just set history for the UTV Hammers Championship as he's coming through the Can-Am corner as we speak. 1 more jump to go, and the unofficial winner for the UTV Hammers Championship is Kyle Cheney, and Cash Lee Croy crosses the checkered flag as we speak, and the crowd is going wild. The Can-Am still looks like it's in great shape. A tire's a tire, nothing wrong with that. But boy howdy, Kyle Cheney may just have set history here in Johnson Valley, California for the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. But this is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. And it looks like Phil Blurton will be coming into town too. Remember, this race is on adjusted time. Kyle Cheney was on the pole, so it's going to be down to the wire. And look at Blurton. We did see Kyle Cheney limping a little bit with that flat tire, but we got thumbs up and again, laser focus from Kyle Cheney. As he shuts her down a little bit, this Can-Am still looks like it's in great shape, but Phil Blurton is really pushing hard all the way to the finish. It's going to be down to the wire. Kyle, you had fun out there, buddy? Just big thumbs up, Kyle. You good? All right. Big smile from Kyle Cheney. Cash, did you have fun, buddy? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Kyle Cheney and Cash Lee Croy will be sending them up to the Monster Energy stage here very soon as we're watching Phil Blurton in the top left moving fast. He's been really close to winning this race more than one time. It's going to be down to the wire. Again, drama is here. I've heard about a missed VCP that's at least 5 minutes. They'll adjust that when we're done with it with USAC. But it's going to be down to it. It's exciting. And again, this Can-Am still looks like it's in great shape. Everything but the right front flat tire. A little bit of body damage on it, but for the hard parts, this thing still looks like it could run a great race. He's fired up, so we're going to send him up to the stage and wait for Phil Blurton. Dave, back to you, buddy.
Thank you, Miles. Looks like we got Phil. Had Phil coming across the desert.
And that's
heading towards resolution.
CJ Greaves and Mitch Guthrie Jr. Coming up spooners. So Phil's out in front of that. making his way back to resolution and back door.
CJ came into outer limits right behind Phil, got passed by Brock, and now is getting caught up by Mitch a little bit.
Yep. There's Phil Blurton again. Physical second. So we're just missing Brock Hager, which Brock's probably in front of CJ.
Check the trackers.
And so Phil is racing the same car he raced last year. That's his Can-Am Maverick X3. He's in the open class. Oh, Pro Mod, excuse me. Physical second. And so CJ Greaves and Mitch Guthrie Jr., we don't quite know exactly what's going on with Brock Hager, but
Brock and Phil were pretty close coming out of Spooners. So we're seeing Phil in the desert, but we haven't seen Brock show up in the desert yet.
Yeah, so I think so. It looks like Mitch just made a pass on CJ, and we think Brock's in front of that. So, whoa, little bicycle action there by Mitch Guthrie. And again, Mitch Guthrie's co-dog is Blake Vandeloo. He's a former King as well.
Is there any commonalities between the car he's racing here and the car he would have raced in Dakar?
None.
No.
Four tires?
This is a Polaris RZR Pro R, and what he raced in Dakar was a OT3, I think they call it. I don't even know what they are.
All right, then.
There's Phil Blurton again. Oh!
Pushing hard.
Get it, Phil. So in the last 4 years, Phil has been on the podium 3 times. Okay, so
we have gotten word from race ops and tracking that we've had at least 28 people miss VCP 27, which is the over 90 left coming back onto the military base. So it's purely just a matter of trying to gain a few seconds, and unfortunately it's cost them 5 minutes. It looks like potentially both the leader and possibly second place got sucked into that short turn. We will certainly have that dialed in here, though, before the next 15, 20 minutes or so.
So certainly the distance between Phil and Kyle Cheney is more than 5 minutes, but is the distance between Phil and second place 5 minutes?
I doubt it, because Hager you're expecting is somewhere right. This is the coming down the hill down into Melville right here.
Yep.
I would assume Hager is about 1.5 miles back at Desert 2.
Yep.
Not but 3 minutes separating on dirt. Here we go to Pam Hall interviewing our first on the road, Kyle Cheney.
Thanks, Dave. I am here with Kyle Cheney right now. You are unofficially a 4-time Can-Am UTV Hammers champion. How do you feel right now about that?
Good. We definitely earned this one. I got to give it up to Can-Am on my team. This car was awesome the whole time. Give it up to Cash, too. We lost comms like before we got to the rocks, so he was just trying to tell me where to go with hand signals, and we stopped and we changed a flat out there, and we got another flat, and I'm like, let's just run it. Let's run it home. So, we got a tire spine in there, so I was like, I think we can make it. So we did outer limits and spooners, and it started raining and started getting slick out there. I feel real bad for everybody else who's still out in the rocks.
But you did amazing. You're up here right now unofficially in this #1 spot. I mean, you have that flat tire that you're looking at when you came in. Give us a little rundown of what you thought about the course this year.
It was tough. Dave made us a tough, fun course. This weather definitely made it a challenge, but the rocks was awesome. We got some awesome views up there, running along some ledges and everything else, and hats off to the whole crew that makes this possible.
All right, Cash LeCroy, Get a little closer here. You just co-drove for a unofficial four-time champion. You're normally racing in the Rock Bouncer Series, and you're an up-and-coming driver yourself out here. How are you feeling right now, co-driving for this legend?
Feeling pretty good, ready to go to bed. It was a fun race, though. Super tough. Dave put a real good course together. We had the 2 flat tires. The second one drove like for what felt like forever on, and it was rough, but it was fun.
Well, are you ready to hop in the driver's seat next year?
For sure.
Awesome. Well, Kyle Cheney, I know you have a lot of people to thank. We're going to go through that list right now, but right now unofficially in that #1 spot.
Yeah, first and foremost, I got to thank my team, Can-Am, Ames Oil, Raceline, CT Raceworks for building this car, Boostain, Hess, ZRP. Got to give it up to Nost and G-Force. They helped us this whole time on suspension. We've been testing. They've been making us everything we wanted. We wouldn't be here without them for sure. Go Lithium batteries, Action Off-Road, PWR radiators. This thing stayed cool the whole time. Factory UTV, the bottom of this thing just took a beating. Just got to give it up to my whole team, everybody. Just anybody I forgot, thank you. It takes a whole team, whole crew, great parts to finish this race.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, and let's give it up for unofficially the 4-time champion, Kyle Cheney. Back to the booth.
Congratulations, champ. All right, thanks, Pam. We're looking at Brock Hager coming in.
We got some split times. So at mile 121, about 10, 14 second or 14 minute.
14 minute?
14-minute time split, 10 miles from the finish between Phil Blurton and Kyle Cheney. That was on non-corrected time, just straight up time split. And currently Brock Hager is 2 minutes behind Phil Blurton. There's Phil coming down back door. You expect to see Brock cresting into resolution any minute now.
Yeah, so I think it's going to come down to a race for second and third, and depending on if there's a penalty with Phil, if he missed the same VCP. Phil's passing lap traffic right there. He's coming down resolution. Expect him to make that same turn out of backdoor, skip it, and take the bypass.
Did he take the bypass in qualifying?
He did. I think he came down back door, but why would you? At this point in the race, I don't know. I don't think I would.
I would.
Look at him go.
So would Phil Blurton.
He's going in.
Good job, Phil.
All right, Phil, prove me wrong.
Good race car drivers.
He's making
First
up time.
ledge.
Not jumping it, but he's not slowing down much.
There you go. And out.
There you go. Way to go, Phil. So Phil's just around the corner. He's got to make his way through the wash and through the Bronco Arch and short course, and he's here.
You want to kick it over to Miles and let Miles bring in Phil the same way he brought in Kyle? Take it away, Miles.
All right, so that's Phil again working his way down through the backdoor wash. He's going to turn the corner, and we're going to see Hammertown right there. All right, second place physical, Phil Blurton. Getting ready to cross through the Bronco Arch. He's trying to make up time on Kyle Cheney. Trying to put some time in front of Brock Hager, too. All right. All right, we're tossing it over to Miles.
Thank you, guys, and what a great race it was. A race to the finish. Phil Blurton, physical second. I do believe Kyle Cheney's time's going to stick. I'm hearing Cheney and Blurton have very similar VCP issues, so that time doesn't affect it, but I think it's going to be down to second and third between Hager and Greaves and Blurton. We'll see how it all shakes out, but what a wonderful day it has been, and so far it's 1 and 2 with the Can-Ams through the Can-Am corner for the UTV Can-Am Hammers Championship. Phil Blurton, one more jump to go. Physical second. We'll see how it shakes out on adjusted time. But Phil Blurton is in town, and he has been in this very position more than one time. Phil Blurton, always one to watch, always one to reckon with. But Phil Blurton just drove one heck of a day, and we just heard Kyle Cheney saying this was a tough course. Dave and team built one heck of a race, as we just saw Hager and now Guthrie's Jr. out on course, not too far from each other. So we should see Hager in here in the next 3 minutes or so. So again, adjusted time, it's going to be so close for second, third, and fourth, as we're going to bring up Phil Blurton Jr. coming on up. And again, I'm just going to walk around this X3 getting thumbs up from everybody. And they had to bring their visors up, so Blurton's got a lot of mud on his face, but this Can-Am still looks like it's in great shape. What a wonderful day it has been. This rain, I'm not going to call it fun by no means, but that just adds to the drama out here. Look at the smile on Blurton's face. A little mud everywhere. This sand just stuck to this thing like glue. So we'll send it back to the Monster Energy Jumbotron. Take it away, guys.
And we got Brock Hager just turning the corner, coming into Hammertown, going to go through the Bronco Arch. I don't know if Phil has 5 minutes on Brock. It's going to be really close. It's down to a couple. I don't know. I didn't have Ian in here with his fancy stopwatch doing the split.
That's not a problem there, John.
Joined in the booth by Jim. He took over for Casey.
Yeah, good afternoon, John. Great to be back in here. What a day of action this has been. Absolutely fantastic. Kyle Cheney, the man is a machine. But right now it's all about Brock Hager as he makes his way into the infield, coming round the short course. And I believe he's going to be our third vehicle crossing the line here at the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship.
And again, Brock took first place overall UTV in the Desert Challenge on Sunday.
Yeah, he's having a fantastic week of action here. Now, we've got that drama going on, haven't we? Whether Brock Hager is actually going to be ahead on adjusted time or Phil Blurton, and Phil Blurton versus Kyle Cheney. There's so much action.
Super close. I mean, if the VCP penalty is at 5 minutes, it's going to be really close to that.
Yeah, now let's talk about that quickly, because the VCP penalties are usually 5 times the opposed advantage gained, but they've changed that this year. They've changed it to a flat 5-minute penalty, so it'll be interesting to find. USAC, and there we go. Brock Hager crossing the line and taking the checkered flag.
And there's Mitch Guthrie. Okay, so that's Mitch Guthrie Jr. coming down Resolution, physical 4th place. And we are getting word that there's a potential violation in Chocolate Thunder by Brock Hager. So, geez.
Yep.
Drama and drama and drama.
Absolutely.
So, you never know. With penalties, Mitch Guthrie could be podium contender here as well.
Yeah, as we watch Mitch Guthrie Jr., not long back from Dakar. Very talented young man. He's been on the top of the box here many times already.
He won in 2018 and 2019.
Yeah, and for many years he looked absolutely untouchable. Then up stepped Kyle Cheney, who has absolutely dominated this event in recent years. And Pam is down in the pits right now. And Pam, what do you got?
I am here with Phil Blurton. You are sitting here right now unofficially in the number 2 spot. You came in with dirt all over your face. Did you have to run with your visor up the last part of this race?
Yeah, like a mile into the race, I had my visor up and we barrel rolled the car, like flipped and shoveled my whole helmet full of dirt. So that was a good start. We landed back on all four. I never let off and kept going.
Well, that right there is a testament to how strong the parts are that you actually use on your Can-Am.
Yeah, these Can-Ams are phenomenal. I mean, we've been beating on my pre-runner all week long. It sounds like Kyle got first in the new car, and we get second place right now in the X3. It's just crazy. From like what we were doing 5 years ago till now, it's like you don't even back up. You just hold the thing to the floor and go.
Well, it's awesome that you're unofficially up here in this number 2 spot, and I know it takes an army to get you guys out here. You have lots of seat time in your cars, but who do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
For sure, Hammers. We're here for like 10 days doing multiple races, so definitely my whole crew, my wife, and my whole family. Can-Am, BF Goodrich, Vision Wheels, Monster Energy, Factory UTV today. I mean, we put a beating on their skid plates. Yeah, Fox has been helping a ton and getting all these cars dialed in shock-wise. Yeah, and Chris, this is Chris' first time riding in the rocks with me. He's raced in Mexico, but not in the rocks, so gave him a little beat up today.
Well, we're going to let you go. Go get your face all cleaned up. We'll be doing our awards later on, but unofficially in that number 2 spot, congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's give it up for Phil Blurton.
Thank you very much, Pam. Absolutely fantastic stuff. But still, the action continues here as we watch 51 coming in right now. And
Mitch
that is
Guthrie
none
Jr.
other than Mitch Guthrie Jr.
And we had Brock Hager come in the interim. I've got a little bit of detail to give you. Kyle Cheney is your official winner. That's happened. He's definitely got it done. And Kyle and Phil both missed VCP 27 on the Marine base. So the left-hand turned out there. They cut it a little short. Both received a 5-minute penalty. Brock Hager is currently being investigated for a VCP miss in Chocolate Thunder. They're trying to figure out they're confirming that miss. If he did miss a VCP in Chocolate Thunder, then Brock will still finish third. If he didn't miss that VCP, he'll beat Phil because of the penalty that Phil received. So that's all currently all be resolved in the next 5 minutes. But Kyle, untouched, out in first.
Yeah, absolutely. But thank you very much, Dave, for filling that in. But check this out. This is Mitch Guthrie Jr. now crossing the line in unofficial 4th place.
And CJ Greaves coming down that resolution. I almost thought it was back door for a second. It's getting darker. So CJ Greaves is unofficial 5th or physical 5th place right now. Great to see him up in the top 5.
And if you're just joining us, this is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championships here at the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tyre and powered by Optima Batteries. We're well into this race now. We've already had 4 finishers across the line, and Dave Cole has just confirmed that Kyle Cheney is the 2024 Can-Am UTV Hammers Champion.
So, yeah, we've got to wait and figure out how second and third play out here. Lots of potential.
Return to home.
Yeah, as we continue to watch CJ Greaves picking his way down through resolution, Pam is on stage, and she's got something more for us. Pam, what do you got?
Thanks, Jim. I am here with Brock Hager. You raced in our Desert Classic last weekend. Here you are racing in our UTV Hammers Championship, and you're out here in your Razor, but how are you feeling right now about that race course you just endured?
Feeling good. It was, obviously I ran the Pro Turbo class, which is has a lot more rules. I'm running 32-inch tires, so obviously looking ahead, they all have 35, so it's cool to be up here on 32s. This car honestly was, kind of thrown together last minute, and it's pretty stock for the most part. So it's cool to bring a stock car out here and show how capable it is. And unofficially, I think I won my class, and I'm not sure how I did overall, but overall I had a lot of fun, and I got to give it up to Polaris for all their support and our whole team. I mean, there's a lot of guys out here, especially today. Thank you for hanging around in the rain, and just all our sponsors: BFG, Method Wheels, Progressive Insurance, Fox, Fox Shocks. There's a huge list, and last and foremost, Dave for giving us a rad place to race. Thank you.
Well, congratulations. You were physically third across the line, but congratulations right now on finishing the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship.
Thank you.
Okay, and we're watching CJ Greaves now as he makes his way towards the Bronco Arch. John, he's had a fantastic day out there at the office, hasn't he?
You know, the racing between second, third, fourth, fifth today has been off. I mean, Kyle was out front, but behind that, the next four were swapping places a whole bunch today.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. And while we saw Pam doing that interview there, did you see that huge handstand from that car working its way up through Chocolate Thunder?
That was Brock Hager.
Yeah,
he had a little cowboy maneuver there for sure.
Absolutely fantastic to watch. But CJ Greaves, the short course superstar, picking his way round the short course here at Hammertown.
He's certainly not on it.
No, he looks like he's got a problem. But let's not forget, he has just navigated over 140 miles of track today?
They're easy miles.
Yeah, it's got to be said, there are no easy miles here at King of the Hammers.
Well, and he was battling really hard for second position with Phil and Brock. So he might have dropped back because he's had an issue and he's milking it to the finish line.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys just want to get it across the line at this stage. He starts to pick up pace.
I don't see anything wrong with the car.
Yeah, and CJ Greaves crossing the line right now to take unofficial 5th place here at the UTV Hammers Championship at the 2024 King of the Hammers.
So far we've had Can-Am, Polaris.
Absolutely. And it's great to see there's a mix-up between all the different things, between the different manufacturers. Right, we're back now with the 4982 in Chocolate Thunder. Now, Chocolate Thunder is not disappointing this year, is it?
It's an ugly mess.
It is.
Most everybody has had the winch. The only one I've seen go through it without winching is Kyle Cheney.
Yeah, I was watching earlier. He was an absolute masterclass on how to take on Chocolate Thunder. And that's going to be very interesting tomorrow. Let's not forget, we've got 162 starters in the EMC, and they'll all be glued to this, watching this, trying to work out their lines for tomorrow.
That's an old Miller Brothers car, but that's Miller Richmond right now that we're looking through at.
Yeah, this car is no stranger to being at the pointy end of most races.
And there's Cole Clark. He had some issues early on, and again, he's in a single-seater, so he's got to do everything by himself. But I'm hearing that we're going to toss it to Pam for a quick interview. Take it over, Pam.
Thanks, guys. Here with Mitch Guthrie Jr. You were fresh off of running in Dakar, and now you're out here racing the UTV Can-Am Hammers Championship. You came in physically 5th on the race course, but that course out there, let's do some comparisons.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Happy to get to the finish. I'm not sure where we're at for sure, but we gave it our all. It was a super clean day for us. We never got out of the car, didn't have to winch once, so we just kept it moving. BFG tires held up. Walker Evans shocks were great, and this Polaris Razor Pro R was amazing out there. I think I just needed to pick up the pace a little bit at the end there, but yeah, it was a great day. Happy to get to the finish, and it was a tough one with the rain for sure.
Yeah, it makes those rocks a little bit slippery, but like you just said, you finished the race. That's what counts right now because a finish is a win in itself. But who do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
First of all, just our entire crew. Everyone knows this race is super, super tough to even get ready for. These guys have been working like crazy, so huge thank you to all these guys for supporting me. Blake did a great job in the passenger seat today. Polaris Razor, Red Bull, BFG Tires, Walker Evans Racing. And yeah, whoever else I missed. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Let's give it up for Mitch Guthrie Jr.
Thank you very much, Pam. And still the action continues here at the Can-Am UTV Championships at the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tyre and powered by Optima Batteries. We're going to pop out for a short commercial break. If you're with Premium, you'll stay with us. If not, we will see you in 2.
Years of off-road racing dominance, proprietary patented race technology, proudly made in the USA, unparalleled customer service and support. choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new, Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true, all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers presented by Nitto Tyre and powered by Optima Batteries. Today it is all about the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, and what a day of racing it's been. Our good friend John is stepping out the booth, and joining me is none other than Miles Hasselquist. How you doing, Miles?
Oh, it's been a wonderful day. The rain's been a little iffy, but they were calling for worse, so I'm pretty stoked it wasn't worse. We just saw a couple of the speed UTVs on there. That's Corbin coming into screen as we speak at Rocky Top.
Yeah, absolutely. Did you see Carl Cheney cross the... Of course you saw Carl Cheney. You were in the pits.
I was talking about him. Yeah, he ran a great day. 4 times in a row. That's not luck.
Yeah,
that guy is a
Do you remember a few short years ago, Mitch Guthrie Jr. won it twice? Yeah, and we were like, wow, you know, how's that ever going to happen again? And then up steps Carl Cheney and just completely rewrites the history books here at Hammers.
Yeah, absolutely incredible what they can do for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship.
And it's also great to see so many. I love this UTV race. So many different manufacturers out there
and
on
so
track
many big
right
names.
now. Exactly. And we were just saying this. We're probably more professional UTV drivers than all of the other off-road elements combined.
100% agree with that. Is Chocolate Thunder's a parking lot or a junkyard?
And I bet there's a lot of EMC drivers watching this right now, trying to pick lines for tomorrow morning.
That'd be 247, it looks like. Matt Zeiler? Yes, it is. He's running solo. Talked to him in the pits. He had a rear radius rod bolt popped out in the pits after lap 1. But great to see him still moving strong. And it sounds like Pam Hall's out there with CJ Greaves. Pam, what's CJ got to say?
Thanks, Miles. Right here at CJ Greaves, we saw you out there. At one point, there was a little bit of a plug in Chocolate Thunder, but you liked the course, or was it tough?
No, the course was awesome. Dave Cole and his crew put on an awesome course for us, the longest second lap we've ever done, and I think it showed. We had a great run going, running second there for a long time, battling with my teammate Brock and Phil Blurton in there. The three of us were linked together for a long, long time, probably till 3/4 of the way through the second lap, and then Phil ended up getting by, and we had a good pace going there. And Rayton Spooner's probably 3/4 of the way up, we broke a rear axle. So we were able to 3-wheel drive it the rest of the way home. Hats off to my co-rider Devin. He's been sick the last 2 days, and we didn't have to do sign language the whole time, so I appreciate that. And just all my crew, everyone from Polaris for helping us. We really appreciate it. All my family and friends and everyone back home, everyone that's came to be able to make this possible for us, we appreciate it. Obviously, Monster Energy, Toyo Tires, Vision Wheel, Fox Shocks, VP Racing Fuels and Lubricants, HRC Suspension, Factory UTV Skid Plates, just everyone for helping us out, and we'll be back again next year.
Well, congratulations, CJ Greaves and team. So let's do a little bit of celebrating because finishing this race was a win in itself.
Oh, absolutely. When we were coming up Spooners, we were stuck there for a little while, just going, please let us get out of here. Please let us get out of here. And we didn't know if the axle or what was broke at the time. And then we shortly figured out afterwards that the axle was broke. So when we got out of Spooners, we were both just pumped, like, hey, that's a win in itself. And then we were talking about if we were going to change an axle before trying to come out of resolution or not, because we were obviously going to take the bypass. And we're like, well, we might as well just go for it. So we didn't end up changing it, brought her back on 3 axles, but they hung tough, and glad to be able to finish.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your finish. Do some celebrating, get some pictures with your team.
Thank you.
Back to the booth.
Thank you, Pam, and congratulations to CJ Greaves as Cole Clark comes through. I believe he's on lap 1, so he must have had some issues, and just getting a few updates on here. Nathan Zeiler texted me from Aftershock, broken upper A-arm and steering rack, so had just enough service to get that out to me. Thank you, Nathan Zeiler, but tough break there. Oh, looks like Cole Clark is finishing.
Yeah, Cole Clark, of course, one of our fastest qualifiers in the 4400 yesterday. As we cut back to Chocolate Thunder. Now, Miles, just add a little bit of water, chuck a little bit of drama in, and just check out Chocolate Thunder.
Oh, it's crazy. My buddy Travis Cook up there is trying to keep everything running smooth, but with that many broken cars, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, and I feel I do need to apologise to everyone out here at King of the Hammers. Being English, I feel that my rain cloud has followed me out here, so I do apologise for that.
There's 118. I believe that's Matt Walraven.
Yeah, that is the number 38. That's no.
Oh, that's Brian Deegan.
That's Brian
now.
Deegan there.
And a couple speed UTVs. I believe that was.
Now that's
Gordon.
interesting seeing Brian Deegan, because we saw Brian Deegan going up through Chocolate Thunder a long time ago.
And there's Aaron Lynch for his first time ever coming out to King of the Hammers. He's been racing Ultra 4 for the last couple of years, but is debuting here at King of the Hammers.
Absolutely, and joining us back in the booth is none other than Mr. Dave Cole. How you doing, Dave?
Hello, hello.
There we are. We got
All right,
you.
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, so it sounds like Brock won stock. It sounds like Mitch won open.
Wow.
And CJ was second in open. And then Kyle was first, and Phil was second in Pro Mod. Is where we're sitting right now. So
it's interesting breaking all that down, but for overall, we just saw them come through, but breaking it down per class is pretty impressive.
yeah, Brock Hager has swept the event. Right? He's entered 3 different races and won 3 different races. I believe that's the case.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah, some incredible athletes out there, and to see athletes like CJ Greaves coming all the way from a short course back down here, it's absolutely fantastic.
That's Jeff Bachman, I believe, with Dumpster Fire Off-Road. And that 4-seat Polaris, they chopped down or shortened a little bit.
That's one of the speed UTVs there. That is the 3499. That was Max Gordon we just saw very briefly there. And we know that Robby Gordon isn't far away from him. Awesome images coming all the way down from Chocolate Thunder. Just look at the crowds out there. Fantastic to see.
So, Jim, we did youth racing for the first time this year.
Mm-hmm.
And joining us in the booth is Yarel Dumford, right? Am I saying that? Yarel. I know this is your first year out here because it's the first year we've done it. You're one of the main reasons why we did it, because you talked me into it last year in Oklahoma. We sat down, or 2 years ago, and you're like, when can we do youth racing? So thanks for talking us into it. How did you feel? How did you like it?
I loved it. It was a lot
I loved it. It was a lot different than what I'm used to, and it was super exciting to be out here. And I love doing resolution, and I hope to do more rocks out here next year.
We'll have more rocks for you next year. You guys certainly proved you're ready for it. So congratulations. And are you going to be racing any more this year?
Yeah, I'll be doing the Ultra 4 Series for the rest of the year.
Fantastic. Well, I'm looking forward to see how this all pans out, but to see the energy and the excitement you all brought to the day and watching you come across the finish line tonight. Definitely going to be making this part of our experience from now on. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
You guys are OG.
Okay, and that was Matt Zeiler we just saw crossing the line there, but Pam is now on stage and she's got an interview for us. Pam, what do you got?
Thanks, guys. I'm out here with Cole Clark. He is in a single seat, and I asked you, did you have to get out and winch? And you said no. So that's definitely a bonus for you on your timing. And here you are finishing the 2024 UTV Hammers Championship. How do you feel?
Dave Cole owes me $1 because he bet me that I wouldn't be able to do this course without a winch. So Dave Cole, you better come pay me. And there he is.
A man that's honest with his bets.
There we go. Appreciate it. Thanks. Just had a rough day. Just couldn't keep moving forward. I got a flat tire out of the gate, and then coming out of Turkey Claw, a belt blew, and it was just, that was the story of it all day. That something in the wiring harness kept failing, so I'd have to jump out and jiggle it. And I don't know if you guys saw me in the helicopter. I was just driving back and forth because it would work and then it wouldn't. But it is what it is. It sucks. This is only once a year, and you work so hard to get here, and I'm bummed that this happened, but it was a fun race. The rain made it interesting, so it is what it is.
But you finished. You were just saying that, the front end was a little rough on you, but who do you want to think that gets you out here at King of the Hammers?
Yeah, my dad, my brother Will, they're out there in the crowd right now. They were with me the entire time. We're screaming and yelling at each other, but we still got it done. Polaris, of course, make the best machine out there. I can beat on this thing. It really sucks because I have such a good machine and I just wasn't able to show it off today. And I've made so many good improvements with the shocks, with Mike at ZRP, and these Maxxis tires, they rock. Basically, K&T Performance race over there, he helps me. We're getting ready to go in the 4400 race, so it sucks we didn't get to do this one the way we wanted to, but I know the 4400 is going to go good. I know all my lines. I know where I'm supposed to be. So, and I got to thank my entire family. They literally, my girlfriend, she's been at home for 2 weeks, just calling me, missing me. It sucks, but I'm coming home, baby.
Well, congratulations on your finish, though, and we're doing our podiums later on, but congratulations on finishing the 2024 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship.
Yeah, thanks. I got to thank Cade Rod, too. He rode with me this whole entire time, and Travis is ERP. So we're going to come back for the 4400 race, but I know we have a car I'm starting to build right now it's going to come kill this place, so I'm excited.
Well, congratulations. Let's give it up for Cole Clark. Back to the booth.
Thank you, Pam, and congratulations, Cole Clark, for another great run with us as we're watching Matthew Jeffrey, part of the Pro Stock Turbo class.
Yeah, it's still so much action out there on track right now. Now, Dave, we got a little bit of moisture out there today. We're a little bit of rain on the rocks, which I apologise for. I think my personal rain cloud has chased me down. But does that make a difference on these trails?
I was just talking to, I think CJ Greaves said that it literally turned to snot immediately for him. He could immediately tell a difference in the rocks. I've always found that it kind of gets the dirt off of him, makes him a little slippery, but they found it different today. They're the right guys out there. They know.
But this is setting everything.
Is this live right now? Is this in Chocolate Thunder?
Yeah, this is Chocolate Thunder.
Wow, that's Mark Welch, Cody Miller.
That's an expensive car lot.
Yeah.
And is that Max Gordon there?
Yeah, it's Gordon, Miller, Welch, and Walraven, I believe, and that's a park in the back. So that's a parking lot here. So we got a little bit of rain today, but it's not terrible. I think it's going to set everything up perfect for tomorrow.
So right where we just saw it there, Miles, that's a good – oh, come on. Very well done. So the right front washing off the
went under the winch line.
We need to definitely make sure these guys coming down Jackhammer are not following race line. Make sure that's dialed in for tomorrow.
There's Jeff Donda on screen. Sounds like we have Pam out there with another interview. So, Pam, what do you got for us?
Smiles, I'm here with Matt Zeiler. Matt Zeiler, you were just telling me you had a tough day, so give us a little rundown of it.
Yeah, it was by far the roughest single-seat day I've ever had. Blew a tire, had to get out and change that, had to drive up on a rock to change it, and then got stuck in a trail that I don't even know what it is. It was random, got stuck, so I had to get out and winch that. And, I mean, really, other than those two things, it was great. The front diff was gone about 20 miles ago, so it's been two-wheel drive ever since. So, but I got out of the hard stuff, got lucky, and made it up here.
Yeah, exactly. Right there, you finished. But who all do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
I can't thank Race Driven enough. I would not be here racing at all if it wasn't for Brian Heiting and Race Driven. He called me and said, you can't quit racing. So here I am, and I'm blessed. I can't thank my family, my friends, my girlfriend, everybody back home watching, all the families watching, everybody on the side of this car, all the companies that support us. JW Performance built a bad-ass car. This thing is a monster, so I'm pumped.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your finish out here. We'll let you go get cleaned up, but congratulations on the finish.
Thank you so much.
All right, let's give it up for Matt Zeiler.
Thank you, Pam, and great driving. We just saw Kyle Smith on screen a moment ago, but Matt Zeiler in that single seat had a couple issues, but brings her on home. Back to Cody Miller, I believe. Got the max tracks on top of the car. Doesn't look like he's had to use them quite yet.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of fender work hanging off, but that won't slow him down, that is for sure, as he makes his way through.
And that Can-Am Maverick R still looks like it's in great shape. Speaking about Maverick R, Kyle Cheney in that car, when I walked around it, it looked like it was still in amazing shape after beating it for almost 200 miles here in the Hammers.
Yeah, it's incredible stuff. I mean, he really has laid down a schooling today.
Back to Kyle Smith on screen. And give a huge shout out to all our volunteers out there. You can see them in their ponchos. I mean, I've been running around the hot pits. I didn't get soaked, but it's just damp out there. And they're out there in the elements, keeping everybody safe and sound. There's Brian Tilton and Aaron Kaufman coming through.
Yeah, and Chocolate Thunder there. We were just watching. That was JP Gomez in the speed vehicle there.
Really cool to see Robby Gordon and the Gomez crew team up and, let each other race their cars. Speed UTV and UFOs on different race days.
What are you doing tonight, Miles?
I haven't figured it out yet. Hanging out, I guess, right?
So a while back, I said one of the things I needed to do before I stopped doing this was listen to one of my favorite songs.
Oh, you're talking about some music.
Yep.
So Sublime, your buddy's going to be out here playing?
They're going to be out here. They're going to bring some other friends.
Are we going to release it yet?
Play a song called Vacation. That's my favorite song.
Hey.
Do some
I'll let
things.
them do it, right?
It's gonna, I would let them do it, Miles.
Okay.
Are we going to see you dance, Dave?
I hope you don't have to see me dance.
I wouldn't call it dancing. I'd call it wiggling.
Yes.
So while we wait for this race
On
to
that
wrap
note, yeah,
up.
let's stop talking and go to commercial. Perfect. Yay, break. Bye.
So we'll step away from that. Right after this.
When I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sorts you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Well, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Ah, yee! Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
Dirty fingernails, mud in your hair, cuts and bruises out of nowhere. It is brutal, but I wouldn't change a thing.
The King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail conquering Bronco.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tyres and powered by Optima Batteries. This is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth is none other than Miles Hasselquist and Dave Cole.
Hello, Mr. Marsden.
What a great day, and it's only going to get better as the week goes on. Had a little bit of rain today, but I think that's going to set up the terrain for the next couple days. Absolutely amazing.
It's a perfect take the dust edge off, blows out, we're good to go.
We just saw Mike parked in the Chocolate Thunder area as Kyle Smith comes through.
Yeah, Kyle Smith is that's just outside of the top 10 finish, I'm guessing.
And there's Chris Amberg. Looks like they're working on a belt on the back of that car.
After smoking it in Chocolate Thunder, when you're working on the rocks and then you finally get free and you try to open it up a little bit, climbing a hill, and you do the belt.
And we see Mike Park get around Amberg. Where exactly? Okay, so this is out
This
the
is
top
coming
side
up,
of Chocolate
this is
Thunder.
coming out of the top of Chocolate Thunder. When they get to the top, they drop down across the valley, go up to Jack North, go up Jack North, come down Bender Alley, and then come down Wrecking Ball and up Winner's Choice.
So they still got a solid hour and a half probably, right?
That car still has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more rock trails to do.
He's still got his work cut out for him. Oh, and as long as he doesn't fall off the side of the cliff here. Oh, it wasn't quite as bad as I thought.
It always looks flatter on camera, Miles, I can assure you.
Jim, you're back here racing for the first time in years.
Yeah, first time in 10 years, so get in the car tomorrow. Got to say massive thank you to Jimmy and to Amy Jack.
Yep.
Who 2 weeks ago said, I've got a crazy idea. And I was like, I can do crazy.
Yes,
So,
yes, you can.
so yeah, the guys have been working flat out trying to make that happen at the moment.
Did you get the transmission sorted out?
Yeah, transmission's all sorted. I've got to say a massive shout to Chris at Maximum Transmissions, also to King Shocks, who really helped us out, and to BF Goodrich Tyres. So, yeah, thank you very much to all of those, and we'll be on the start line tomorrow for the Everyman Challenge.
See, you got to take the day off, huh?
If you can call it that, yes.
Can we call you on the radio and talk to you during the race?
Oh, of course you can.
Okay, I think we should do that.
That would be rad. There's Blurton for just a second.
You have to remember that when I'm in the race car, I'm not quite as polite as I am.
I was going to say, I remember.
Is that Cameron Steele or the
Listen.
other one?
So that's Wrecking Ball coming down, which means he's the head of the park. They've already done Jack North and come down Bender Alley.
There's Tony Ramos.
And that looks like Robby Gordon right now, making his way up across Rocky Top now. If that is Robby Gordon, we did see him stationary a moment ago with another Speed UTV vehicle.
And it looks like he lost his tailgate.
Yeah, that is the 3461 there of Robby Gordon. You can see the Starlink on the back. So we've got quite
back up and make the backups count.
It's not rock crawling. You don't get any extra points for backing up.
Car's still moving.
Robby had a tough day in qualifying yesterday. Had a pretty good run going and then flipped her over, so he'll be taking a rear start once again. But remember, these races are on adjusted time, and then there's some VCP shenanigans that went on today, so we'll see how it all plays out.
Yeah, we saw him rolling JP Gomez's car after JP Gomez rolled his other car.
There's Aaron Lynch trying to work his way through the middle of Chocolate Thunder, and just how I was there a couple weeks ago, and this is really dug out right now.
Yeah, when you look at that left line, you see the co-driver picking his way up across there,
Oh,
and then you realise that Carl Cheney drove that line.
So that the rock that's to the right of car 113 right there was where the right tire's at. And you used to come in, you used to come and you'd be on that, and that would keep you from washing out.
And that's when you kind of went hard right and around left and kind of skid
Yes.
your,
But the interchange is that rock that's in the hole just to the front of the front right. That's not there normally either, and that can't be helping them because at that point you just want to be transitioning from across the crack, and with that thing in the center there holding the front diff up, it's probably what's making that so difficult.
Yeah, it's crazy how much has changed. I remember it was 2012, my first time helping with the live show up at Chocolate Thunder. Remember the gatekeeper? It's not even there anymore.
It's under
gone.
sand, yeah.
So it's just covered with sand.
It's covered with sand, yeah.
It's crazy.
When we first started racing Chocolate Thunder, where they're at right there, it was straight up cliff. The left-hand line was a 20-foot vertical ledge. But
Yeah, I remember that. That was back in sort of 2013. That was still a fascia there.
Mm-hmm.
And as you said, the gatekeeper at the bottom used to be legit, didn't it? I mean, you had to fight to get across
it. Was a one line, almost like, not quite as gnarly as backdoor, but similar.
So they wouldn't be on Check Me Out right now, so this will be Highway 19 and 20.
I'm
Top
so
of it.
glad you're in here. I don't know these trails like you do.
Yep, this is lap 2 still for these guys, so this is going to be Highway 20.
So this is literally where they come in off the desert, come in round the back, and then this is one of the first trails they pick it up on lap 2, isn't it?
Yes, after they've gone down Aftershock, they turn around and come back up this, and then they go up on top a fissure, and they have Uptown, and then they come back around to Jack at that point. Uptown's a new trail up there for them.
This is partway in the back of the pack. I believe that's Zack Pollard in the middle there.
And this is one of those moments when you're making your way down these trails. Do you push on and try and pass somebody and risk a flat tire as you take a sketchy line, or do you just sit and wait?
They're just going for a finish right now. I believe that's Brandon Caveman Anderson.
I was going to say, at this
front.
point, are you buddying up with people and just trying to survive?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll help you. You help me.
So that's the Sand Hill going to Big Johnson. I really did not think that was going to be climbable. The water is definitely helping. I expected that to get chopped up, but right up and out.
So is this
up
one
on
of the
Big Johnson?
Is this one of the areas where you can make your own adventure?
Yeah, this was the longest line around there.
Gotcha. Now talk to me about this make your own adventure, because this is a new area of the course. Well, not a new area of the course, a new concept, isn't it?
Kind of, yeah. We've been getting ourselves into a predicament where I'm having to put VCPs into the rocks to keep the racers into the hard spots. So I tried to come up with just enough difficulty that just getting through it would be the hard part, and not get too focused on specific obstacles.
Gotcha.
So in this case, it's more of a navigation. Just there's 7 or 8 different canyons, 2 of which have been driven. The rest of them haven't.
And the further you go, the easier they get. The closer you are, more rock crawling. So do you want to go longer and easier, or shorter distance and more rocks?
I've got a section for next year where there's probably 25 ways to get to the same place. and all 25 ways are going to be completely legit.
Where's that at?
Here and there.
Can I see that mountain from here?
Mostly there.
That's the one thing. Oh, we've got someone there put stationary. That's the one thing about the hammer trails. There are so many variations on the trails. There are so many different places. And there's new lines being opened up every single year.
I believe that's Jay Shaw, and you can see his helmet on top of the car. That's a visual for other drivers to say, hey, I'm out of the car, but you put your helmet on top of the car just to let them know you're okay to keep going. Jeff Bachman, I believe, part of the Pit Guys crew.
Now, I haven't had a chance to get out to Wrecking Ball this year, but is the waterfall still absolutely full bore, or are they going to be bypassing around the side?
So the right line going up has become unpleasant, is my understanding.
That's not a good line.
The left line, the left old school line at the top of the waterfall has never been good for wide cars because it's it was originally built around Jeeps and Toyotas.
Yep.
And there's an undercut left and an undercut right. You have to kind of you scooch around the rock on the left. As you go up, if you don't make it up out of the waterfall, you back down into it, and the back left gets hung up on that rock, and that's why they all roll over. What I'm hearing is that is even more jacked up than usual. Even after everything we gave them on the course, they said that the waterfall and wrecking ball was still the hardest spot of the course so far this year.
That's crazy. As we see Cody Miller and Mark Welch racing for the UTV Hammers Championship. They're also racing for the Nitto Race of Kings in those on UTVs on race day for 4,400 as well. So they get around Bachman, who is a rookie. Yeah, look at the rocks. They're clean. So I think once they dry out, the traction tomorrow on these rocks could be amazing.
This is dropping in the canyon coming from pit 2 over into the top of outer limits. Or actually, we are now out of outer limits. This is the bypass on Spooners going up. So the camera's saying outer limits, but we are actually going up Spooners here. That's the bypass. So, I would talk about, I don't understand if I'm in the rocks or if I'm on the bypass. See all the rocks to the left? That's the trail.
Those are the rocks. So this
See
is
the dirt road next to the 7-Eleven right there? That's the bypass.
But obviously, everybody's taking that top run.
Yeah, we left all basically rock bypasses we left in the race because we put enough difficulty in the rest of the trails. But I kind of find it funny when people say they don't know which ones, if they were really in the rocks or not.
That's Jeff Martin. Well, there's Paul Wolff, and so he started in the other car. I think he had an issue, and then he hopped in. James Cantrell started in this car, so this is his open class car, if I'm not mistaken. So
that's what I saw James over there enjoying VIP, so his day's already over, and he said he handed it off to Paul.
But he was still all smiles.
Of course he is.
If you're going to drive somebody else's car.
Have you ever seen James Cantrell not smiling?
I'm surprised he's not still working on the car. Paul Wolff's had a little rough start in the UTVs, and then the EMC. We'll see him racing, sharing driving duties tomorrow with Dan Wyrick and that 4,500 Toyota UFO built machine. But he is starting side by side with with Cade Rod in the 4,400 class. Nelson Sparks, I believe.
So I don't know if you heard James talking about it yesterday, but we've got the AI working, so we're actually able to catalog the cars on data just by reading the graphics packages off the cars.
It's crazy, isn't it?
I don't know how
I'm going to lose my job, aren't I?
No, because no. I don't understand how you pick the cars out that fast and know who they are, but the fact that we're having technology do it going forward is kind of cool too.
Yeah, that's incredible. Pretty impressive. That was Bryce Sparks, I think I mixed that name up.
I never thought it'd be possible to bring that kind of AI technology to bear in this kind of terrain.
Yeah, it's cool and crazy. The rain's definitely messing with the technology a little bit today, but every year the Hammer King production crew just ups the game, and so far from what I've seen, it's almost doubled in, I'm going to call it awesomeness.
It's the racers that have upped the game this year, man. They're putting cameras on cars, and they're supporting us and making the show. It's the racers that are up in the game this year.
As we continue to get these fantastic images live from the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, and that is car number 80
turn
there.
right.
That's Matt Jeffrey.
That's Matthew Jeffrey.
Oh, he's already on the winch line.
Yep. Warren came out here and set up a winch point for these guys and gals. Thanks again to Warren Winch.
And I haven't mentioned winching once. I'd just like to point that out.
You haven't mentioned winching or whinging.
It's a similar thing. And that is the
That's Perry Mahaney.
Look at that awesome image. He's come down through the ridge line.
Perry Mahaney still making his way through, and it's still I'd call it a super light rain, heavy drizzle. just enough to be a little funky out there, but it's not the monsoon they were calling. And I even heard snow in the forecast, so I'm glad that didn't happen.
Someone, they were wrong about that. It's not going to snow when it's 60 degrees outside, Miles. It's no snowing.
Man, you're good with math then, huh?
Not really. If someone could hear me on the radio, on the speakers, though, find someone in Hammertown. Let's get some firewood going, get that fire heated up.
I like that.
Yeah, we'll do that. We got a fire coming.
Yeah, we'll get that
Hey,
sorted
Chris Bowler.
If you're just joining us, this is the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers presented by Nitto Tires and powered by Ultima Batteries. But today is about the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, and we've seen Kyle Cheney cross the line to become a 4-time champion here in Hammertown. But there's still plenty more action to come. We're going to step out for a short commercial break. If you're on premium, you'll stay with us. If not, we'll see you in 2.
Years of off-road racing dominance, proprietary patented race technology, proudly made in the USA, unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions, King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
If you're wondering why we totally reinvented the fire extinguisher, we've got about 8 billion reasons. And if you're wondering why now, we've got another 45 million reasons. That's how many fire extinguishers have been recalled recently because they might not work. We created the Rousseau to keep people safe. It's easy to use, and most importantly, it works when you need it. Yes, the Rousseau costs more, but nowhere near as much as it's worth. Rousseau, the world's most valuable fire extinguisher.
Welcome back to the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. This is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, and Kyle Cheney just made history, winning 4 times in a row here in his Can-Am. What a great job by him. So it's locked in. Kyle Cheney won, locked in. Phil Blurton in that second position, still starting to...
So school me. You're saying it's made history. What about Mitch Sr. back in the day?
You know what?
I think Mitch Sr. won it 5 times in a row.
Was it 5 times or 3?
Someone get Mitch Sr. out of the handicaps. There's like a parking spots over there for the old people. Get Mitch Sr. and find out how many times he won in a row. He won 6 in a row. 6 is more than 4.
Man, my math's off today, huh?
It's like a whole extra hand required more.
See, this is the trouble when you run out of fingers.
No history made today, but still an incredible achievement.
For sure. I believe that's Zack Syzmik.
Yeah, that is the 777 there.
You stored that car for a little bit, if I remember right.
Mitch?
Yeah, Zack Syzmik.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't even know how
it
many
was in when I went to go move a container, there was a race car in it, so we had to put it in a different one. And
right on.
I'm pretty sure it was that one.
So anything we do to help him out.
Absolutely, yep. That's one thing you're always about is if anybody needs help, you've done some pretty cool things for a lot of great people. So the checkered flag flies.
Looks a little funky.
Yeah, it looks flat from here for sure. Maybe even a little
Flat?
wobbly.
Nope. It's a long day if you're in aftershock right now. And they're not even there yet. They're still getting into aftershock.
And the sun, I mean, what time is it? It's 2 o'clock, so we got about 3.5 hours of daylight. We did have to push the start back an hour, so I believe the finish line doesn't close till 7 plus your time, correct?
That's correct,
So
yes,
it'll
sir.
be just shy of 8 o'clock. Is Hunter Miller? Nope, that's Cody Miller.
Yep.
I saw Hunter already out of the car a little bit ago. I wasn't able to catch up with him and see what happened, but Cody Miller still with a fast pace. Obviously, he had issues early on, both rear axles. So this is a super fast car, so you can see him starting to pick off some of these guys. I believe that's Ben Heiting, part of our rookie program.
I wonder if axles were a bigger thing today because of the rain. Gets tires spin up.
Yeah, so
shock loads.
spin and then shock load. Exactly.
Spin and traction.
So this is Rocky Top, Dave. The line here, there looks like there's a line through the center and a line to the right.
Okay, this is Uptown, correct? This is top of Fisher Mountain.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So Fisher Mountain, the original road, is over to the left, and then we're bringing up this new trail right here.
That could be Tyler Gibbs in the bottom of our screen.
We're coming down. We're coming down full of hate here, actually, into Clawhammer.
There's a lot of cars moving through there.
I love that name, Full of Hate. It just describes every single part of it, doesn't it?
I believe that's Cody Miller coming into screen center.
Yeah,
and again, that's a healthy car now, and he can drive fast, so I suspect him to make a few passes here shortly.
Yeah, it looks like a single-seat ZP car coming down there.
That must be Travis Zollinger.
I'm so completely backwards. That is the Z-turn on Claw. Coming uphill, that's the Z-turn on Claw. You recognizing it now, Jim? Right there, that's the little pivot pick.
Yeah. So I'll tell you tomorrow when I've done it.
So Travis Zollinger.
So from there, they're going to turn and left and go. They pull away on that drone. Now you go left up Nightmare. That's up Nightmare right there, and Clawhammer goes to the right. But they're going to go up left up Nightmare right there to the top of Blue Dot.
Brian Tilton and Aaron Kaufman. Aaron Kaufman raced a few years ago. It was really cool to see him in our sport, and he's buddied up with Brian Tilton and has co-drove for him for the last couple years. Great to see all these big names coming out to King of the Hammers.
Yeah, let's just talk about some of those big names that we've seen in the, in the UTV Can-Am Championships this week. I mean, we've got, Carl Cheney, Mitch Guthrie Jr., Brock Hager, Bryce Menzies, CJ Greaves, Johnny Greaves, Max Gordon, Robbie Gordon.
Brian Deegan.
Exactly. The list goes on and on. What an incredibly stacked race this is. Hunter Miller, Cody Miller.
Did you ever say Kyle Cheney?
I think I might have mentioned him.
Jim, I'm looking up on top of that mountain over there. It looks like we might have a car, at least was burning. Something was burning on top of Fisher Mountain a few minutes ago.
Yeah, I can see
whether
the
the
smoke.
fire's out or not.
Rich Bursch, we just saw him on screen just a moment ago.
We've got safety crews all around this course, though, so if there is anything out there, I'm sure they'll be reacting to it. But great eyes there, Dave.
Tech and contingency is going on right now for the Everyman Challenge. They'll be taking off tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Standard Pacific Time. There's Tyler Remmereid still moving along. We saw him changing a front diff in main pits a couple hours ago, so great to see him still moving. We saw his dad, Todd Remmereid, race the Class 11 Baja Vita, presented by Impy a couple days ago. All these days are starting to blur together.
Months ago.
I was talking to Bailey the other day. I was like, I asked her, how was school for the girls? She's like, it's Saturday. I was like, I thought it was Monday.
Okay, well, we continue with the action here. Pam is on stage. Pam, what do you got?
Thanks, Jim. I'm here with Zack Syzmik here, right now. Feeling pretty good about finishing the race, but you're a little worn out.
Yeah, I lost a tire. I clipped a big rock as soon as we came out of Maine when we came out of the desert. So I literally ran this tire and rim flat the entire rock section, and it beat the hell out of us. So.
Well, and let's talk about your car right here. This is your first time racing this car out here this weekend. It's kind of an iconic car.
Yeah, this is the one Kyle Cheney won last year, the overall with. I've never been out here. I've never raced in the desert, nothing. I bought a car. I grabbed my brother, who's never raced anything, and bought a GPS, and we just figured it out.
Well, here you are. I mean, it's awesome to finish this race, especially for your first time ever out here. What'd you think about the race course?
It was a lot of fun. I've been having fun since I got here, so I'm good. I'll be back.
Well, congratulations on your finish. Let's give it up to who all you want to thank for getting out here.
JW Performance, Jason for our pit, Yokohama Tire, Paul and those guys, Brian, everyone's awesome. Victory Sign, Remington Oil takes care of all my fuel. Heim Machine back home, my whole team, my girlfriend, my crew. My brother for coming out here and dealing with me. We had a couple arguments along the way, but we moved on. So, yeah, it's been good.
Well, awesome. Congratulations, and we'll let you go get cleaned up and dried up because the rain's getting us all wet out here, but congratulations.
Thank you.
Back to the booth.
Thank you, Pam. Always good to hear from our racers across the line. Get your head round that, Miles. First time out here, and he's come well inside the top 20. Incredible.
He bought a winning car. It's absolutely insane. There's Tyler Gibbs coming to screen, and it looks like my daughter Jade's tuned in. Miss you, sweetheart. Love you.
And that is the 926 there of Tyler Gibbs, as you just said. Still rocking and rolling, still out there on the trails. And
Tyler
just
Gibbs
as we said,
gonna
the curse of the commentator strikes again.
I'll bet you he's switching from low to high right there.
Exactly.
Oh, is that Paul Wolff? Yes, the 7018 Paul Wolff coming in. So this will be a finishing for him. So this could be a top 10 finish for Paul Wolff in the open class. He started in the pro modified class in his other Can-Am, but it's finishing in the open class. So great run for Paul Wolff. He struggled during qualifying, but brought it all together for redemption here for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship.
Yeah, let's not forget he rolled his car in qualifying.
Both cars.
Yeah, exactly. But now, the interesting thing about that is all your clocks start on 0. But the difficulty with that is you then have all of the traffic in front of you to get past.
There's Tony Palarie. And Cody Miller.
That's Cody Miller coming up round on him. Now, can he find a line here? Just trying to see if that car actually has a problem or if it's just high-centered. It was just high-centered.
I mean, it looks flat here. They're going uphill. And it's off camber to the left.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Cody can do here. And you just saw that other car just stopping. Probably to make a change from low to high. And Cody Miller makes a soft pass. And on he goes. So if you're just joining us, this is the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tyre and powered by Optima Batteries. And today, it is all about the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. We've seen an incredible day of racing. Kyle Cheney taking his 4th championship win here in Hammertown. But it's a little bit different to normal, Miles. We've got rain.
Yeah. What days? I can't remember what day it is. Doesn't matter. But about a week ago, it rained.
Today is Thursday.
Today's Thursday. So a week and a half ago, It rained pretty good, and it was pretty rough. I ended up sneaking home for a couple days and missed it. Came back, and it was absolutely perfect. So, we're going to struggle a little bit today to make it absolutely amazing for the rest of the week. We still have 2 more full big days of racing. Tomorrow's the EMC, and Saturday is the Nitto Race of Kings for the 4,400 Unlimited class. The biggest and baddest names in our sport. I can't wait to keep on racing the rest of the week.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's not forget, the young gun, Cade Rod, is sitting in pole position for the Nitto Race of Kings, which will be
Wolff,
Saturday.
right next to him, who just came in.
Oh, look at this, Miles.
That's Brian Deegan, but he's got a ball joint issue on the right front. So Brian Deegan and Jeremy Dickinson have had a little bit of a struggle today. I hate to see that, but yeah, that right bottom ball joint is broke on that. So they're just trying to limp along and come on to town.
Yeah, now we saw him earlier coming up out of Chocolate Thunder, and he was looking really strong and not that far behind the leaders. So real tough break there for Brian Deegan. It's so good to see so many different people from so many other sports coming out here to be part of Hammers.
Did you say Jeremy McGrath a little bit ago? I don't think you mentioned him. He's out there.
No, that's a very good point. In fact, do you know the crazy thing? I was stood next to him last night. How could I forget that?
That's awesome.
But there we go. Anyway, Pam's on stage. Pam, what have you got for us?
Bit muddy, but Paul Wolff, how you feeling right now?
Doing really good. We jumped in on lap 2, and me and Travis took over and ran this car and finished it out. And car held up great. This is actually my pre-runner. It got entered last minute, and Can-Am's tough as nails, man. It ran the rock trails probably 4 or 5 times, and then we just put it through the paces one more time.
Did you have any issues out on the course, or was it pretty much smooth sailing?
It was pretty good. There's a few spots that were jammed up, and we made some alternative climbs, and the car took it, man. We beat it down pretty hard. The RCV axles and the halo locker, all that stuff held up great, and of course, Can-Am power.
Well, and that's the thing about you. You are no stranger to rocks. I mean, coming from the rock bouncer world and everything. So out here, I can't say it's easy for you, but it makes it easier because you have that kind of background.
Yeah, it does, especially with the rain. It's kind of line it up and shoot it. I wish it would have came in a little earlier. I think it would have played a little more to our favor, but it came kind of towards the end, so it is what it is.
Well, who do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend at our King of the Hammers?
I got to thank my family, my crew, Travis. These guys worked their butts off. We had a lot of issues this weekend, from everything from being in a mud hole when we got here to our generator went out. We had all kinds of issues going on, and they kept fighting and pushing their way through, and we're at the finish line.
Exactly. I mean, you've had some struggles also this whole entire weekend with all of your qualifying, but you're out here, you're up here on this with the finish. That's all that matters. So congratulations to Paul Wolff.
Thank you.
Back to the booth.
Thank you, Pam. And great job, Paul Wolff and Travis Skelton, as we see Ben Heiting working his way through King's Veto area. Heard a little sound check from tonight's music vibes over there. Brother Al's got the monster stage fired up, rattling the announcer's booth right now. I'm excited to watch them tonight.
Yeah, now that's some serious volume coming through there, Miles, that's for sure. That's going to be a whole load of fun. And one of the things I love about King of the Hammers is we get so many people coming from around the world to watch. And we've just had coming up to say hello to us none other than Adrian Parker, a.k.a. Muppet. Now, anybody back home who knows anything about the Outback Challenge Australia will know that name. Outback Challenge Australia was one of the biggest events in the world a few years back, so great to see Adrian out here enjoying himself.
Oh, absolutely. And the Monster Energy stage is literally 100 yards away, and it's rattling the booth up here. We're going to have a party tonight.
Yeah, I've got ripples in my coffee, and I don't even drink coffee. Okay, if you're just joining us right now, this is the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tyre and powered by Optima Batteries. And today is all about the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. And just check this out. This is King's Veto. Look at the size of these rocks, Miles. They are as big as the UTV stuck in them.
Yeah, and again, that's Ben Heiting, part of the rookie program, making his way around. And so great to see all these rookies out here having fun, taking notes from some of the heroes of the sport. So much great stuff coming from the rookie program. So if you've never raced King of the Hammers before, next year, 2025 King of the Hammers? Join that rookie program. We'll teach you a lot of insight.
Yeah, over 60 rookies joining us this year in our lineup, and you can spot the rookies because they have red numbers on their number boards. Oh my word, look at this. We've got ourselves some stretch limos in the desert.
They're out there cruising along, having some fun. I saw those, the white one up front at Ultra 3 a few nights ago.
Yeah, we were just talking about our rookie program a little while ago. If you do get a chance and you fancy coming out to King of the Hammers and having a go and driving these world-famous trails, then go to kingofthehammers.com and you'll find lots of information there as the racing continues right now.
I believe that's Chris Corbin, part of the Open and that Pro R coming through the Bronco Arch. All part of the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. This is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship.
Yeah, so Chris Corbin now making his way round the short course. And it's a much larger short course this year.
3 more turns to go. And Chris Corbin will be grabbing the checkered flag.
How many times has this jump caught us out this weekend, Miles?
Oh, more than once. Oh, what a great, great day of racing it has been. Again, a huge shout out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, Nitto, Progressive Insurance, Sylvania Off-Road, Griffin Race Radiators, Curry Enterprise, Brannick, Yukon, VP, Warren, El Monte, iBox Spring of the Hammers, Max Trax, Russo Eliminator, and ARB. So please support who supports the sport. Without all those amazing marketing partners, we would not be racing here today.
Yeah, absolutely, Miles. I was walking around in Hammertown earlier today, and there are so many fantastic vendors here. And they are incredibly helpful. They want to be here. They want to be supporting.
Yeah.
And they love King of the Hammers.
I've taken a couple strolls through town this week, and there are so many vendors out here. You can probably rebuild most of your car if you have an issue. There's lots of great food out here and so much amazing stuff.
You said about rebuilding your car. I already have.
You have, yeah. Hopefully the only time.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's so many stories out there. We're talking to Waylon Campbell. He's already broken 2 upper 8 arms. He's done 3 transmissions.
I was going to say transmission in the Campbells was
torque converters.
A sore subject this week.
Exactly. But that's a story that's echoed all the way around this pit. But that's okay, because everyone wants to help everybody else as we watch Todd Beckett making his way into top of Aftershock.
Well, I caught up with him earlier this week and had a fun little chat with Todd. He's here to have a lot of fun in that brand new car. I love the big numbers on the top. 101 Todd Beckett. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, now, if you are going to drive King of the Hammers, big numbers get you noticed.
Big numbers on top of the roof.
Me and Miles aren't getting any younger, and our eyesight's not as good as it used to be. So Todd Beckett there, keeping it clean. You see another car just in front. Oh, what a fantastic view this is. This really does give you an idea of the severity of these trails.
And how off-camber some of these are.
Yeah, and you have to remember that these vehicles are a lot narrower than the big cars that we're going to see on these trails later this week.
Great sportsmanship there. Knew he was getting caught, so he pulled off to the right just a little bit to let around Todd Beckett.
Yeah, and we're proper old school out here at Hammers. There's no push to pass. You have to get up behind someone, you have to hit your horn, or a lot of these vehicles have sirens on them, and they'll just be hitting those up. And it's important that they're very loud. All of these drivers will have full-face helmets. And
you'll probably be hearing those horns a lot tomorrow, won't you?
Well, I hope not. I'm that far at the back, mate. I probably won't hear any. No, I'm hoping that I'm going to get to use my siren a fair bit. Oh, no, look at this, though. Todd Beckett has come to a stop.
Lots of people have had some struggles today, but that's why this is King of the Hammers. They don't call it the biggest and hardest one-day off-road race in the world for nothing.
Yeah, I'll keep saying it. There are no easy miles at Hammers.
You can tell the rocks are still wet out there in these hammer trails. Maybe Jeff Donda, I believe. Yes, 4908, Jeff Donda.
Okay, there. So we just saw Todd Beckett pulled on the side, and the car that actually pulled over for him, which is another rookie.
That's
which is
Jen Zip. And I believe that's Donnie riding shotgun with him.
Yeah, so Jen Zip there pulled over to let Todd Beckett past, and the racing gods are cruel to Todd Beckett. He comes to a stop. Now look at that rock, Mars. It's absolutely square.
And huge.
Yeah,
Almost as big as the UTV.
It is as big as the UTV.
But it sounds like Pam Hall's ready for another interview, so let's hear what Pam's got to say with another finisher of the King of the Hammers.
Thanks, Miles. I'm here with Chris Corbin. You're out here with a finish right now. Smile on your face. Well deserved.
Yes, thank you. It was a lot of fun. Really difficult, slimy at the end there, but we kept in it and stayed strong.
Well, having the rain come in like it is right now, do you think that was a factor on the last lap for a lot of the drivers?
Definitely. Yeah, a lot of people not making up some of the climbs and whatnot and having to winch, even us. So I'll bet it's just what you got to do.
Yes, but you are here. You are at the finish. Who would you like to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
Well, of course, my wife, kids, everyone back home that helped me get here, my team here. Corbin Custom Works, they let me be here, all my customers, and of course, everyone who puts this on. I really appreciate this awesome opportunity. It's been a blast.
Well, if it wasn't for you racers, we wouldn't be out here doing this. So thank you for coming and racing out here at King of the Hammers.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, guys, back to the booth.
Okay, thank you very much, Pam. Always good to hear from our finishers here. And let's just have a quick look there, our unofficial top 10. Let's not forget we've got multiple classes, but this is the overall results. In 10th is Chris Corbin. In 9th is Paul Wolff. In 8th is Zack Syzmik. In 7th is Matt Zeiler. In 6th is Cole Clark.
In 5th is CJ Greaves. 4th, Mitch Guthrie Jr. 3rd, Brock Hager. 2nd, Phil Blurton. And 1st, Kyle Cheney. Again, it's the unofficial overall results. The top 10 right there. What a great stacked field right there. There's a lot of names you'd expect in there, but Matt Zeiler, I'm going to give him a shout out. He drove one heck of a race by himself.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. But it really was a masterclass from Kyle Cheney today to pick up his 4th Hammers title, who is now the second most successful driver in UTV after Mitch Guthrie Sr.
Pretty impressive.
It is.
But
he's got to go some now. He's got to win another 3 if he wants to beat Mitch Guthrie Sr.
Which I think he'll be back and ready to do it again. As Jeff Bachman, part of the rookie program, comes down with Dumpster Fire Off-Road, part of the Pit Guys program. Saw Joe Gould earlier today. He was supposed to race, but had some health issues, so he can't be out here racing with us, but he couldn't stay away. He had to come in and support his friends.
Yeah, it looks like our team at Hammer King have got the fire pit going. They'll be keeping the crowds nice and warm. Thank you very much, guys.
The Aussies have been amazing this year. And Brandon, he's been all right.
Everywhere you look, there's Australians this year.
There's Travis Zollinger, Mr. ZRP himself. He came through, I believe, in the top 5 earlier, so he obviously had some kind of struggles out on course. But his never quit attitude will be here strong, and he'll be racing, I believe, that car in the 4400 as well. And there's Mark Welch right behind him, who's doing the same. Be racing UTVs and 4400. And the 428, Tony Palarie right behind them. So, again, Dave mentioned earlier that at this point of the race, you're probably going to just stick with your little buddy group. So if you have an issue, they can help you. And then if they have an issue, you can repay the favor. Travis Forshee had some fun today with Forshee Racing and Rufus. Team Obstacle. He had some issues out on course, lost the right front, so tough break there. But he's been part of the Rufus Racing team for quite some time, but he made his debut today here at King of the Hammers. So great job, buddy.
Yeah, and there was 138 starters this morning, Miles.
138.
And I'm not sure we've even got 20 back into town yet.
Yeah, and I think we'll have, 162 tomorrow and 116 on Saturday if my brain isn't too fuzzled up right now.
Yeah, 162 tomorrow, 116 on Saturday. You are quite correct. That's an awesome number for tomorrow's race. I cannot wait.
Incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got the 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class. We've got the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class. And, of course, the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. All lining up tomorrow. Oh, we would watch one of the Can-Ams coming to a stop there. But tomorrow, first off the line will be Ken Foltz, who laid down an absolutely astonishing qualifying time in his 4800 car.
And now coming to the screen is Dustin Robbins with all things UTV.
Now Dustin would expect to be near the front of the pack, so this is quite an interesting turn of events. He must have had some problems out on course.
He always brings his A game and gives it his all. So Dustin Robbins still cruising through out of Decatur, Alabama. That was the 106 of Steven Rogers. He came from the rock bouncing world as well, but he stepped into Ultra 4, I think a year plus ago. Great to see him still running strong out in the desert. Rogers Racing. If you are just tuning in, Kyle Cheney unofficially won this race today. Well, officially won today for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship during the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. And there is Nathan Parker. This could be the top finisher for the rookie program. Nathan the Phenom Parker with a great run in that Can-Am. He was fresh to Ultra 4 last year, racing in memory of his father, Robert Parker. Brian Fulcher really brought everything in. Kyle Cheney's part of that team, and it's really great to see the whole team momentum come out here in full force.
Yeah, Nathan Parker, you can only say that he's almost certainly going to be a winner of this event in the future. Incredibly talented and so fast.
I believe he's only 15 years old.
Of age. Yep. And that there is the 504.
That is
Miller Richmond.
Yeah, Miller Richmond with Troy Digby riding shotgun. That is one of the Miller's cars from last year. He's from down in New Orleans area. So this is his first King of the Hammers race with us. So great to have Miller Richmond come out with us. There's Steven Rogers. Steven Rogers still cruising along. Look, he's missing his spare tire, so not sure if he used it already, if it fell off, or what happened. But these guys and gals,
whatever it is, it's now trail traction, Miles.
Yeah, these guys and gals put a lot of spare parts. You can see some an axle that's bolted on the back, and it's broken already before he even used it.
Now, the interesting thing about this is when we look at all the UTVs, we have so many years of production vehicles out here. And that's the great part about it. You really can see so many different vehicles through the generals, and that means that you can come out here and actually pick up a race-ready machine at a very sensible price. And then join us on the hammer trails for the craziness that is King of the Hammers.
Speaking about rookie, there's Rob Reno, 4290, part of our rookie program. And speaking about rookies, Nathan Parker, I believe, unofficially overall in that 12th position at 15 years of age. Brian Fulcher just came up and was all smiles, big thumbs up. His teammate Kyle Cheney just won this race, and one of his other favorite people, Nathan Parker, came into town. So we'll get Nathan Parker up on stage, but we were actually able to catch up with him a few days ago. So let's see what Parker has to say.
Well, best of luck. See you guys tomorrow at Supercross then. Brian Deegan
I'm Nathan
officially out
Parker.
for the
I'm
race.
number 151. I'm racing the stock class in the UTV Hammers race. It's my first year racing side-by-side, so pretty excited about it.
Last year after Hammers,
Nathan's dad, Robert, and Brian, the owner of Team Momentum, wanted me to race Ultra 4 for them, kind of help them with their side-by-side program. Since they were kind of new to it, they had the mud world pretty much dominated, so they wanted to start doing some side-by-side stuff. And then tragedy struck with Nathan's dad and everything, and we kind of just took the whole program, to ourselves. And Nathan started racing an X3, he kind of just jumped into it. He hadn't really been in one before, and took to it like fish to water.
I started racing the Ultra 4 races and had a blast with all of them, did pretty good in the pro stock class.
He's very driven. He's nonstop working on his stuff by himself.
They've been teaching me different things about the car. Kyle's been helping me on the track. He's pointed out a bunch of things that I never would have thought about. And really working on the car, he's helped me a lot with setup-wise.
The more you know your car, the better driver you're going to be. And I don't want my knowledge just to leave when I'm done. If you have the drive to figure it out, you have a good setup, then I feel like you can go pretty far in it.
The rookie program started a challenge trophy. The highest finisher rookie for the 4,900 race, your name gets put on the trophy and you keep it for a year.
It's pretty cool, especially with Robert winning it last year, his first year. There's a lot more to racing than just winning.
The rookie program, it's just, you get so many benefits from it. They teach you how to run the GPS, all about the course, what to expect, what to prepare for, all that. There's no reason you shouldn't be in it if you're a rookie. I mostly just want to finish the race because I know this is going to be a tough race, especially for being in a pro stock car. It's a little bit rougher on the car. I've been trying to pace myself pre-running and stuff.
This is going to be a tough one. This is King of the Hammers. This ain't going to be a cakewalk for him for sure. But, when we were pre-running, he was good in the rocks. If he can just get in his head, that he doesn't have to push 100%. It's not a motocross race. Just keep the car together. I think he'll do good.
Wow, that is just so cool, Mars. But more impressive than that is the fact that he's now on stage with Pam. So Pam, what do you got for us?
I am here with the young 15-year-old Nathan Parker. You are out here for your first ever King of the Hammers. You are in the rookie program as well. But give us a little rundown of how you're feeling right now.
We're super excited. We had a tough day. We started fourth, and then through the desert, we were having some problems with the car, but we got those figured out. So on the second lap, we come into the rocks with no low gear, so we only had high. So I smoked a bunch of belts, but we ended up going through them fine, and then from there we just limped the car back and made it to the finish.
That's amazing to finish because so many people come out here to try to finish this race for so many years, and you out here as a rookie doing it on your first time is pretty amazing.
Yes, ma'am, it is. It's awesome.
So who all do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
Can-Am, Performance C, CT Raceworks for building the car, Dirty Stripper Chemicals, EFX Tires, KMC Wheels, Wheel Pros, Parish Fire, Air Dam Clutches, High Lifter, SD Lights, and all of my family for supporting me and everybody else.
Well, let's give it up for the young Nathan Parker. Congratulations. Super proud of you on your first ever finish out here at King of the Hammers. Back to the booth.
Thank you, Pam. And yeah, Nathan Parker, 15 years old. What a great, great young man he is. I think he's got a great future ahead of him. To be running with the big dogs at this age, it's only going to get better and better. With practice, makes perfect. Still have quite a few UTVs out on course. I think we're still sniffing about, only about 15 finishers thus far. There's the 2340 of Perry Manahe. Making his way through Wrecking Ball. This is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. Kyle Cheney wins 4 years in a row. 529 of Cody Willenborg, part of the open class coming in. One more Can-Am corner yet to go. Then he'll be hitting the Yukon launch and grabbing the checkered flags. I believe the start line shuts down at 4 p.m. tonight. No, you cannot leave for your second lap if you don't make it here before 4 p.m. We had to push everything back by an hour this morning, had some transponder issues, but we got all that sorted out, and we've been racing since 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time here in Johnson Valley, California for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship as Cody Willenborg comes around the Can-Am corner, getting ready to hit the Yukon launch.
Yeah, so Cody Willenborg there, crossing the line. Oh, and he'll be checking the checkered flag.
Hey, Terhune, did you get your car fixed? One more hour. If you remember right, the Terhune tumble got everything fixed up. There's Bryce Sparks, the 3377.
Okay, as we continue here with the action, watching the 3377 of Bryce Sparks making his way down through Wrecking Claw. If you're joining us, this is the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tyre and powered by Optima Batteries. And today is all about the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, and what a day it's been. We've seen Kyle Cheney taking his 4th title here at King of the Hammers. We're going to pop out for a short commercial break. If you're with Premium, you will stay with us. If not, we will see you in 2.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sorts you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Oh, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Ah, yee! Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
Whatever you drive, however you drive. AMSOIL specially engineers lubricants to maximize power, performance, and protection in your vehicles, so you can work hard and play hard with confidence. Order online at amsoil.com.
Dirty fingernails, mud in your hair, cuts and bruises out of nowhere. It is brutal, but I wouldn't change a thing.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube, go to KOHUltimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds.
The King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail conquering Bronco.
Welcome back to the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. We are still watching the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. Looked like Chris Ambergy was coming into screen with maybe Jeff Donda right behind him, coming down Wrecking Claw. If you're just joining us, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. It's been a little bit of a drizzly day, but we're getting our way through it, getting everything. I think the conditions for tomorrow's EMC race are going to be absolutely amazing. But 4 times in a row, Kyle Cheney just wrapped this race up. But it sounds like Pam has another one for us. Pam, what do you got?
I am here with Jeff Martin. You are out here just finished King of the Hammers, and the fun fact is you just finished it in the car that you bought for your wife.
Yeah, my wife's 15-year wedding anniversary. She was so kind to not only be happy she got it, but let us race it in King of the Hammers. So she's great. She's right there. She helped us change the knuckle today in pit 2. We had a long day. We had I almost killed my co-driver Dave at mile 15. We hit some stuff going too fast and broke a rear knuckle and made it to pit 2 actually, and we changed it there. So it's been a long day, but we knocked the low range out of this car, so all we had was high range, and we made it back. A couple flat tires and bent wheels, so it was a tough day, but it was a good day. We diced a lot with Paul Wolff, and that was a lot of fun too. And Robby, we kept waving to him, and every time we got close, we just do the horn just to let him know that we love him. Yeah, so it was a good day. It was a really good day.
Awesome. Well, who all would you like to thank for getting you out here and finishing King of the Hammers?
Number one, my wife, because she, I feel like, does the majority of the work and fed us and took care of me and covered for me at work and stuff, and then let us drive her car, of course. And she has a good sense of humor. And then my buddy Dave here. Dave, we wouldn't be here without Dave because he does a ridiculous amount of work on this car. We were up till 1 in the morning working on this. We had some last-minute problems with it. Dave's brother Eric, Aaron, I'm sorry, Brian, William, my son. My son last year finished King of the Hammers, and he was 13, and that was pretty awesome. I co-drove with him, so this is my first year driving. Titus and Sarah. I want to thank Chris Blaze. He came out last night and helped us a lot. Tyak Tire, MTM. Trail Ready. Let me look at the car. CA Tech, Allsup, Design Images, and Blaze, Trail Ready. Yeah, I think we got it all.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on finishing King of the Hammers in the Mrs. car. So congratulations. Y'all get to go celebrate.
Thank you so much.
Let's give it up for Jeff Martin.
Thank you, Pam, and another great showing for Jeff Martin here at the UTV Can-Am Hammers Championship.
Yeah, we're watching Ben Jones now.
And don't forget, we had the Youth 1000 race earlier. That was a lot of fun. We had 5 cars come in all within about 5 minutes, so I'll have to get caught up on the timing there. But some of the greats came in and had some fun. I saw Casey and Aiden Gilbert, Jody and Bailey Ford. So just lots of great names in that Youth 1000. Healy was in it. There's Abe Gonzalez. So it sounds like overall, officially, in that first spot is Kyle Cheney. In that second spot is Phil Blurton. And in third goes to Guthrie Jr. Overall, officially.
But there's also multiple classes inside this.
Yeah, we
race.
have Pro Mod, Open, Stock NA, Stock Turbo, Stock Sportsman.
So it does look like, if I'm not wrong, that Kyle Cheney is in the
Pro Mod.
A Pro Mod, and I believe that
Blurton's
Mitch Guthrie,
Pro Mod.
Yep, and that means that Mitch Guthrie Jr. will be the winner in Open.
You are correct, is what I'm thinking is going on. Look at all that orange snow fence. Steven and his crew have put in a lot of work to try to keep everybody safe and sound. About 15 miles of snow fence that have been put out there. Those are T-posts that were put in by hand. We'll take them out starting on Sunday.
Yeah, and this has been an incredible, and we've got to call it by what it is. This is a festival of off-road.
A festival, absolutely. So much going on, and if you want to hide from the weather a little bit, go check out the Outpost. We got Sonora Brewing up there, and the Tiny Pony slinging some drinks, selling some burgers. We had crab legs and prime rib the other day. We got Lasertown not too far, the 40.
Yeah, I've got to say, that was a bit weird having crab legs in the middle of the desert, but I wasn't saying no.
I'll take it, yeah. We had the AccuAir General Store right in front of the Laser Nut Fire Pit.
Yeah, we just got a glance down across to Lasertown as well.
There's the 271 of John Schaefer. There are two John Schaefers racing with us, the John Schaefer in the UTV and then John Schaefer in the 4600 Curry Stock class tomorrow. Two separate John Schaefers.
Yeah, and John Schaefer in the 4600 class, he had a shocking qualifier, pulled up on the side of the track, and he will be taking a rear start tomorrow morning.
That car's been around a long time. Very excited for the Everyman Challenge tomorrow morning. We will see 161 competitors take the green flag tomorrow. And, Jim, you're going to be in there. So it'll be fun to catch up with you.
Yeah, no, really looking forward to that. Hopefully we can have a good showing out there. And massive shout out to Jimmy and Amy Jack for giving me the opportunity to drive the iconic 63 car.
Zach Pollard still pushing through the desert.
And as the action continues out here on Emerson Saddle, we've got Pam on the stage with another finisher. Pam, what do you got?
I am here with Cody Willenborg. You're up here just now finishing King of the Hammers. How do you feel right now?
Awesome. It's the third time in a row. Super excited we were able to drive across the finish line again this year.
So let's talk about this. What do you think about this race course compared to the past?
I loved it. It was a lot of fun this year. We got up winner's choice with no problems. It got really bound up afterwards in an unexpected place. Cost us a lot of time. And then on our way back, we had almost rolled it. I threw it in reverse and had about a double save to get it saved. But we was about on our lid there at the very end.
Well, it's awesome to see you up here again for the finish at King of the Hammers. Who all would you like to thank for getting you out here?
I mean, awesome. My awesome co-driver. He drove me through. He's been here every year with me since we've done this and did a great job. Got a little frustrated with him out there, but, you know, that happens, calling shots. But AMS Tires and Wheels, High Lifter, Braille Batteries, Optimate, Tire Spine, All Balls Racing, of course, Polaris, and all my crew, all the girls that came out to help us, my wife, everybody, thank you very much.
Awesome. Congratulations. Let's give it up for Cody Willenborg.
Thank you, Pam, and another great finish. Oh, and here comes.
That looks like Cody Miller to me.
Cody
about
Miller,
to make a move on somebody.
Yeah, Cody Miller about to pass Zach Pollard.
And look at that.
Look at that. Just overtaking Zach Pollard. Cody Miller out on a mission. Had some tough breaks earlier, but look at the pace he's picking up now in that Maverick R.
Yeah, absolutely. Had some drive shaft issues, I believe. And he is one of our favorites for this event as we watch the 4224
of Tony Ramos. And look at the rocks. They're slick. You can see it's been raining off and on all day. You can see the moisture in the desert. Got some great music lined up this evening.
Yeah, we heard from Dave Cole earlier. It sounds like he's going to have some friends out here. You know, he's great mates with Sublime, who've been out here for the last couple of years. And he said they're bringing some friends along. So
and Dirty Heads. That's going to be a fun one to watch. So be sure to stand around the Laser Nut Fire Pit for a while and then listen to some amazing music. And then tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., the Everyman Challenge.
And you know what that means, don't you? It means that I can't come play tonight because I need to get some beauty sleep. So I'm ready for the big dance.
I probably shouldn't, but I'm a victim of my own self sometimes.
Okay, is that the 49-44 I see there?
I believe that's Jen Zip.
Yeah, that's Jen Zip. Now, we saw Jen earlier.
With Donnie Schroeder riding shotgun. He helps run a lot of things here for Dave Cole here at the ranch.
Yeah, and Jen Zip is one of our rookies. And as the action continues here, Pam has another finisher on stage with her. So, Pam, what do you got?
Check, check. I am here with Steven Rogers. Had to get my mic working, but you know what? Here you are at the finish at King of the Hammers. How are you feeling right now?
Pretty good. I luckily, thanks to my co-driver, I didn't have to get out once. So I haven't stood in 6 hours, so it feels good.
Well, did he have to get out and winch?
I think we had 3 winches. 3 winches, so not too bad, and not a single broke part. We didn't stop and fix anything, so we just took our time and came through with nothing.
So out there winching, was it after the rain started or was it before?
It was actually in the rock lap after the rain had already started. It really wasn't too bad. Just trying not to break parts, get up the hill.
Well, here you are at the finish, though, feeling pretty good. Who all would you like to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
First of all, my dad. He worked on the car every day this week, and if he wouldn't have, while me and him went out and pre-run and just messed around and broke more stuff, he fixed everything, and we wouldn't be standing up here or got to race without him. The rest of my family for coming out here, and for coming and watching me, my girlfriend, my grandpa, my mom, my sister back home, everyone at work working so we can be here and race. My sponsors, MRT, Battle Creek Power Sports, RNS Tile, ZRP, Extreme Razor Performance, also Brian Hamby. They help us with everything, so we couldn't do it without them. My best friend Taven right here, we wouldn't have made it through the race without him. So thank you.
Well, congratulations on your finish up here. Time to do some celebration with your family. Let's give it up for Steven Rogers.
Okay, thank you very much, Pam. And we're back with the action on track at Wrecking Ball. And that is 129. And that is Carl Sturkay there, picking his way down the tracks. If you're just joining us, this is the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers presented by Nitto Tyre and powered by Optima Batteries. And today is all about the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. And what a race it has been so far. We saw Kyle Cheney coming in an unbelievable 2 hours and 26 minutes to secure his 4th title here. In second place was Phil Blurton, and then crossing the line in third was none other than 2-time winner Mitch Guthrie Jr. And there's still plenty of action out there on the track. 138 vehicles left the line this morning. There was a delayed start, delayed from 8 o'clock until 9 a.m. this morning, as we sorted out some technical difficulties. And all those trails are still jammed with cars as they try to make their way back towards Hammertown. The course consists of 2 loops. The first is a desert loop of approximately 70 miles. And then they come back into town and then leave and work their way back into the famous Hammer Trails. Total course mileage is about 140 miles. As Marl Hasselquist joins me once again in the booth. Now,
Took a quick little break real quick, reset, but we're back in here.
Now, it looks like we've got somebody in trouble here. They've got a winch out and they're not going anywhere fast.
That was Kyle Smith, I believe. Now we're in aftershock.
What I find fascinating about this is trails such as Wrecking Ball, Chocolate Thunder, trails that have, were synonymous for all of these years, and trails that, in some people's opinion, have become easy, and now the game changes back out there in the 2024 King of the Hammers.
Absolutely. I mean, let's talk about Chocolate Thunder. I mean, it used to be super hard. Then I'm not going to say it got easy, but there's, a way through it. And now it changes every single night here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're talking about the gatekeeper at the bottom, which has now been completely filled over with sand, which is remarkable. But that's Mother Nature. She changes the course. We just get to enjoy it.
Absolutely, yeah. Johnson Valley is absolutely amazing. Gives you a little bit of everything from the fastest desert sections to the gnarliest rock trails we can find here in Johnson Valley, California for the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries.
And as we look out across towards the mountains just in front of us, you can see the clouds coming in over the top.
There's the 4290 of Rob Reno, part of the rookie program. You see those red number plates? But yeah, the clouds are hanging low today.
They are indeed. We don't often get rain here at King of the Hammers.
Oh, and look at the right front on Brian Deegan's car. Looks like Jeremy Dickinson's trying to wipe his face off a little bit, but a broken lower ball joint for Deegan. It looks like they got a strap. The right front is strapped up, but Deegan's hopping out of the car, so we'll send it up to Pam Hall here in just a second.
But this is what we talk about, never surrender attitude of off-road race drivers. Never give up, even when the chips are down. Your truck is broken. You keep pushing on and you try to get to the end, and that's exactly what these guys have done.
And look at the big smile on Brian Deegan's face. So, Pam, it looks like you're ready. I'm going to send it to you. Pam, Brian Deegan, what's up?
Thanks, Miles. Brian Deegan, looks like you had a tough day here. Actually did not finish, which is such a bummer. But tell me about your day, because your car right here came in with a little bit of a broken front arm.
It's a little modified. We tested out the roll cage all day. So, yeah, that's the most I've flipped, like, ever in my life. 3 times we rolled. So, man, I felt like a full amateur guy. But, no, the rocks were slick. And but I had fun. At the end of the day, it's difficult, and that's what's so fun about it. So, went out, and Jeremy was like, really, without him, it'd be very difficult to get through the rocks because he like knows where to go, and I'm just kind of guessing. And but every year I kind of get I remember the trails a little more, and I feel like kind of figuring out where to go. So I don't know, we'll do it again next year, and it's been fun.
I mean, you're coming in here with the beat-up car, but you still have that big old smile on your face. Goes to show how much fun you had. Who all would you like to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
Yeah, for sure. It's we're in a roll cage, so it's always a little better than crashing on a dirt bike. But so Monster Energy, the guys from Bill Stein Shocks, definitely Jeremy helping me out a lot, and the guys from Maxis. And I don't know, Can-Am, the guys that make it happen. I mean, it's been a really fun year. Liquid Molly, you put me on the spot, man.
Well, congratulations, though. Jeremy, come on over here, because you just co-drove for Brian Deegan, but that's not the only person you're co-driving for this weekend. You're becoming the professional co-driver.
I don't know if they could go that far. The right seat's a good time, though. Yeah, we had a good day. Can-Am was solid. Max's tires were good. Bilstein shocks set up with G-Force was good. Just wasn't our day.
You know, that's what we call racing, though. But you guys are still out here, both smiles on your face. Congratulations for being here, at least. And you got some work to do.
Next year. We got it next year.
Next year. All right, let's give it up, though, for Brian and Jeremy.
Absolutely. Who is not a Brian Deegan fan? There's a lot of people here having a lot of fun, seeing him do a lot of cool things in a dirt bike, and it's just so great to see the big names coming out here and playing with us here at King of the Hammers. As Matt Walraven and that Maverick R comes to screen.
Yeah, still plenty of cars out there on course right now. Yeah, tough break there for Brian Deegan. I actually thought he'd managed to get through to the finish. I mean, I was watching earlier on, probably around about sort of 12:30ish, and he was making his way through Chocolate Thunder and was right up with the lead pack. So tough break there for Brian Deegan.
That's just part of it. Like you said, if it's not your day, it's not your day.
Yeah, and we always think of Chocolate Thunder as being sort of towards the end of the rock trails, but this year they still have another 8 trails after they go through Chocolate Thunder. And let's not forget they have the Choose Your Own Adventure part of the course, where there's multiple different lines that you can take.
We just saw Rich Bursch cruise through. Now we're going to switch it over to the 225 of Brandon Caveman Anderson, part of the stock turbo class.
As the racing continues here, watching Brandon Caveman Anderson making his way down the course. And we're still getting the sound checks coming from the monster stage just to our right.
Oh, and there's the bus that's been out there. The 4-seater still cruising along. Part of our rookie program.
And that's the thing with this class, Miles. There are so many different vehicle manufacturers, so many different vehicle types and variations.
And just look at the length as he's trying to navigate through there.
It looks like he's trying to take a stretch limo through there, doesn't it?
I believe that's Josh Hacker, one of our rookies in that 4-seat Can-Am X3.
Just picking his way through, nice and gentle. And if he's in aftershock, he's still got a very long day ahead of him.
Absolutely. And we still have about 4 more hours of racing.
And that is the 118 of Matthew Woolraven.
So Woolraven's having a little bit of struggle. We saw his son Xander Woolraven racing the other night.
Yeah, so as we continue here with the action, as we watch Matthew Woolraven making his way up through Wrecking Ball, we are here at the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tyre and Powered by Optima Batteries. And today, it is all about the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. Earlier on, we saw Cheney coming across the line in a staggering 2 hours and 26 minutes. But still, the action continues here as 138 cars started this morning, and there is still plenty more to come in. If you're with the premium feed, you will stay with us. If not, we will see you in 2.
The gauge says it should work. The problem is, there's no way to know if the gauge works. That's why we made the Rousseau. There's no gauge because there's no pressure until you need it. Find out more at Rousseau.com.
Break free from the daily grind with Sylvania LED off-road lights and put your skills to the test. Because adventure begins with seeing where no one else has before.
John Matthews, officially first place in the 4,500 Utah Series.
Welcome back to the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. This is the Can-Am UTV's Hammers Championship, and Kyle Cheney takes the overall win once again for the 4th time year in a row. But we just saw Cody Miller flopped over just in front of the Bronco arch, and I'm going to bring in his brother Hunter Miller and have a little chat. What do you think is going through his mind right now, Hunter?
I mean, this is complete amateur hour, to be honest with you. I don't know what they're doing. Honestly, all joking aside, I don't know how you flip right there.
I mean, the rocks aren't until you get to the Bronco arch. So, but look at this, Zach Pollard. Miller passed him earlier, and then Zack saw him flipped over. So class act there, getting him righted. But yeah. Amateur hour, huh?
Completely, yeah. No, it's kind of embarrassing, to be honest with you. But you know what? He still beat me today, so it's all good. I guess I can't talk too much trash.
So you broke early on, I guess?
I did, yeah. It's it's been one of those years at the Hammers, where you get hammered. It had flats both qualifying runs in UTV and 4400, and started towards the back, but. Man, that new Maverick car was absolutely flying today. We had made it from 54th up to about 16th, 15th, somewhere in there by pit 1, but ended up having little new car blues, so took us out, but definitely up the confidence going into next year for sure.
So,
absolutely. And
talk to me about the new Maverick car. What's it like? What's the difference between this and the X3?
The X3 is still solid. I'm not going to say it's not a very, very good car.
Because you're racing the X3 on Saturday in the 4400, right?
I am, yeah. It's very proven. We've got a lot of years with it. It has its limitations, definitely, with the belt. And obviously, the Maverick R doesn't have that. The thing is ballistic fast. But, it's a brand new car, and we're working through it. And Cody has a lot of stuff hanging off of his car, it looks like.
And you'll be able to help him get that thing going. But I assume you're going to meet him on the stage here in a little bit and just smile and laugh, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm in here dry. They're probably soaking wet, tired, mad. But, it's a tough day. But, that's why it's such a big deal to win this race. That's why it's so impressive that Kyle's done it 4 times in a row.
4 times in a row.
Yeah.
I mean, the Miller brothers are no slouches by no means. But he just goes out there and smokes it.
I'm telling you, he's got something figured out here. We race pretty competitive with him everywhere, and we're always going fast, but he's got it figured out.
Absolutely. As Cody Miller comes around, 2 more corners to go.
Just don't flip it again.
Again, which has happened.
Well, he's made it round turn 19, which is the famous turn for everyone flipping. So this is it. This is the Can-Am Talladega. And he is literally crawling.
Those cars are definitely tough, because I've heard some more stories about how many times that thing's been upside down today.
More than once. Yeah. So Cody Miller hitting the Yukon launch, be grabbing the checkered flag to be an unofficial finisher for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship.
Oh, man, they're glad to be finished.
Absolutely. Well, Hunter, always a pleasure. I'm going to let you get out there and go heckle your brother a little bit, but thanks for the chat, and best of luck to you on Saturday for the Nitto Race of Kings.
Thank you very much. Y'all have a great day.
All right, buddy. Always a pleasure.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Hunter Miller. Great to see you up here, and good luck in the main 4400. Now, Miles, we're back in Chocolate Thunder. Just look at this, and it hasn't got any easier, has it? Sometimes this trail changes a little bit as the day goes on, and you see some people picking lines all the way through it. I think only 2 cars have driven it today. I think that is Cole Clark and our winner,
and
Kyle Cheney.
We just saw the 577 of Tristan Leon Gonzalez. And then Tony Ramos right here on screen at Check Me Out. Sounds like Pam's ready with another interview. I believe this is going to be Cody Miller. So, Pam, what do you got?
I am here with Travis Zollinger. You are out there in a single seat. Did you have to get out and do any winching today, or was it a flawless day for you?
No, it wasn't a flawless day. I killed a tire earlier, and that basically fixed our race. I got that changed out and then re-racked the tire and rolling around got out in 18, 19, and the water pump had broke. So the tire had been bashing on the top of the water pump and broke it. So sat there, helped these guys, helped a couple other guys get through the spot where they were at, and then was like, what the hell, give it a shot, see if it'll make the top of the hill. And
got to the top of the hill and coasted down into pit 2, and the guys got some parts and we got it fixed, and then we rolled out and ended up having to winch in Chocolate Thunder. I think Cam Zoller's co-driver hooked me up and pulled through that. And then I had a issue up in the top of Wrecking Ball, and a few different guys helped me out up there. So thanks a lot to the guys that helped out through the racetrack today. And I gotta say sorry to Cody for bumping him here. I didn't mean to do that. Racing hard to the finish line and got a little overzealous, I think. Yeah.
Well, you are here at the finish, and that is all that matters, is that you just now finished the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship for 2024. Who all would you like to thank for getting you out here?
Well, number one, I want to wish my oldest daughter a happy birthday. It's her birthday today, so if everybody wish her happy birthday. Madison, happy birthday. Then above and beyond that, all the guys that travel out here and take time away from their lives and come and help me chase this dream. Want to thank Cole Clark for chasing around and pushing my pace and making me run hard. Race, Riley, Mike, Riley, Nick. We got more. Hopefully I didn't. Levi. Yeah, all those guys and all the Ricks out there. Want to thank Zollinger Racing Products, of course, Fox, Logan Coach, K&T Performance, Warren, Hyperco, probably missing a few, but Run BC. Who else do we need? I think we'll call that good. And all the people that help us get here, thank you very, very much.
Well, awesome, and congratulations on your finish. Let's give it up one more time for Travis Zollinger.
One thing, Dave Cole, I won your hat, baby. I'm finished right here, and you ain't taking mine.
Congratulations. Give it up for Travis Zollinger.
Always so good to see Travis Zollinger up on stage.
Oh, and here comes a Speed UTV.
Yeah, now I think this might be Robby Gordon.
Obviously, they look very similar, so I'll wait for a vantage point on the number plate. 3461.
Yeah, that is Robby Gordon there coming on in.
Robby Gordon in the Speed UTV coming into Hammertown to finish the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. He'll be racing a UFO with the Gomez crew on Saturday for the Nitto Race of Kings. Great to see these big names like Robby Gordon out here.
Absolutely. He had a bit of a tumble yesterday in qualifying, coming down through Resolution, stuck it on his lid. But that won't worry him. He's not precious about these things as Robby Gordon makes his way into Hammertown. He'll be coming round turn 19, making his way round the Can-Am Talladega, and then taking the checkered flag.
One more turn to go for Robby Gordon. He's entering the Can-Am corner as we speak and riding the rails up high, putting a little show all the way to the finish line. One more jump to go. Hitting the Yukon launch, Robby Gordon finishing the 2024 King of the Hammers.
Yeah, I've got to say, Mars, I do like these Speed UTVs. They've got a great look about them, haven't they?
Oh, they're absolutely awesome. And Robby really brings the racer's edge to the Speed UTVs. It's cool to see. There's Brandon Anderson once again.
This is coming out the top of Chocolate Thunder, and I cannot tell you how cut up that trail is. It is absolutely unbelievable. As we watch the 904 there.
That's
is Mike Park.
Comes all the way from Florida to come racing with us. Back to Mike Park, still cruising along in outer limits. We've been racing since 9 a.m. this morning, just shy of 200 miles here in Johnson Valley, here at the Hammers.
Yeah, so Mike Park picking his way through the edge of Outer Limits. Now, Outer Limits is one of those trails, along with Spooners, that were considered to be the most difficult here at King of the Hammers. And yet, every year, the pace of the vehicles as they pick their way through it just blows my mind.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive how they are making it through there. And this was a tough course. And Kyle Cheney came through just before 1 p.m.
Yeah, I know. It's astonishing, isn't it? That's 2 hours, 26 minutes. Just incredible. Or have I got that wrong?
I think it's just shy of 4 hours.
No, I think you're right, actually.
Yeah.
I'm looking at lap 1.
Just lap 1, yep.
Yeah. That can't be lap 1.
Maybe that's lap 2.
That's lap 2. It's plus 22. Yeah, I'll come back to you on that one. I need to do some quick math. 3 hours, 46 minutes, Miles.
That's pretty impressive. There's Brandon Anderson in the top left and Mike Park in the bottom right.
Yeah, Mike Park there coming back down through back door. Or Resolution. And there was another car behind him, I just noticed, but couldn't get eyeballs on it. Now, of course, Resolution and Backdoor have been the scene of 3 frantic days of qualifying before this.
There's Dustin Robbins in the bottom right.
And tomorrow will be the Everyman Challenge. And we saw Kent Foltz 2 days ago, laying down the fastest time, and he will be lining up first on the grid tomorrow. And then yesterday, we saw the young gun, Cade Rod, laying down what is possibly one of the greatest qualifying runs in Hammers history, with a 6 minutes 20. What was he, 30-something seconds ahead of the rest of the pack?
It was absolutely insane.
And when you consider that rest of the pack, also had Jason Shearer, Lauren Healy, and so many other stat names. That is mighty impressive.
It's absolutely insane. Super great.
All right, I am right here with Cody Miller. Cody Miller, first of all, I'm going to give you your Max Tracks back. A little bit of an incident right here by the Bronco Arch, but Max Tracks, iconic on top of your car. What happened there at the end?
So, we haven't had a perfect run. Travis Zollinger and I actually broke down together way out there in the woods. He had a water pump go out. I broke a rear shock. And so we all scrapped our stuff together, and we were cheering, high-fiving. We all kind of took off at the same time. We stopped at pit 2, got another shock. And we went to finish out, as hard as we could without, I had to take the rear sway bar off. The car was riding kind of sideways. It was pretty torn up, but we kept it on its wheels. And then right here before the Bronco Arch, Zollinger had caught us coming down Resolution. And I guess he really wanted to beat me to the finish line because he comes sliding down that hill as I'm in the berm before the Bronco Arch and just blasted us. And we rolled right the hell over. And Pollard over here, he actually stopped. I guess him and Zollinger were racing. He stopped and helped us roll the damn thing back over. So, that was the only time we actually had any kind of a collision or a crash in this race. He's had pretty smooth other than the fact that I blew off the trail in the dust and hit a G out so hard that it snapped the shock. But that one's on me. This thing was amazing in the desert. We had a solid run. The car was just freaking taking all of the rough stuff, and we were going 100 miles an hour. It was great. Came back into the pits, though, and I guess I had overheated the rear axles, and by the time I came down Resolution, I had no rear axles at all. So that kind of put us way back, and then once we broke that rear shock, it put us even farther back. Where did we finish?
I don't know. I don't have any of the official results, and I'm not watching a scoring, so I can't tell you that.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's still a perfect record. I've started, I don't even know. This is my 5th year here. I've run 2 classes every year, and I've finished every race so far, so I'm proud of that.
That's a win in itself, but who all would you like to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
Oh, no, big thanks to Can-Am. This new machine is just absolutely amazing. It is something else, and there's plenty more in the bag there. It's just getting started, so we're really excited to be on this new platform. It's definitely built for this stuff. Big thanks to Elko Suspension, big thanks to Max Tracks, big thanks to Double E Racing and Doug Roll, George White for helping me tune these shocks all week. Big thanks to Maxxis Tires. We didn't have a single flat tire all day, and we drove every obstacle. Even when I only had 3 shocks, we still drove every obstacle. So it was pretty insane. Warren winches, we actually did have to pull that thing out once, but it was all right. And then Raceline wheels, they actually bent over backwards to build these new one-off wheels for this thing. They're in production now, but it was a struggle to get all the parts together. Big thanks to Texera Tech for all the hard parts, and actually CT Raceworks came in really strong there for us at the end. So that was a good deal. Also like to thank Liqui Moly, Max Tracks. We've got all this stuff, all this support equipment. I didn't have to use the board yet today, but I did the other day. It's a pretty sweet piece of equipment. So anyway, big thanks to my family, my parents, my crew. All these guys work really hard. Big thanks to Cody Taylor. He's fearless. I don't know how he puts up with this year after year, but here we go.
Well, right here, you are up in the top 20 is what I'm getting told. So there you go.
Dang, I'm kind of proud of that. How about it?
Well, congratulations, though, on your finish. You have a great team behind you, and now you got some celebrations to do.
All right, I'm definitely going to drink some beer. Thank you.
Awesome. Let's give it up for Cody Miller.
Thank you very much, Pam. Great to hear from Cody there. It sounds like he's going to be applying a few medicinal beers to celebrate that victory coming across the line there. Now, Miles, it's been a fantastic day of action. I'm going to sign off now and go and get ready for tomorrow's race. So I'm going to hand it over to our good friend Ian Johnson. Good luck, and I'll catch you later.
Jim Marsden, always a pleasure to chat with you in the booth, and best of luck tomorrow. I'll be excited to root you on and see how you can shake it out as Tony Palarie comes through the Can-Am corner. One turn to go, and we'll bring him to the checkered flag. Bringing another one of my good buddies in, Mr. Ian Johnson. How's it going, buddy?
It's going great, Miles. How are things going with you? Got through the rain, it looks like. We got on the other side of it, maybe. But what a great day of racing today.
It's a great day, and we still have two more yet to come as Tony Palarie grabs the checkered flag.
Yeah, we've got Pam still bringing people in across the line. So tell me, Miles, we always speculate every year. We look at this and we say, we watch the UTV race, then we sort of pick out our time. So tomorrow, do we think we're going to see an EMC car in at the same time? That was under 4 hours,
yeah,
right?
3 hours and 45 minutes. I do not think that. Is that Chris Corbin, possibly? No, Ben Heiting. Great job by him with Race Driven.
Good to see a rookie coming back into town.
Yeah, another rookie finishing the Can-Am UTV's Hammers Championship. But I'm going to say these UTVs are very nimble. Kyle Cheney is an absolute machine. I'm going to guess we're going to be in that 4.5 to 5 hour mark, as that's Hubert Rowland in a sketchy spot there in Chocolate Thunder. But it sounds like Pam has another one. Pam, what do you got?
Thanks, Miles. I'm here with Zack Pollard. Right now at the end of the race was very eventful. You just helped out Cody Miller get back on his wheels. Good karma right there for you. What was the strategy, though, for yourself in this entire race?
Just drive smart. We didn't run with a co-driver again this year. No spare tools on the car, no spare tire or wheel. Just kept the car light, tried to drive smart. That was pretty much the strategy, and it worked out.
Well, they always say smooth is fast, so driving smart is fast as well.
Oh, yeah, slow is smooth, smooth is fast, for sure, for sure.
Well, who all would you like to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
That's a really, really long list, so I'll try to condense it. My wife, Megan, she actually showed up last night to support me. Kyle, my partner and best friend, he's out there on the course battling it out right now, trying to get up here. And then all of our good sponsors. We got Super ATV. I know you guys can't see it right now, but Super ATV, Bull Light, MRT Tires just came on board with us. We're really happy about that. Had really good luck with the tires today. Yeah, a lot of really big companies that are really helping us out and want to see us succeed, that have invested in us. So super thankful for them.
Well, congratulations on your finish. We'll let you get down and do some celebrations, but congratulations to Zack Pollard.
Thank you, Pam.
What another great finish. We saw Todd Beckett just flip through the top left for a minute. It's great to see him still moving. There's the 4133, the long bus still cruising along.
Still moving its way through the race course out there. Miles, we were just talking before we threw it to Pam there about the EMC we're going to see tomorrow and how long we're going to take to get in. And then the next question would be, obviously the 4400s have longer. They got an extra lap in the game. But was there anything out there that surprised you on the course today, Miles?
Chocolate Thunder was a lot tougher than I thought it was going to be. We did see Kyle Cheney make it through real quick and easy as Hubert Rowland.
Hubert, what are you doing out there?
Let's call that he's in a predicament.
He spent too much time back home in the South doing rock bouncing. I think he saw that rock and was like, yeah, buddy.
You can't park there.
You can't park there, Hubert.
Grant, one of our Aussies, helping everything go good. We'll see if he can winch down without flopping over. He is completely turtled out on a rock that's just as big as his Can-Am.
I'm still trying to figure out how he was even able to get up on there, Miles.
Momentum.
Yeah, momentum was his friend getting on, but it's not his friend getting off that. Goodness gracious. All right, it sounds like Pam's got another one of our competitors up on stage. Pam, what do you got?
I am here with Mark Welch. You just now came in here and completed King of the Hammers of 2024. How are you feeling?
Super stoked to be here. You know, we broke a control arm. We thought our day was done, and we were able to kind of winch the control arm together and limp it into pit 2, and some guys helped out there with a generator and a welder, and we got it patched back up and made it here. So we had a little picnic on Aftershock with Cody Miller and Travis Zollinger for a minute. But, yeah, we're super stoked to be here. I just want to say thanks to my wife, thanks to my buddy Ed, who rode with me, and my son Matt, who helps me, and all the guys in the pits. We had a really good day.
Well, that's good. Being up here at the finish show's got to be a great feeling. And do you have any more sponsors you'd like to thank?
That's it.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, Mark Welch, on the finish for the 2024 King of the Hammers.
Thank you.
Back to you.
Thank you, Pam. And Mark Welch's never give up attitude, welding his trailing arm together to make a finish here for the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. We're back to outer limits.
Yeah, I didn't catch the number on the side of that car. Miles, did you see who it was on that one?
I think it was the 2377 of Luis Leon Gonzalez.
That would make sense. That we would expect to see them at that part of the course.
And sound check is still going on, vibrating the booth up here. We're gonna have some good times tomorrow or tonight. You gonna stick around tonight, or you got a bedtime again?
I'll probably be tucked into bed, Miles, getting ready for an early start tomorrow to racing. We got 2 more days of racing and early starts for those of us who have to work this week. Tomorrow will be our Everyman Challenge, and then the day after that, of course, the Nitto Race of Kings.
Yeah, 2 more big days yet to go. It's going to be a lot of fun. Looks like that's Mike Park cruising through, but Pam's got another one. What do you got? Oh, she's got to reset a couple things. Sorry about that.
Yeah, that is the 904 of Mike Park out there, still on course
with Team 904. He's a little off pace right here. Yep. He's going to pull off to the side. Looks like
that
left rear's
doing something for him. But what amazed me, Miles, was the number of, it seems to me like we always say that qualifying is kind of like the snapshot of the big race, and it seems like we're in the same boat. We saw a lot of tires coming in flat off of the race.
Absolutely, and look at the desert out. It looks amazing. But now Pam's ready, so take it away.
Thanks, Miles. I'm here with Robby Gordon. You are here at the finish of the 2024 King of the Hammers. Car looks really good. How'd it feel out there?
Went pretty good. I had to get, I shouldn't say I had to get out. Cole had to get out one time and winch chocolate. Just felt that was probably the right thing to do. And besides that, I gave Max a spare tire. He had 2 flats, so he got one of our tires. And then at the mid pit, we stopped and did a walk around, had a bent tie rod, so I changed my tie rod. Max walked around his car, had a bent tie rod, and took off. And about a mile down the road, he's out there changing a tie rod. So I'm sure he'll be coming here pretty soon.
How'd the course feel in the UTV compared to what you're going to be doing on Saturday in the 4400 class?
Well, last year we helicoptered out here, and this year we finished. So we definitely learned a lot, and the cars are getting very, very reliable, which is a good thing because this is a full production car, no aftermarket arms. It has a winch and stock brakes on this one, and 35-inch tall tires. So, pretty much a production car, and we have 4 of these King of the Hammer cars that we will sell right after this race. So stay tuned if anybody's interested in the Speed UTV. This King of the Hammers car is available.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Who all do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
I want to thank everybody. I want to thank our factory. I want to thank all of our staff. Obviously, my partner Todd Romano, Cole Kramer, who rode with us. But we have the amount of hours that have gone into this project the last couple of years is astonishing. When you think about it, this is our own engine, our own gearbox, our own shocks, our own well, this time it's not our own tires, but we don't make a rock tire yet. But pretty much everything else is our own brand. So we've been able to enter the manufacturer world and finish the for sure the toughest race in the world. I don't care what anybody says. We could talk about Dakar, we could talk about Baja. This is the toughest race in the world by far.
And you know who likes to hear that?
Dave Cole.
Dave Cole.
Yeah, that's another thing. I'd like to give a shout out to Mike Jams and Dave Cole and everybody at KOH. You guys do an awesome job, put on a great event. And then all you fans, thank you for coming out here and supporting us. And last but not least, the haters. Thank you too, because you drive us to do a better job. So thank you, everybody. Have a great day.
And let's give it up for Robby Gordon.
Thank you, Pam, and congratulations, Robby Gordon, for a finish in his Speed UTV. Been using his Speed UTV wrench mic all week long. We got a couple more days in the pits with that one, so thanks for the hookup there, buddy. As we see number 6, Mitchell Alsup still cruising along in that Desert Assassins Alsup built Can-Am Monster Energy machine.
Yeah, I guess the question there would be, Miles, the drivers always seem to come in and then they'll say things like, oh, it was a great day, nothing really exciting, easy course, hard but fair, and then Dave makes it harder the next year. Do you think Robby was trying to plant a seed in Dave's head to sort of say, yeah, this is the toughest race ever, don't change it?
You never know. There's probably some strategy in there somewhere as Mike Park's still pushing along with a great run thus far. This is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. And Kyle Cheney wins it once again for the 4th time in a row. And we got some action in one of the, I think that's Chocolate Thunder, the 778 of Jason Tidwell.
Yeah, the whole front of that car is off. Looks like they are
putting a new knuckle on it. Looks, and that looks a little too shiny.
Looks like the knuckle and everything was in the wheel well there. Yeah, Chocolate Thunder definitely torn up. We saw the competitors in there. I think that's what kind of, luckily for Kyle, he got through it so clean, and everyone else just got hung up. It's nasty out there. But we got Pam again on the stage with another finisher. Pam, what do you got?
I am here with Tyler Remmereid. You are out here. You just finished the King of the Hammers. How are you feeling right now?
Feeling pretty good. How about you?
I'm feeling amazing. This year is better than last year for you, so that's got to feel really good.
Yeah, I think crossing that finish line meant a lot to us. This is 3 years in a row finishing for us, and couldn't be happier. This is the most comfortable I've felt in a car. This is the best car that we've had. This thing totally kicked ass today, and we battled for sure. I got a good qualifying spot. I think we were 7th in the desert. Coming in to the main pit, out in the desert, I split my diff in half. So we came in on 2-wheel drive, and hands to my guys, they worked their butts off. We got a diff changed out. It took like 45 minutes, and then I knew going into the rock lap that we were gonna have a lot of traffic. So I told Fitz, I'm like, you know what? Let's just take one car at a time. And there was a trail called 1920 where there was 7 cars stuck, and we just drove straight through them all. And we just took one car at a time, and we winched in a couple spots. And it was really rewarding. It's just frustrating because obviously we've been here before, and obviously I'm getting more competitive, and I don't like losing. So I'm grateful for a finish, but at the same time, it's a good learning lesson, and we have to go off these mistakes. Super thankful for all the companies that helped us get here, and then just my mom and dad for helping me support my dream. I couldn't thank them enough. So, and my fiance and her parents for being here, for supporting me. So thank you guys so much, and all these fans. I hope you guys are having a good time, because I am. And I'm going to go change because I peed my pants out there.
That's awesome to hear, I guess, huh? But good job out there. Congratulations on your finish.
Thank you so much. You guys have a good one.
All right, let's give it up for Tyler Remmereid.
I'm sure that's not going to be the last time he does that either, but hey, well, you got to do what you got to do inside the race car. Congratulations, Tyler Remmereid, for another finish here at King of the Hammers. And Chocolate
we were
Thunder,
just
look at
talking
that.
about Chocolate Thunder, Miles, and there it is. It is looking nasty up there.
They got their work cut out for them for sure. As the co-drivers trying to make his way up to the Warn winch point.
Yeah, looks like we've got one being winched. We've got one upside down, someone else waiting, possibly getting every co-driver out of the car to help each other. This will be fun to watch tomorrow with our EMC cars, Miles, to see are there more alternative lines that the other cars could take. I know certainly that line where we have that UTV turned over, all of our 4800 cars should be able to go up on that far right line and make a pass if we end up in this situation tomorrow.
Yeah, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class should be able to pick their way through here. But the stock class, the Curry stock class, has 35-inch tires just like these UTVs. So it's going to be interesting for them. I suspect to see a lot of winching there as well. But it sounds like Pam's got another finisher.
Test, test. All right, here we are. Mic is hot. Dustin Robbins, we are here at the finish of King of the Hammers.
Welcome, or we're glad to be back, I guess I could say. We almost we broke 2 axles at at Wrecking Ball, and we had a top 10 run going. Everything was coming together really well. My team done a really good job on the car. I mean, Bill just killed it all day long, helped me with my breathing and, keep it staying loose across the desert at 85. I mean, just glad to be back and not camping wet in the rocks out there right now. So, yeah, so.
So let's talk about the rocks out there and being wet. So did you see, obviously, a difference in the rocks? Was it more difficult once they got slippery?
So we've got the magic sauce. If you want to know what the magic sauce is, get with me. It's the MRT tires. We absolutely brutalized them during pre-running, and they did exactly what we needed them to do today. The rain cost us a little bit of traction, but once you got them hot, man, they just done everything. The MRT tires are just absolutely phenomenal. I don't want to tell everybody that because we'll be running them next year, but if you need them, just give me a shout at All Things UTV.
Well, who else would you like to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
So first off, God for keeping us safe. Man, it's awesome. All Things UTV, Full Throttle Power Sports, Apex Powder Coating, Vision Wheels, the toughest wheel on the market, Optima batteries. Every time I pushed the button on the winch, car just, it zoomed. Any other battery, I'm sure that it would have been a lot less power. I spoke about the MRT tires. Hats off to that. They have got the magic sauce in this compound. And Double E Racing, the suspension that we've got, the shocks, man, he went over and beyond on getting that right. Did a service right before the race. CT Raceworks builds the baddest chassis in the country. Nitro Race Parts for suspension parts. Texera Tech for the A-arms. My entire crew, lead man Seth Holmes. Yeah, getting choked up. Uncle Scott Hunt, Mr. John, Mr. Sean, my wife, and my entire crew back home. We're glad to be back in Hammertown.
Congratulations on this finish, Dustin Robbins. Let's give it up for Team 311.
Congratulations, Dustin Robbins. I love the emotion that he's getting a little choked up because this is what he's been living for all 365 days to be here at King of the Hammers, and he makes that finish. So what a great day of racing it has been, and we are not done yet. Again, if you have that premium package, you won't miss any of the action. Go to KOHUltimate.com to get that premium. We're going to step away. We'll be right back with more racing action.
This is all of the hard work and all of those late nights culminating to this moment, and that feeling is just, man, it is unreal.
Of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Whoa. Hey, they tryna block all my blessings. They thought I lost the snapping. I bet on me and my team. ISO is what I'm rapping.
Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. So the race, I'm not going to say it's over because we still have a lot of cars on course, but we got a, the race has been sealed up with Kyle Cheney overall. But it sounds like Pam has another one to talk to here on the stage. So Pam, what do you got for us?
I'm here with Ben Heiting. He's a part of our rookie program out here. How are you feeling right now about finishing King in the Hammers?
I'm feeling amazing. This is such a great feeling. There's nothing like it.
What was the hardest part about this race for you?
Just surviving. The race is super long, and there's so much going on that you just got to make sure that you make it all the way.
Well, coming in, there was so much emotions going through you and your co-driver. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, I was on the verge of tears. There were a couple that definitely came out. And my co-driver, we were in, yes, we made it, dude. We came out of resolution, and we skipped back door because we didn't want to break it right there. And my co-driver started celebrating, and I said, don't do it yet. We've seen it happen too many times where people don't finish when we're this far. And, I mean, there's just wrecked cars everywhere, and I'm happy that we're not one of them.
Well, who all do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
First and foremost, I want to thank my dad for supporting me my entire racing time. And I'd like to thank my co-driver, John, for helping me make it through and winching me at Chocolate Thunder and just helping me this whole way and flipping me back over when we were in King's Veto because I put it on its side. And then I'd like to thank Race Driven, the Impulse Media guys for doing all my videos, Impact, MRT Tires. We didn't get a single flat out here. They were working perfect in this wet, slick, terrible conditions and this like insane race. And then I'd also like to thank Freedom Race Lifts for getting us up and Vision Wheel. And Polaris.
Awesome. Congratulations on your finish. Let's give it up for Ben Heiting.
Great job by another rookie. Again, if you've never raced King of the Hammers before, I would thoroughly advise you check out the rookie program for the 2025 King of the Hammers. There's Aaron Lynch. He is a King of the Hammers. Well, I don't think he signed up for the rookie program, but he has never raced here at the Hammers, and he looks like he's missing a couple fenders, but he's still trucking along.
Still making his way through the desert there today, Miles. Lots of action still going down. We have a race. Our race will cut off at what time tonight, Miles?
7 p.m. plus your starting time, so roughly 7:40 or so. And then I think the Monster Energy main stage kicks off music right around 8 o'clock, so it's back-to-back action.
Back-to-back action here in Hammertown. Lots of stuff going on. You can see the difference just in the ground with that little bit of rain that we got in that 2-track. But we have another finisher coming down through the bottom section here. They'll be headed up through the Bronco Arch. As soon as we get a number on that car, we'll let you know who it is.
Looks like that left rear's towed in a little bit as well.
It doesn't look as happy. It looks to be leaning out just a little bit there, yep.
That's Mike Park, it looks like. It sure is, the number 904 of Mike Park.
Yeah, we saw him earlier, trucking through the desert. Good to see him moving along, coming up through the Bronco Arch and dropping down onto the Ford Performance short course.
Another great effort by the entire 904 team. It's rained off and on all day long here in Johnson Valley, California. But we are making it through the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. Looks like I may have seen Mitchell Alsep coming at us through the Bronco Arch.
Yeah, I think you're right, Miles. We did get a quick glimpse of him as we saw this car come around through the Ford Performance short course, but I hear Pam has another finisher up on stage, and that will be good to hear. So, Pam, give us what you got.
Tony Palarie, here we are at the finish. How do you feel right now?
Wore out, completely smoked. I feel good, though. I feel really good.
Whenever you pulled up here, I'm like, you're going to stay in the car or get out? And you're like, I think I'm just going to sit. But here you are out celebrating.
Yep, my legs feel like rubber, so yeah. I'm super happy to be here. This is my first year, so I'm just really happy to be, I'm happy to have finished. That was my goal.
Well, a finish out here at King of the Hammers, I'll say this again, as I say many times, is a win in itself. But here you are up here, finished for the 2024 King of the Hammers. Who all would you like to thank for getting you out here?
First, my family, my dad, everybody that flew out to kind of help, my fiance, my buddy, he flew out, he co-piloted for me. CA Technologies USA built the car. We got O-bore tires, Bull Light wheels, Mud Love Off-Road, RCV, Evo Power Sports. I believe that's it off the top of my head.
Well, I asked you what happened here to your mirror, but now I'm looking, you got some damage here. Some rocks ran into you?
Yes, yeah, they ran into me. I was trying to avoid them, but they jumped out. So about like trees back home in Kentucky, you know, you got to watch for the trees. Here it's the rocks. So.
Well, congratulations on your finish. Anybody else you want to thank?
No, I'm good. I'm tired, yeah.
All right, well, we'll let you get going because we're going to do some celebrating later on, but congratulations on your finish out here at 2024 King of the Hammers.
Thank you.
All right, let's give it up for Tony Palarie.
Another great finish for Tony Palarie for his first time ever coming to the King of the Hammers. Great job, buddy. See Ricky B, Ben, and Daniel out front enjoying the Laser Nut Fire Pit, having some fun.
As we watch Aaron Clark make their way down through this section of the trail. I believe this is Miles, doesn't that, you know that drop well,
right
don't
there,
you?
That's where I hopped out of the bomber when Dave went down, and we blocked with cones because we saw how that turned out.
Yeah, we don't want any UTVs driving off that. If anyone hasn't seen that video, that's been floating around the internet when course was being set up. Miles was out here riding around with Dave Cole, and they took that drop, and it got, well, Miles was smart. He got out to run the camera. Smart decision.
Yeah, we pulled up to it, and he's like, man, it looks steep. I was like, I think so. He's like, you want to get out and spot me? I was like, yeah. So I get out, and I was like, it's taller than the bomber. He's like, oh, the back will drag. I was like, perfect. So stepped to the side and took a little video, and that was a fun one. There's the 1003 of Aaron Clark. You can see our current standings in the top right. Kyle Cheney, number 1. Then Phil Blurton, Mitch Guthrie Jr., Brock Hager, C.J. Greaves, Cole Clark, Matt Zeiler, Zach Shimmick, Paul Wolff, Chris Corbin rounding out the top 10. Then Jeff Martin, Cody Willenborg, Nathan Parker, our highest finishing rookie. Steven Rogers, Ben Heiting, we just had a chat with him. Zach Pollard, Travis Zollinger, Mark Welch, Robby Gordon, Cody Miller rounding out the top 20. And then Tyler Remmereid, Tony Palarie, Dustin Robbins, Brian Tilton, and Mike Park. I assume we'll have a chat with Brian Tilton or Dustin Robbins here in a minute. It sounds like Pam's ready with one of them.
I am here with Brian Tilton. Here we are. You said it was a frustrating day, but you're at this finish, so that's what's important.
Yeah, I mean, we're glad we made it to the finish. It's just frustrating. The car was running super good all day. We stopped after lap 1, just took gas. We skipped 2 completely, never had to stop at 2. Didn't have a single issue all day until we got to the bottom of outer limits, and we slammed down on something and had an electrical issue and lost the gas pedal. So I had to go down the rest of outer limits, up spooners all the way back using my override toggle switch as my gas pedal and just hoping that we could get it. And then we knew we couldn't get up the sand hill, so we just drove down backdoor with the override switch as our gas and just went for it. So we're here, and we're glad we're here, but you know, we were shooting for trying to get close to the top 10. I think at one point today we were pretty close to that, and then just lost a ton of, you know, got passed by a ton of people on spooners and in the desert and stuff. So frustrating to get this far and then have those failures, but you know, still glad we made it.
But you still finished, and that's what matters. Who else, or who all would you like to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
First of all, I want to thank my crew, my family for helping me prep the car. Aaron for the, you know, all the advice and directions out there. I mean, he killed it. He had to winch in a couple spots. I know he wasn't thrilled to be up running around in the rain. Also want to thank the guys from Warren and Factor 55, Rugged Radios, and Mr. Pickles of Fair Oaks, all the guys that help us out.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your finish. Sounds like you're going to go do some celebrating here, so congratulations.
Thank you.
Back to the booth.
Awesome to see Brian Tilton and Aaron Kaufman make their way across the finish line. Still have a lot of competitors that wish they were right here, right now, don't you think, Ian?
There's a couple of them right there, Miles. That one has been on its side for a while. They're still trying to get it righted. It's just lots of action up in Chocolate Thunder. We watched that unfold earlier today with our race leaders. It's so tore up in that one section of trail that there's just very few lines, big boulders, lots of winching going on. I honestly think the only person that I saw go through it clean was Kyle Cheney.
And there's Perry Mahaney coming down Wrecking Ball. And look at the tires on the other one. So there's somebody completely on its side.
Yeah,
Matt Zeiler walked by a minute ago, and he said he made it up one shot up Chocolate Thunder as well. So I think he's in the top 5, maybe top 10.
But as you can see right now, what's going on up there is it looks like the car at the top of the screen, they're winching. They're just trying to get through. That's just so dug out up there. The line to the right was the traditional line years ago.
Just a couple of years ago.
Yeah, get up on the right and pivot around, but it's just so dug out. And then we have 4290 on its side right there. That is the 4290 of
Rob Reno.
Yep, thank you very much, Rob Reno.
So it sounds like Pam's got another one. What do you got for us?
Thanks, Miles. I'm here with Mitch Alsup. You are out here at the finish of the King of the Hammers. This is a last-minute decision to race this car, correct?
Yeah, this is our pre-runner. This is basically a bone stock Can-Am Maverick RC. It's pretty amazing what these machines can do. Equipped with ARD suspension kit, BFG tires, raceline wheels, and that's about it on this machine. I started the race in the desert for Cameron Steele this morning. Unfortunately, got tied up in some traffic and made a mistake. So Cameron and I opted out of the race before the desert loop. But Brian Woods did an awesome job, and in this stock Maverick. Brad Howe started in the desert loop in this car. I don't know if all this is making sense, but we move around a lot. And yeah, my whole team out here, the whole Desert Assassin crew, the whole ARD crew. I mean, I put these guys to work. Cameron and I put these guys to work, and we're stoked to be here. We got to finish. Overall, just happy.
Well, let's talk about this. You've been a very busy man out here at King of the Hammers this week, but you just came home from Dakar with Sarah Price. You build these vehicles, so coming out here, actually driving what you build, it really gives you more knowledge of what you might need to change up in your engineering. It's got to be good for you and your business.
Yeah, for sure. So Dakar was great. We built a new Maverick car, which Cameron and I raced in the desert race, fully equipped with all of our stuff. So this year, we've learned a lot. We know what we need to do to come back stronger. But gosh, being able to be a part of the Can-Am family and drive the Can-Am platform, they make it pretty easy on us. It's a really good machine.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your finish. We'll let you go get changed out of your fire suit, and we'll catch you later.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, everybody. Thank you for the fans. Thank you for all the sponsors. Cody at LaserNut put this deal in today. So thank you, everybody. And thank you, Pam.
And on your baby.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mama Alsop and Hayden, for being here and supporting this.
Awesome. Let's give it up for Mitchell Alsop.
Another great finish, Mitchell Alsop and Brian Wood. Brian Wood has been riding with Cameron Steele the last couple years, really becoming a great co-driver out here at King of the Hammers.
Yeah, still lots of competitors out on course, and we're having them come into town just one after the other. Pam's lining them up, talking to us, talking to each one of them on the stage to see how their day went.
There's Aaron Lynch.
Yeah,
heading towards back door.
Yeah, is that back door?
Oh, no, coming out of back door.
Yeah, that's coming out of back door. That's the bottom of the back door wash coming across. The problem now is, Miles, now that it's rained, we can't ID the desert by the by the color of the sand, because now it's all been washed out and it's hard to see. But
it's going to make for great racing conditions the rest of the week.
Do you know what it's going to make for? It's going to make for one heck of a party over tonight there on Chocolate Thunder.
Absolutely.
And then that'll make for a really interesting race course tomorrow.
And Aaron Lynch is wide open all the way to the finish. He'll be heading up and through the Bronco Arch here momentarily as he blows by the Eibach Spring of the Hammers flags.
There he comes down through that Bronco Arch into the Ford Performance Short Course.
Not bad for his first time ever coming out here. I believe this should be roughly a top 25 finish out of I think it was roughly, 140, maybe 138?
So I think it was, including the youth class, it was 138.
That's pretty impressive. A couple more turns to go, and Aaron Lynch will be grabbing his first ever finish here at King of the Hammers for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. Still have one car on its side hooked up to one of the worn winch points.
Yeah, trying to get itself self-recovered over there on Wrecking Ball. We saw a couple cars come through there a minute ago, but there we are with Lynch coming back in through that Yukon launch, Miles.
And grabbing the checkered flag. We saw the recovery going on up there in the rocks, and you could see his breath, so it's definitely starting to chill off. I'm sure everybody that's here in Hammertown is excited to be here, because it's only going to, the weather's going to keep dropping as that sun completely disappears behind the mountain, which should happen here within about the next hour.
I don't think I saw the sun all day, Miles. I don't know about you, but I think I just saw clouds and rain. But Pam has another competitor up on the stage. Pam, take it away.
I am here with Mike Park. You're taking a deep breath as you get out of your car. Rough course out there, huh?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, the little bit of rain we had just made the rocks just slippery enough to make us a fit.
Well, you know, it's make it a challenging race for you guys out here. But good race. You're here at the finish. How are you feeling?
Tired, but glad we made it. We limped her on in.
Did you have any issues out there?
Yeah, we had one broken axle in Chocolate Thunder, so we had to change that, and we threw a hydro belt. Other than that, that was it.
Well, that's not bad at all. A couple little tiny things, but here you are at the finish. Who all would you like to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
Yeah, just thanks to my family for allowing me to come out here and do this stuff. Chris did a phenomenal job co-driving today, and Byron Starrett and all our Team 904 teammates, we all pitch in and work hard to get here. Evolution Power Sports with the power plant, never have any issues with those guys. Demon Axles, we had one fail today, but we was hammering on it. So, but yeah, we got a bunch of people to help, and we appreciate them all. Gary Hinkle with G-Force, they were phenomenal all day.
So out there, rough course, what do you think the roughest part of the race course today was?
Maybe the top of Wrecking Ball. There was a couple pretty rough spaces there.
That is definitely a tough area, but congratulations on your finish. We'll let you go celebrate with your team and your family. So congratulations, Mike Park.
Thank you. Also, thank you, CA Tech. They built a phenomenal chassis and suspension parts.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Here's your finisher pin. Back to the booth.
Thank you, Pam. And here is Miller Richmond still trugging along with Troy Digby riding shotgun.
Yeah, all right, well, while he's coming back into town, coming down through the upper top of Resolution, we're going to take a break from the action here in Johnson Valley. Today we're watching the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, all part of the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto and powered by Optima Batteries. We'll be back to you live from Johnson Valley just after this quick break.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sorts you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Oh, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Ah, yee! Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
Since day one, American Outdoors was built on providing active people quality products at reasonable prices. Our original soft-sided AO coolers are known for being convenient, durable, and keeping ice for over 24 hours in extreme heat. Over the last 30 years, AO has expanded our product lineup with high-quality coolers to fit any adventure, as well as a variety of marine, outdoor, and off-road products to complement your high-octane lifestyle. So whether it's the next trail run, the next fishing trip, or anywhere in between, be sure to AO and go.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new, Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true, all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Everybody, welcome back live, Johnson Valley, California. Here we are at the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. We're finishing up our race day, but we're still got lots of cars still out on course. I'm Ian Johnson in the booth, my good friend Miles, but Miles is going to step out and we have a super famous royalty of the sport name coming in here, Miles. Who we got?
We got Casey Shear, but I'm going to bring Miller Richmond across the finish line, going around Can-Am corner, 1 turn to go. Miller Richmond and Troy Digby getting ready to hit the Yukon launch, grab that checkered flag. And this is their rookie debut at King of the Hammers. Bought this car just a few months ago from the Miller brothers and brought it on home. So again, thanks to everybody. I'm Miles Hasselquist. I'm signing out, but I'll see you all tomorrow morning for the Everyman Challenge. Casey, this is yours, buddy.
All right, as Miles steps out of the booth, we have another car coming across the line here. That is the 0942. Jeremy McGrath. Saw him on his side earlier today. Obviously, he's been able to get that car back over. We'll have him. I'm sure Pam will be excited to talk to him.
Heck yeah, showtime out here. He's always a good time to watch. We got Bree from Monkey with a Knife on the camera right now. This is her rookie year out here driving.
Yeah, we saw her take a little tumble in the short course.
Not the best start.
not the way you want to start the day, but just gathered it up, kept the car going. So it's great to have you in here, Casey. Let's talk a little bit about how did the day play out the way you thought it would, everything you expect?
You know, I could not believe all the elements these guys got thrown. They had rain, they had wet rocks, and I thought it would take them a lot longer to get through this trail. And Cheney and Blurton, all those guys, they really just hustled through it.
Yeah, they hauled the mail coming home, but I think Pam has another finisher up on stage. So, Pam, we'll throw it over to you.
Thanks. I am here with Aaron Lynch. You have never raced out here before, and you just told me it was easy.
It was easy. The rocks, everybody's like, oh man, the rocks are big and they're all complicated. Well, on the East Coast, we got the same thing, but it's wet and we got trees and we got mud. So it's like, it's kind of the same.
That's a challenge now to make a race course harder next year for King of the Hammers. But you'll be back though, right?
Who knows? We'll see.
Great day out there for you though. Here you are at the finish. Who all would you like to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
First and foremost, I want to thank my wife for letting me do this stuff. We've invested so much money and destroyed so much shit. It's ridiculous. The CT Raceworks, Tire Spines, High Lifter Tire and Wheel, dude. The Nasty, Pete, and Gary over at G-Force Racing Suspension. You name it. There's so many people who helped me get on the box today, and I greatly appreciate it.
Well, congratulations on your first finish out here for your first time ever at King of the Hammers. That is always a feat in itself, and here you are up here with a finish.
Thank you.
All right, let's give it up for Aaron Lynch.
Thank you very much, Pam. Yeah, Aaron obviously hasn't learned the trick that you never say the course is easy. It just gets harder and harder every single year, and that's what Casey and I were in here talking about a few minutes ago, about how he was surprised how fast these finishers were able to get through. And we still have some action going on out here on course right now. It looks like we have a recovery. That's going to be quite a difficult recovery.
Yeah, that guy's on his lid. I don't know. That's going to be a bit of winching and maybe a few different tugs from it in different directions, see if they can get it uprighted. And when they sit upside down like that, it can get pretty nasty. You got to wait for the oil to drain back down in them before you can fire them up, so you don't get them locked up and start bending engine parts. So hopefully they can get that thing recovered safely.
Yeah, and this has been the story all day on race day. This is Chocolate Thunder. Just to give you a little geography of where that is just outside Hammertown. You actually can see it from the announcer's booth, and it's easy to get out there to spectate. That's why you see a lot of people hanging up over there. But this is, honestly, I think this is where Kyle won the race.
Yeah,
because Kyle
one
came
shot
through
of
there,
it.
one shot, super clean. But then CJ, Brock, Mitch, and Phil, we saw them all just get jammed up in there.
Yeah,
multiple different winch lines. It was a mess.
It took them a few pulls too. It wasn't just a winch and get up it. They sat there and struggled for a good 5-10 minutes. In my opinion,
we had a stopwatch on them. It was 7 minutes of winching, and at the time that was just feeding Kyle's lead, because he was already at that point, I believe, 5 minutes ahead, 2 minutes I haven't heard officially how much of a penalty all the drivers that did miss that VCP, but from the sounds of it, a lot of them did. So I think he got hit with a standard 5-minute penalty. But I think he knew that. He had to get out in front of everybody.
Yeah, and he pushes hard. I mean, there's a reason, like Dave was saying earlier, there's a reason that these top runners are running up top, and they push and they know the courses. They come out here and pre-run. Look at their equipment. It's fantastic. That new Can-Am just really shined today, and it's got to be a great accomplishment for Bombardier Can-Am to come out here and see that thing get on the podium.
That just warms my Canadian heart that you called it a Bombardier, Casey. That makes me happy. All right, but Pam is on the stage with another finisher. All right, Pam, we'll throw it over to you.
Thanks. I'm here with Miller Richmond. Here you are at the finish. You have never raced out here. How do you feel about this race course?
Oh, it was long, but to be honest with you, we had a great time, about 6 hours. I couldn't do it without my co-driver, Troy Digby. And thank you to all my sponsors, Miller Brothers Racing, Hunter, Cody, Double E Racing, George. Without them, I wouldn't be here.
Well, that's awesome that you're out here, finish the race. I mean, Troy Digby was a rookie last year. Now he's in the co-driver seat. Troy, you were saying you're pretty whooped right now, though.
Oh, yeah. We had to winch a bunch of cars out of our way, and then we just rock bounced through it after they were moved, and this Miller guy can drive.
All right, you got some people out here cheering for you. How do you feel about finishing?
Oh, it's great. To be honest with you, I was just trying to get through the first lap. I didn't even pre-run any of the rocks, so I went through the rock section completely blind. Just took it easy and just started passing people left and right.
Well, that's pretty awesome to hear. Who all would you like to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
Once again, I would love to thank the Miller brothers. Without them, I wouldn't have this excellent car, especially all their mechanics. Also, my wife, I have a 3-month-old at the house. And basically, she let me come out here, so I'm probably going to hear about it for the next 6 to 8 months. But you know what? It is well worth it.
Yep. Well, congratulations on your finish out here for your first time ever King of the Hammers.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Back to the booth.
Thanks, Pam.
That is pretty awesome seeing that, and thanking his wife and his family for letting him come out here, go wheeling and playing and racing. It's special to be able to do that, and it's always the first person I always thanked when I was racing.
Now, speaking of that, Casey, when is the last time that you raced? What year was that?
Yep, I finished my racing career in 2019. I was lucky enough to get voted in as the Rookie of the Year in 2018. It was a fun couple years of racing. I brought Can-Am out here. They didn't really know what the rocks were. And Phil Blurton built a desert car. I built a rock crawling car. He did best in the desert, some score stuff, and I came out here and played in the rocks and really opened the eyes to it. And it's an awesome privilege to come out here and show those guys how many parts I could break.
Yeah, and I think like you were saying right before we threw it to Pam, the testament of that Can-Am of Kyle Cheney. I think that whether or not you're in the game of spending time talking on Instagram about the knuckles and the new design on the front suspension on that car, but I think that they proved it today that it can handle the toughest single day off-road race on the planet, and came in with a substantial lead and did well all day.
Yeah, there is no doubt. I mean, you look at that car, and it looks so much different from the X3 and what they've done with it, and it obviously works. And I just can't wait to see this sport keep progressing and those cars keep progressing. And you get to watch them work in the desert. Everybody saw it here on the Jumbotron and at home, and it's just it's pretty special to see that thing really send it through the desert and then rock crawl really well. Sometimes it takes both worlds, right? Like how much rock crawling do we want the car to work and how much desert? So mixing that together is the perfect combo.
Yeah, and right now we have Pam on stage again with another finisher.
I am here with Jeremy McGrath out here at the finish for the 2024 King of the Hammers. Smile on your face. How you feeling?
I'm kind of exhausted. That was a long day, but I'm glad we made it to the finish. We lost some time out there for sure. We felt like we had a pretty good pace going. I mean, from the beginning, and then all the way we got back in the mountains, and we had a little steering problem. So we ended up having to stop and tighten a bunch of stuff. And if we wouldn't have done that, we would have probably lost everything and not got to the finish line. So anyways, we took our time, lost some time there, but we made it to the finish, so happy about that.
That's all that matters, is getting to the finish. What was the roughest part of the course out there for you?
gosh, the last 2 rock sections towards the very end, I don't even know the names of them, but we were pretty clean all day. Even got up Chocolate Thunder pretty good. The only time we winched was the waterfall back there, and then these last couple rock sections were pretty wet. So if you got high centered, you couldn't get any traction to get off. So we ended up having to use the winch a couple times up those, but man, it's relentless, you know, it just never stops. So right when you feel like, all right, cool, we got a little break, there's another gnarly rock section to kick your butt. So anyways, we're glad to get through it. And, you know, it was better than sitting out in the mountains. I was out in the rain, and we were out in the rain when we were having problems, so that kind of sucks. So glad we got going again.
That is awesome, though. But you've raced with us in the past. What do you think about this race course compared to our past race courses?
You know what? I mean, every single one of them is super tough. With a little bit of water on it, made it really tough. The rocks, especially in the sand sections, when the sand gets on the rocks, you just can't get any grip, and it doesn't matter what you do. So you end up really having to beat up the car a little bit, right? Because you got to hit it with speed instead of kind of slow and crawl it. So, yeah, I mean, it was another learning experience for me, that's for sure. I haven't been out climbing on the rocks, especially when they're wet. So it was definitely interesting, and glad we made it.
Well, here you are at the finish, though. Who all would you like to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
Obviously, I'd like to thank all my crew over here. Everyone put a lot of hard hours in. Carl, Scott, my daughter, Rowan, Linnea, Don, Jeppo, Billy, all the boys that came out. We have a fun crew, and you know, it's this little family effort. We're not factory driver or anything, so we just try to do it with the minimal, and we have a blast doing it. So stoked to be here. Always a challenge to get through this race, and I'm glad I got to the finish line, so I'll be happy to get out of the car.
Well, congratulations on your finish out here at the 2024 King of the Hammers.
All right, thank you guys.
All right, let's give it up for Jeremy McGrath.
Thanks, Pam. It's good to see Jeremy get that car back into town. We saw a little bit of action out there for a little bit, taking what we like to call a little dirt nap with that car earlier, laying on its side. I think it was up in Turkey Claw where we saw it taking its initial dirt nap.
Yeah, it is pretty exciting to see these rock stars out here, you know, with Deegan and Jeremy McGrath and Bryce Menzies racing in the UTV class. It's just pretty neat for all of us to have those type of competitors racing at King of the Hammers for the UTV championship. It's awesome.
Yeah, there's been a lot of people out here who have come, and even, you know, we saw Cameron Steele earlier today. Cameron, you know, it was kind of funny. Cameron Steele, always a big desert guy, came here, played in a spec car for a little while, came in to do some announcing for a little while, and then he went out and did one race, and now he's here doing every race.
Yeah, you know, this year I think he mixed it up a little bit. He was doing the motos, he was doing the Everyman Challenge, the 4400, the T1s, and that's a huge plate of racing. I mean,
it is.
You have to really be motivated to do that. And he was telling me that the motos kind of scared the rest of his crew. You know, you don't want to get injured or anything like that. And he really wanted to concentrate on a couple races this year. And him with, you know, partnering up with Fox and BFG and all their new technology in the shocks and the live valve from Fox is just fantastic stuff. So it's really going to be fun to watch him in the Race of Kings.
Yeah, that's coming up on Saturday. Today is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, and this is Alan Burton working his way through the desert. But what we want to go ahead is figure out is, you know, tomorrow's going to be our Everyman Challenge. Tomorrow's going to be our Everyman Challenge, where we're going to have 3 different classes leaving the line. We have our modified class, stock class, and our legends class.
Yeah, I'm really excited about it. You know, could you imagine building a Jeep that will survive through these trails, and they get to go race them? And so to me, that is kind of the fun part of these teams and wrenching with your buddies and just seeing those cars come to life and what they can do. You know, all these things are purpose-built vehicles, and it is neat to me to see a Bronco go across the start line and a Jeep go across the start line. It is just, let's see how far these things can make it, and if they're super beat up when they come across the finish line.
Yeah, I think that's probably the biggest change that I've seen in the sport. You know, we have kind of always had our our Everyman Challenge class, the EMC class, those were morphing into the almost like a production class. That's where we saw the like you said, the Jeeps come in, the Broncos come in. But now we've got some in the upper echelon of our sport in the Race of Kings. They've got factory bodies being built, and it just it looks like a Bronco ripping across the lake bed. And yeah, I am fortunate enough that I get to own a few pre-runners that come out here, and we haul them out here in the fall, and we normally throw the race course into the GPSs. We usually come out the week before SEMA because we're going to be stuck in a trade show for a week. But we come out here and we'll throw that GPS file in and run the old race course just for fun. And yeah, it's great to come out here and go rock crawling.
Yeah, look at these guys coming through Rocky Top. He's really struggling through that section right there. He's got quite some. I don't know how long he was upside down or.
Whether that's a motor or a belt, we don't know. But right now we're going to throw it over to Pam on the stage with another one of our Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship finishers.
Thanks. I am here with Bryce Sparks. You're a part of our rookie program out here. First time racing at King of the Hammers. What do you think about that race course?
I think it was pretty rough. It was pretty rough. We tore up a few things, but we got it fixed. It was fun. Couldn't have done it without the co-pilot. I will tell you that is like the most important thing. Like I have absolutely no idea where I'm driving out there without my dude John Whaley next to me. So.
Well, and all these rock trails can start looking like each other, and like you're saying, you have no idea where you're going. But having the co-driver key, did you have to get out of the car and do any winching?
One time.
One time. That's awesome, especially being your first time out here driving. Did you come out here and do some practicing beforehand?
Yeah, we came out Friday, I think, and then pretty much every day ran something, some sand, like some desert, and then this is the first time I've ever even seen sand whoop sections. So we spent a day just playing with those, and then went into the rocks, just kind of broke it up.
What was your favorite part about the race course?
Driving on this trailer.
That's awesome. It's so funny. You came up and you were like, I don't know what to do with my hands. And here you are at the finish. Congratulations. Who all do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
First and foremost, Cody Willenborg right there. This is his razor. This is this machine's third time finishing, I believe. It's his engine, transmission, every single thing on this thing, drivetrain, his team is built. So I want to thank those guys first and foremost, Smoking Hot Wife, and my co-pilot right here. Could not have done without this dude. This is the Picasso of with a tubing bender. So this dude can bend anything and build anything. So couldn't have done it without him either.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your finish out here at King of the Hammers. Couldn't be more proud of being a rookie out here and finishing it.
Thank you so much.
All right, let's give it up for Bryce Sparks.
Thanks, Pam. I appreciate that. Good to get more news from the lake bed once again. I am Ian Johnson in the booth today with Casey Shera. We are finishing up our Can-Am Can-Am Hammers Championship. Apologies. We were just talking about how excited we were for Saturday's Nitto Race of Kings, but tomorrow is going to be all about the EMC. Now, our EMC racers, they're going to be tackling pretty much the exact same course that we saw these UTVs on today. I don't think the 4500s and the 4800s have any problems, but the stock class guys, it's going to be a tough one.
Oh, man, DOT tires, those frame rails that you got to deal with skid plates and stuff. These side-by-sides, they're definitely impressive on what you can do rock crawling with them, and you get into some of those, OEM vehicles, and they are difficult to get through those rock trails. And so I always say, those guys have to really pick the right line or you're going to winch.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see. We didn't see it play out today because we kind of all knew that the UTVs were going to take the same route when they got up to I'm calling it the choose your own adventure spot.
Yeah.
Where we have those two sort of VCPs just chilling out there in the desert with multiple ways to get to it. I think it's going to be super interesting to see how that plays out through our next two races.
Yeah, the either ors and knowing that you can't turn in early and you actually have to go out to the VCP. I mean, look, today it happened, right?
Yep.
And so there's the perfect example of we missed it, and that plays into your race, and some of the top guys, it just caught them off guard. And
yeah, from the sounds of it, it's just like they just cut it just a little too short, and just landed outside that VCP.
And it's exactly why we always, Dave said it 100 times out here. I'm always trying to make the course harder. And that's one of them. That's a check mark on the box, and he made it harder for those guys, and they actually missed him.
Yeah, and that's all part of it. It's not just driving in the desert. It's not just driving in the rocks. It's also understanding that you are racing against a virtual racetrack. You have to do your homework, understand where the VCPs are, understand your options, because there are lots of options out there.
Absolutely. And you just heard a guy a minute ago say, hey, I didn't even go pre-running the rocks. I just went out and raced it.
Yeah.
And to me, that's a huge risk.
Well, that to me is someone who's looking to finish, not someone looking to win.
Yeah.
When we're talking about people who are winning, as a matter of fact, I walked through the Gomez pits. It was a couple days ago. Ran into Raul, and I said, "How are things going?" And he said, "Good. I'm going out on my 8th trip around the full course."
Yeah, and there's something to be said about that. And I think you look at growth as drivers in this sport, and seeing when Raul used to come to NorCal rock races, and it started out with him and the old lady just beating that thing, going through the turns and everything, and then his program started to grow. And now he's a 2-time back-to-back king. He's like one of the most awesome dudes out here because he's done his homework. He puts in the effort. He's actually training every day and doing workouts and all this stuff that you're like, wow, you really want it. You are growing in the sport so fast. I've never seen anybody grow in the sport the way he has.
Yeah, that whole program is certainly dialed in. But right now, I think we have another finisher coming across right now. We're coming across the Yukon launch.
There's a few lake beds out there in the short course.
I think it's going to be wet out there for the rest of the week.
Wow.
Hopefully it'll dry up by tomorrow. That is the 49.08 of Jeffrey Donda, taking the checkered flag here at the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship.
Well, the rock trails didn't get better today. They definitely degraded and got worse. Look at how wet it is, and it burns in a little bit different too when it's wet,
It does. The reality is what happens when it rains is when you're out here in the desert like this, those 2-track trails through some of these rocks, they just become little rivers, and they do not become easy driving.
This is pretty awesome. That is my old race car right there. John Schaefer driving my old 79 car that was the No Limit built rock crawl edition car that I won the Western Point Championship and got Rookie of the Year in, and he purchased it off of me after I was hurt, and he's been out here competing in it, and I had it prepped ready for him to race, and he decided he was going to take it all apart again and do it his way, and I was pretty stoked that he wanted to put his creativity behind it.
Yeah, it's kind of cool to see. We see that in all these classes, these cars that, they don't last forever, but, they come apart, they get reimagined, redone, re-prepped, and out here racing again.
We did a lot of neat stuff with that car. It was a 2017 X3 right about when they first came out, and we had hydraulic steering on it and alternator kits that we designed with ZRP with Travis Zollinger, and he got into the sport after a phone call with me. He was a snowmobiler, and he wanted to come out and play in the dirt. What did they say earlier with Pastrana and Deegan? With age comes a cage.
With age comes a cage, yes, sir.
Yeah, and they're doing it. It's pretty neat.
Yeah, it hurts a little less when you fall in the snow, but it can still hurt.
It is. I don't know. Travis did those hill climbs, and I look at it, and I don't think I'd ever make it up one of those hill climbs.
Well, you want to make it up.
Yeah.
You don't want to make it halfway up.
Correct. Yeah, up and over, right?
Up and over, yeah.
Yep.
The last thing you want is something to happen when you're like half or 3/4 of the way up, because it's a long way down in the snow.
Yeah, it looks like John's got a pretty good pace right now. He's just plugging away, putting miles down, not stopping and not getting any flats or anything, just kind of cruising along. And that's his race.
All right, and I think Pam is just getting another one of our finishers prepped on stage out here.
you looking forward to rocking out tonight by the monster stage? I think there's some pretty awesome music that's going to be happening.
There's always great music here in Hammertown. Yes, it'll be a fun time. All right, we're taking it to Pam over on the stage. Pam, take it away.
I am here with Jeff Donda. You just now told me it was about time you got one of these finisher pins, so you got to be feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, all the months of hard work. I think we waited 2 years to come back out here and do this again. It was 100% worth it.
I've been hearing the track out there is one of the roughest ones that we have had. What do you think about that?
I definitely don't want to go another lap, I can tell you that. Dave did a pretty good job this year, so.
That has been what everybody, or that's what everybody has been saying. So congratulations on finishing. Who all do you want to thank for getting out here this weekend?
Well, I want to thank Phil for keeping me calm down enough to not do anything stupid. That was probably 90% of us getting here today. But Metalworks Motorsports suspension parts, they took up all the abuse we could throw at them. And the Metal FX wheels, we didn't have a problem one bit. These Maxxis tires, hell, we're still on the same tires we started on, so that's pretty impressive. But all the wide open guys and all my friends and Uncle Pork, we wouldn't be here and be able to do this without any of them. So thank you.
All right, and I want to ask you a question over here, Phil. So you were out here this weekend racing in the 4400 coming up. So was this a great pre-run for you?
Yeah, it was a really good pre-run. As you guys know, I've rode with Donna a lot this season all year, so it was really great to be able to come back here and help him get this car across the finish. I think he had intentions of running it last year, and we kind of talked about jumping in, and so he was able to get out here this year, so it was really good to help him get that done. And plus, it doesn't hurt to get track time for myself as well. But man, that desert's really got, it's been tore up pretty good. You know, it seemed to settle down a little bit with some of the smaller cars running on it from the trophy trucks, but still pretty rough out there. So.
Well, that's what everybody's saying as well, is it's getting rougher and rougher, but you got a good look at it, like you just said.
Yeah, it was a great day. It was a lot of fun, but it was a good day. So it's glad to have all the people. I appreciate everybody's support and helping us get pitted and all that stuff, and we'll see if we can't do this again on Saturday.
So let's go back over here to you. So what do you think about the rain when it came in? Did it make it more difficult in the rock sections?
It started to get a little slick, but I mean, we're from the East Coast. We're used to not having traction, so we were kind of hoping that would give us a little bit of an edge today. But no, it really didn't get too bad. More annoying than anything, honestly. So.
Well, you're out here. You finished. Congratulations. We hope to see you out here again next year. So good luck and congratulations, Jeff Donda.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pam. Good to see these guys finally getting their finisher pin, as Pam said. Lots of cars still out on course.
Yeah, a lot of carnage out there. It looks like Raul Gomez 0 miles an hour in that speed car. That's I think that's his first time racing a speed car. I used to race a lot with his son, Flaco, Darian Gomez. He was always a very fierce competitor of ours.
We still have lots of time for these guys to get back into town. We're going to be shutting down the race course around 7 o'clock, which is plus their start time. So that's going to mean we're going to be packing in about 7:30, 7:40. So we'll jump out onto the tracker right now and see who's still out on course and what's going on with them. So right over here, it's a 4908. Jeffrey Donda. Yeah, he's close to town, showing 0 miles an hour. That may be him coming down through the backdoor drop. Max Gordon out there, still way out in those rock trails. We got Rich Birch, 4916. Jeff Bachman out there. Those are kind of the next. That's the next group that would be packed up, headed back into town. Kyle Sturkey and Matt Jeffrey out there. This is, we were watching Raul Gomez. He was out. We saw Robby Gordon come in, and I know that Raul's driving another one of Robbie's cars. But we haven't seen him move in a while, so we kind of been watching him to see what's going on. Yankovic Ruslan is still out in there, as well as Adam Brown. They're together out on that rock trail section as well. That's near remote pit 2, so that's where they can drop in. They may actually be in remote pit 2. It's hard to tell from here. And Nathan Zeiler out there. And Jacob Shade is out there as well. So we're keeping an eye on who's going to make their way back into town, but you can see it. There's still a lot of people with a lot of miles still to go out there. The good news is it has stopped raining, so they're going to get a break from the weather. It almost looks like the sun's trying to peek out as we look at. That's Kyle Sturkey, who we were just looking at on the tracker, making his way through that section out near, I believe that's out near Outer Limits is where it is right now.
That's a pretty slow pace. There's got to be some type of issue with the car in limp mode or something like that.
Yeah, they don't seem to be moving across the top of that ridge very fast.
You know, we were talking earlier about how cold it was and wet, and could you imagine being a co-driver and being soaking wet and then start going fast again? And you're like, I'm freezing in here. Your gloves get soaked and you're driving.
It's not fun to be out there. There comes a point where you wish the car had a windshield again.
How about a heater? Seat heaters.
Seat heaters have also made a big change. Most of the trail rigs I build nowadays, I put seat heaters in. It's just kind of nice. I also put a heater in almost every rig I build. Some now I've even gone as far as sticking air conditioners in it. But we're chasing him through the dirt right here. We're just following along with the drone. Hats off to all the production team today. This was a great day of racing from out here in Johnson Valley. Every year it just gets better and better. We had live in-car footage during part of the race, which was pretty awesome to see.
It really was. Seeing Blurton with his hands on the wheel, just ripping around, and his co-driver Chris kind of handing the rag back and forth to him, it puts you back in the seat, right? You're like, wow, that just looks like so much fun. These guys are living it up.
Speaking of being back in the seat, Casey, have you tried the simulator yet?
The simulator, yep. Joey D put me in the simulator. My son and my nephew were both driving it, and I'm in the amusement business, vending machines. So seeing video games like that brings back my youth. It looks like a ton of fun. I can't wait to see all these drivers, kind of like, you know, F1 guys or you know, on the sim all the time, practicing and training. I see that coming to this sport. I see, you know, the Von Gettens and the Laurens and those guys actually having, you know, Friday night and sitting down and doing some trails and learning stuff because.
Well, probably the biggest difference, though, between the F1 and this is the F1 guys, they're not allowed to pre-run.
Correct.
They don't. So they almost they've been forced to use the simulator to learn the track. But I spent a little bit of time in it. I thought it was super cool. I was sitting over in the VIP. I think you know, I've got the Ivan Off-Road Fury video game at the shop.
The three-wheeler.
Yeah, the three-wheeler. Yep, that's pretty cool. I even had Ivan sign it, which was nice.
Yep.
And I think I was talking to the actual sim guys. I said, talk me through this system, because I think I'm going to be filling an Amazon shopping cart here pretty soon.
It really is neat. And, you know, if you want to feel changes, you know, go put a bunch of compression in your shocks and see how the car reacts. And then, you know, turn around your next lap and go do a bunch of rebound, see what it does, change steering geometries. It's really neat how many settings you can change. And
yeah, it is. It's more of a, I was talking to one of the programmers in the VIP, and it's not as much of a video game as it is a physics experiment inside a video game.
And the force feedback and the way the steering wheel reacts, it really feels like you're driving, and I like that part. And I think it's going to be a good tool for young drivers as well. Before they're, you know, old enough to drive a race car, they can get a lot of seat time before they get in the race car and learn what, you know, the flags mean and you know, how to get around this place. It's just it's very complex, and I think it's all going to pan out to be a really neat product.
I think probably, you know, I'm fortunate I get to spend a lot of time at a lot of different events because of my job. And this year I was at PRI Show, which is the Performance Racing Industry Show
out there in Indiana.
Yeah, up in Indiana, and it's very racing based. And this year they had an entire hall that was set up just for sim racing competitors.
Yeah,
and it was certainly neat when you think about it. You could have an entire racing class of simulation racers.
Yeah,
part of the game.
You get one of these giant tents like the general store, and the next thing you know, you get a whole bunch of them in there, and I'm going to start racing with you again.
That's right, exactly. Yeah, I'll be racing from my shop in Tennessee, and you'll be racing from your house over in Utah.
Yeah, it'll be great.
It'll be a fun time.
I got 5 on that one.
All right. Once again, stay with us. We got lots of action coming to you. We still have lots of drivers out on course making their way back here to Hammertown. This is an entire race week. This is the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto, powered by Optima batteries. Today we've been watching the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. Tomorrow it's all about the Everyman Challenge. And then on Saturday will be the Nitto Race of Kings. Was great having Mr. Dave Cole in the booth with us today. He knows this race course like the back of his hand. He's out there help laying it out, so it's always good to get his perspective. So I know we're going to have him back in the booth as well for the rest of the week.
Yeah, last year it was really neat to hear Dave in here. He's so familiar with the rock trails. He can tell you, hey, I know that there's a right line, there's a left line, where they're going. Oops, he made a big mistake there. He's going to have to back up. And that knowledge that we're sharing with all of the fans and even the drivers, and it's so great to have it. And I know that Tom Ways is out here, and he's going to be doing a little bit more and kind of showing everybody what he does as a driver, and that's really neat, too, to be able to share with the fans that firsthand experience.
Yeah, it's great to have Tom in the booth. I'm bummed not to see him drive. I always love watching Tom drive.
Agreed.
He always puts on a good show.
Agreed.
So I was kind of bummed not to see him out there. But, yeah, it's like you said, it's great to have that firsthand driver experience. Is, here you look at a car, quickly see what it's doing. And like you said, Dave's knowledge of these rock trails, just by taking a quick glance at the screen and seeing what's going on. Well, right there,
I believe that's Max.
Yeah, it looks
34.99.
Yeah, that is Max 34.99. Max Gordon out there. When we had Robby in on stage, he said that he did have that bent tie rod, and they changed it in the pits. He said.
Yeah, that might be something they're working on the front end there.
Maybe he's got more than a bent tie rod in the front of that car.
It's never good when you see the driver's helmet off and they're working on a car.
If the helmet's off, that's a whole other story.
Yeah, you're pretty focused at that point. And Max has really grown up around motorsports, so he knows what he's doing.
All right, well, while we watch Max work on that car in the desert, we're going to take a quick break from the action here in Johnson Valley. We want to thank you for watching with us all day today, but we'll be back shortly. This is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. Remember, if you are a subscriber of the premium channel, you won't miss any of the action from coming to you live here in Johnson Valley. We'll be back shortly, bringing more drivers across the finish line.
When I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruise to sort you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Oh, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
The thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
Bruises out of nowhere. It is brutal, but I wouldn't change a thing.
Curry Enterprises has over 60 years of off-road knowledge. From the harsh deserts of Baja to the extreme rocks of King of the Hammers. to the Jeeps we drive every day, Curry has the right axle set up to fit your needs. Curry Enterprises, passion for performance.
Welcome back to Johnson Valley, California. We are here broadcasting live. This is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, as right now we just watched the 4-4-1 of Robert Leibel. That we had a camera right in that spot watching Max Gordon underneath the front of his UTV working on it, and we just saw Robert blow by him. So that's who we're tracking right now through the desert. We're expecting our next finisher probably about 15 minutes out of Hammertown, but we're going to keep an eye on that. We have a couple drivers that might be a little bit closer, but trackers showing them at 0 miles an hour now, so we're just going to keep a update on that. But it's probably going to be a few minutes before we get another finisher across the line here at the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship.
Wow, you can really see the course start to degrade and kind of go away. It's getting burned in just from the water. Pretty cool to see that the sand, all the whoops and everything have just grown substantially.
Yeah, the one benefit to that little bit of rain that was out there is you kind of see the course burned in a little bit more, but the one downfall is the fact that it is just getting
Huge.
a little bit dug out even more.
Yeah.
That is right there, that's the drop that Miles and I were talking about earlier at the bottom of your screen. That was where Miles and Dave took a little tumble in their Bomber Fab Trail car.
Yep, Miles became internet famous right then and there.
Yep, Miles,
got a great film.
He made the right decision to get out and film it. And as you can see, we got pylons marking it off so the UTVs don't make that drop. And this is basically, I believe, they're heading over to Idle Issues and Chocolate Thunder at that point. And that is Rich Bursch out there. Still on course, making good speed.
Yeah, it's definitely burned in. Your GPS can only do so much, but when you can see where to go,
that's nice.
It's got to be nice.
As long as you trust the person that you're following to take you through the right section of the race course. You can see these guys. You can see their headlights are on. The sun is obviously already gone behind the wall of those canyons. And you've been out there before, Casey. You know what it's like. It's a cold day today, but the minute that sun goes away, it gets really cold out in that desert.
Yeah, race morning's always tough. When you go off the line and your knuckles are frozen to the steering wheel and you have the adrenaline pumping, and it's still cold, you know that it's cold out.
Yeah, and I think these guys are this Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. These guys got the worst luck of the week. I think we're going to have this weather push over for tomorrow. Might still be a little bit cool, but I don't think we have any more rain in the forecast. And then from what I've seen online so far, it looks like we're going to be back to sunny and nice for Saturday for our Nitto Race of Kings. So too bad for our UTV competitors, but it's certainly made for a fun race day.
Yeah, it's a crazy race course, right? Because you get the T1 trucks going through there, and they burn in the race course, and it almost like makes a wave in the corner where the tire wants to get sucked into it. And so you're trying to stay in the 2-track, and then you get out of it, and it slams you back and forth, and it's so difficult on your arms and everything else, and your co-driver's head's bobbling back and forth, and these guys definitely got the short end of the stick.
Yeah, they're out there pushing hard through this desert section. We're kind of tracking 2 or 3 different cars that we expect to see back into Hammertown shortly.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to go out in the Raptor R with my brother for a little bit and go pre-run for a few minutes, check out some stuff, and I saw some of those walls that the T1 trucks made, and I was like, wow, that's going to be difficult for from a 32-inch tire up to watching Cheney in 35s. That those cars do not react the same way as a big 40-inch tire.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Seeing how they get through the corner and stuff is a little bit mind-boggling to me. You got to really be on top of the steering wheel, or else you're going to dump it easy.
Yeah, and it's also a completely different steering setup. I mean, like when we look at our 4400 cars and even a lot of our EMC cars, you have that ability of either full hydraulic steering or the hydraulic ram assist, which takes a lot of that aggressive feedback out of the wheel.
Absolutely.
And in the UTVs, you just don't have that. You're kind of, you feel those you feel all those ruts in the desert.
Yeah, and it was definitely impressive today to watch the Maverick car go through it, and you could see that the footage out here is just fantastic, and shout out to Hammer King Productions and all the staff and the drone guys and the helicopter pilots and camera guys. You could see his hands on the steering wheel, and it was just chill.
Yeah.
He was not getting all that feedback and so you just realize, wow, technology's gotten so good now that they're figuring out all this stuff. I changed my steering over to hydraulic because I wanted it to be really easy in the rocks, not thinking that, oh, wow, I have now a benefit in the desert.
Yep.
I'm not getting arm pump. I'm not having to squeeze my hands back and forth on the steering wheel to get blood flow back. It's just really neat to see what this sport has come in the last maybe 5 years, how much it's progressed.
I would say it's a 5-year jump. Last 5 years, we've had so much change in every class. I'd say every class has made, I mean, just go back 5 years into 4800 we're going to watch tomorrow, our 4800 Legends class. That at one point in time was 100% retired 4400 cars.
All Legends cars.
Yeah, and now it is cars being built specifically for that race.
Well, guys, the official results aren't really coming out yet. There's about 45 VCP infractions that they're going to review, play the trackers back, and they nitpick them. They go through them with a fine-tooth comb and make sure that it's the correct penalty for the car, and they will apply them and get their official times.
Yeah, and we just have to wait for race ops to take care of that. They'll basically go in and check through all these trackers and make sure everything is correct. We see this in every single one of our races. We have all of these guys out there. Like we said before, over 130 cars left the line. That's 130 GPS tracks to look at. And of those 130, they covered, I think it was 170 some odd miles. And so you have to go through all the GPS track of all the mileage of every car that is coming across the line. And then they will look for any issues at all. And after they get through that, they might apply some penalties. And there's a couple different ways they apply those penalties. Some is just a flat 5 minute for missing a VCP. Some is basically an advantage penalty, so they look at how much time you gained in the race. But all that gets taken care of by race ops, and then once we hear back from that, we'll be able to come back with some official results.
It's a daunting task, I can only imagine, and it's always been a very fair thing, and I think all the competitors appreciate how much they look at it and make sure that it's a fair event. It's good. It's good. Keep it clean.
Yep. And I think this is Matt Jeffrey. If this is this might be our next car to come back into town.
Oh, nice.
Just trying to get confirmation on that. Make sure that, yeah, this is Matt Jeffrey. Oh, sorry. No, he won't be the next car back into town. We have another one that we're looking at, but this is Matt picking his way through outer limits. We saw a lot of action out here. The rock trails today just got we kind of assumed it from the beginning that the rock, and when we had Dave in here this morning, he said the rock trails, these are the hardest rock trails that these guys have ever had to run. He's put them through trails that they never thought they'd put UTVs through before. But as you said, Casey, it's the technology for these cars that has changed so much. They can handle so much abuse out here in these trails that even, like you said, 5 years ago, these cars would not be going through these trails.
Yeah, I always hear people say, how could he make it harder? How can Dave make it harder? And there is those things out here, and I mean, look, these guys had to race through rain today.
Yep.
And so, to me, the only thing you could make it harder was what? What do we do it at dark?
Yeah, start in the dark.
Maybe we have it snow a little.
Yep. Yeah, every year the question then becomes, do you just add more rocks, add more time, add more distance? I was shocked to see our leader come in under that 4-hour mark. That's very, very impressive.
It was impressive. And, yeah, again, the technology, the driver, the programs that these guys have put together, their partners, sponsors that they work with diligently. It is a team effort. There's no doubt.
Yeah, I think our next 2 cars coming in will be Rich Birch and Robert Lydell. We were just following them with the drone, but they are just outside of, well, not just outside Hammertown. They still have a little bit ways to go, but those should be the next cars that we see come into town. And that is Trent Roberts, 4811.
They've got that never give up attitude right now. They're digging deep.
Yeah, you're just pushing through the race at this point, just trying to get through the desert, trying to get through the rock trails.
It is. It's such an accomplishment feeling when you do cross the line. And I know winning to a lot of guys out there is everything. But this is the hardest race there is. And to finish it is it takes the wind out of your sails. It's emotional. You see these guys on the stage and they're, grown men, and they're having a hard time keeping it together because it is incredibly tough. It is everything they have to be able to do it.
Speaking of tough, this is where we have seen so much action today. If you're in Hammertown and tomorrow during the EMC race, if you want to see some fun, get out to Chocolate Thunder. There's a Jumbotron out there, I believe. There's a bunch of places to hang out and watch the race. This is one of those spots where it's very, very easy to get right up on the edge of that race course and see some action, because tomorrow we're going to see all of these EMC cars in this same bottleneck, but I think we're going to be able to see a lot more passing because we're going to be in here with some of our Legends cars. But while we watch these 2 competitors struggle up through Chocolate Thunder, we're going to take a quick break from the action here at the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, coming to you live from Johnson Valley, all part of the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto and powered by Optima Batteries.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube, go to KOHUltimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds.
The King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail conquering Bronco.
Welcome back to Johnson Valley. We are at the end of our race day today for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. We still have a few more hours of racing and a bunch of competitors still out on course working on making their way back into Hammertown. It's been an exciting day today. We have crowned our 4-time King of the Hammers champion, Kyle Cheney, but not officially. It's still unofficial, as we were talking about before. But he is our unofficial winner at this point, bringing that Can-Am UTV across the line. In the booth with me is Casey Shearer. We're talking about all things UTV and just King of the Hammers racing in general.
Yeah, this has been an honor to come out here and talk with you guys and show everybody about our sport and how much fun it is. Let's see what we got going on here. It looks like they're winching up Chocolate Thunder here.
Yeah,
sitting in the A line.
Yeah, this has been where, as I was saying before our commercial break, this is where all of the action has been going on today. There's really, for the UTVs, it sort of seems there's just that one line right there.
I think it was the make or break of the whole race, in my opinion. Watching Cheney one-shot this was just so impressive, and then there was a little bottleneck, and Blurton and those guys had to figure out their Warren winches and pull rope.
Yeah, and as much as they tried different lines to get around and pass each other, they all gave up and ended up running up this middle line. But as I was saying before the break, if you're in Hammertown, you want to see some excitement tomorrow, head on out to Chocolate Thunder, because out there you will be able to get probably a front row seat of, if the UTV race is basically a precursor to what we're going to see tomorrow, which it usually is for our Everyman Challenge. We have 3 different vehicles racing tomorrow. We got a 4500 modified, 4800 Legends, and then the 4600 stock class. You'll probably see all the stock class cars run at the same spot that our UTVs are, but the 4800s will be able to take advantage of. There's a little line to the right there, which used to be the traditional line. You kind of go up and sort of huck it around a rock on
the
your
pivot rock.
Yeah, you throw your rock slider on that pivot rock and just let her spin around and drop back in. But that is definitely too deep for these UTVs. I saw a couple of our competitors try it. They nosed in, got up, and they just got bellied out. They just don't have the tire size to take advantage of that section of trail.
Yeah, the UTVs have a pretty awesome tire package from all the different manufacturers, and I know that the stock class guys coming up tomorrow, they're running DOT tires, so it's a little bit different compounds, different sidewalls, stuff like that. So, are we going to see a lot more flats? How hard will they push through the rocks? Will they bounce off of them or get flats? We saw a lot of flats in qualifying. I'm very optimistic that we're going to see a lot of action in the pits.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a great day tomorrow. As I said, we're just kind of wrapping up racing today. But this is, we're heavy into week 2 here in Johnson Valley. We've had tons of racing so far. Lots of action down here in Hammertown. Lots of people walking around, checking out all their favorite vendors who are set up here. You can go check out the guys at PCI Race Radios. You can check out the guys at King Shocks, Beast Unleashed, Pacifico, Factor 55, and Warren. Yukon Gear and Axle. You can wander down through their pits, check it out.
Oh yeah, I had some motorhome issues, and I was so happy the Optima battery was here. I was like, I can go get a battery in Hammertown. This is great. In the general store, I ran out of toothpaste. Walked down there. Great.
If you're in town, that general store is something new this year, which is super cool to see. But you can get anything you need. General store, cold medicine. I saw Bailey Cole was walking around earlier this week, said he wasn't feeling too well. He was carrying around some cold medicine that he picked up in the general store, which is awesome. You can even get some Spider Tracks parts in the general store,
That's
which
pretty
I saw.
Awesome. Yeah, Tom at Spider Tracks makes some awesome parts, no doubt. I know we've run them for a long, long time.
Yeah, I have many vehicles that all have Spider Tracks axles underneath them. Absolutely love them.
Yeah, we had a buddy who had a unfortunate event happen, and it was pretty cool to see a bunch of teams pull together and go down to PCI and get parts, and go to all these different sponsors that are here so that he could get his car back together to go racing and qualify. And John Webb, our hearts out to you that you got your car back together. It's an unfortunate event, but you know, we will prevail, and that's what this sport's always been about. Is Shannon always taught us how important it was to help your fellow competitors so that you could race with them with the best of their ability, and you know, he could go out and beat you on Sunday, and
if he could see you.
He couldn't see us. No. Why put gauges in the car if you can't see them?
But it is true. It is funny to see. Shannon always made that joke that can't see what's going on in front of the car. That always made me laugh when he made that joke. It was good, and it was not a joke. It was very, very true. He was just.
It was. His line was, you know, I'll show you exactly how to build this stuff, how to make it all, and I'm going to still beat you on Sunday.
Yeah, even though I can't see 30 feet in front of the car. But all right,
Yeah.
I think we have another finisher coming in right now. That is the 49-10.
Was it 49-10? 49-16.
49-16. That's Rich Birch. We've been watching him out on course. That's someone who we've been tracking, expecting to see them back in town. Good to see another competitor come in. Technically, he's still in while the sun's kind of still up. Still somewhat bright here in Hammertown, so he'll be happy to be done his day in the dirt here at the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. Got another finisher coming in right now.
Yeah, hopefully they got their lights working. They got some Onyx off-roads, some Baja designs, something out there so they can see tonight. I believe correct me if I'm wrong, Ian, but is our cutoff at 6 o'clock?
It'll be 7 o'clock because we actually pushed the start this morning. Well, we pushed the start this morning, and so the start was supposed to be, I believe, at 7. We moved it to 8, or whatever it was. We pushed the start by an hour, which pushed our cutoff time by an hour. So the cutoff time is 7, but it's 7 o'clock plus your start time. So if you start at the back of the pack, you have the adjusted time. So we have all the time.
Few more minutes there.
Few more minutes, yeah. And right there, I hear some screaming from the crowd as number 441 comes into town. That's Robert Leibel. We've been waiting for him. So another finisher coming in for our Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship.
A lot of cars finished. I'm impressed.
A lot of cars finished, and like we talked about before, Casey, a finish that no one saw coming.
Yeah, I mean,
even the guy that helped design the course, Dave Cole, said whoever's leading lap 1 will not be leading at the end of the rock trail. I tried to give him an out by giving him like a might not, but he was John Crowley pushed him right back onto the hot seat and said, no, he said will not, and he was wrong.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, I remember when John Crowley first started racing out here with guys like Larry McRae, and they were all racing UTVs. I think like 7 finished, 7 to 10, and there was so many cars scattered across the race course. And that to me is the attrition that's so cool, right? Like, you have to have a perfect day.
Yeah. Yeah, everything has to go well, and what to me was interesting was he had a piece with Miles where he caught up with Mitch Guthrie, and they had some flashback video of him racing, and the cars just looked so different.
Oh, yeah.
It was tied, little razor.
Little tires, little wheels.
Yeah, short wheelbase.
Yeah.
Yeah, the cars have progressed so far.
They were very simple back then, you know?
But I mean, as we talked, I was talking with John that the technology has changed. Leaving the CVT transmissions behind, getting into selectable gear, shift on the fly.
Yeah, dual clutches, all of it. Yeah.
All that kind of stuff makes a huge difference. Okay, so is this Gordon who he saw working on his car, or is that?
It's looking pretty pigeon-toed to me.
It's looking like
that's Max.
That's Max. Yeah, it looks like he was fighting that front end. Yeah, it's. It doesn't seem happy.
Well, he's at Melville, so he's not too far out.
Now we should see him get back in here shortly. We did see him working on the car, but it's good to see it moving again. We were a little bit concerned because we saw his helmet off, but it's good to see that car moving.
I'm really impressed.
Oh, and we got some action going on right here. This is
nice pass.
Yeah, this is coming down that section of our qualifying course. But right now we've got Pam on stage with another finisher. Pam, take it away.
I am here with Rich Birch. You just finished the 2024 King of the Hammers. You look like you're ready to get out of the car.
Yeah, I'm pretty beat. It was a long race. This is the first time we finished. raced the last 2 years, so this feels good to finally get a finish.
Well, what do you think about this course compared to the last couple of years?
I mean, the rain definitely threw a little wrench in things, but you know, this thing handled it like a champ. So just another little added challenge to the course. So.
Well, congratulations on your finish. Who all do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend for King of the Hammers?
Oh man, first off, my dude Carter, he's awesome. I mean, myself for working and paying for everything. We kind of went a little light on the sponsors this year. The pit guys for helping me fuel the car. Oh man, Champ Racing, all those guys. Carter's dad helped me get the car ready and prepped it, and yeah, I'm pretty stoked.
It truly takes a small army, sometimes a large army, to get you out here on the race course, but you have great backing behind you. Congratulations on your finish. We'll let you go and get out and relax, but congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Pam. Yeah, definitely good. I'm sure that, as he said, glad to finally get a finish under his belt. A long day out there in the dirt for them, and we have a few more finishers, I believe, came in across the line right behind him. So I think Pam's going to be back busy on stage, which will be good for her. We got more and more cars coming in, finishing out this Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship.
You know, that's got to be a good feeling when you've been racing all day long, gone through the elements, the rain, the rocks, the desert, and you come down through back door and you're like, oh, I can see the finish line. Oh, that cold beer is waiting for him. And
I honestly think the true feeling that only a few people understand, myself included, is when you're out there still racing when it's dark and you see the lights of Hammertown. That's so nice to be able to say, oh goodness, there's a civilization out here.
There's something about the fans too. My older brother Jason was telling me the other day, it's when someone's giving you a fist bump at the starting line, or you see fans out on the race course and they're waving you on, it gives you like a boost of energy. It's so awesome to have all these people out here rooting you on. It does make a difference. So let's cheer them on when they come across, guys.
Yeah, we know that all of their fans are down here. We hear them screaming when these guys are coming in to Hammertown. They're right there. There's a little bit of action. That car is only pulling in three-wheel drive coming up through Chocolate Thunder.
Yeah, three-wheel motion doesn't really work. You need all four pulling. These rocks are too big, too slick, too many big holes. I think you can get through the desert okay in three-wheel drive, but going through the rock canyons is next to impossible.
Yeah, and even with the front lockers in these cars, they're different than the lockers that we see in our 4400 cars. They kind of have a little bit of a ratcheting action in there. So even with that locker in the front, it's not like a true spool.
Sure, some of the older cars anyways had that viscous style locker, and with halos coming out and smart lock in the Can-Ams, it has definitely changed the game to be able to select what you want to have happen.
Yeah. But right there, that is 4682 making their way down through the two drops and back door. But Pam has another finisher for us up on stage.
Robert Liebel, here we are. You said it was a tough day out here. You're going to give us some cliff notes on it, but go ahead and start telling us.
Oh my gosh, so we were running good. I don't know what place we got up to, but we were up there with Nathan Parker and Jay Shaw, kept battling it out back and forth. And then we ended up getting a flat right before remote 2. Came in the pit. Our guys were like 5 minutes from being there, so we just left, tried to make it through, got another flat, and another flat, ended up making our loop around back to remote pit 2 with a flat on the back and 2 flats on the front. Lost power steering and everything. It's been a rough day.
Well, but you were running up front. That's good. Racing happens, as we always say, and you were saying that it was good until it wasn't. So, but here you are at the finish. It's got to feel good.
It does. It does. It's our first time to finish, second time to race.
Awesome. Well, who all do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
This guy, all of my family right here, my wife especially for allowing me to come spend money and do this kinds of stuff. And then obviously my sponsors, Rigid Excavation, Dallas Karting Complex, CT Raceworks, Scott's Custom Cabinets, JE Motorsports, Blue Fire. They're all good guys and they make it happen.
Well, congratulations. We'll let you go get some relaxation in because it looks like you're wanting to do that.
I'm going to bed early.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Let's give it up for Robert Liebel.
Going to bed early, huh? King of the Hammers? I don't know about that.
You can try to go to bed early at King of the Hammers. It doesn't work. But I do believe we just saw Trent Roberts come across the line while Pam was talking on stage, so we'll have another one up here shortly. Another finisher. And another car coming through the Bronco Arch right there, headed down into the Ford Performance Short Course.
Is that Jeff Buckman, 4982?
I think you might.
Yeah,
yep,
sure
I think
is.
you're right. And one of our rookies, part of the rookie program.
Heck yeah. Good on him. I know a lot of these guys came out to the ranch and learned from some of the best race car off-road drivers in the world, and they got to sit down and listen to how this event plays out, and pretty cool that you get to see him finish King of the Hammers. It is something very special that these guys get to do. And as a rookie, that's a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. If it's your first time out here racing and you get to click a finish off on your belt, that says a lot, you know. And I think it's also the rookie program. To me, it's not just about learning about how to race. It's everything else, you know. It's
Sure.
This isn't easy for people who aren't from. If you don't come out here and recreate in Johnson Valley, it's a daunting task to come out here and put a race team together to come out and race. You're talking about just the logistics of cars and fuel and food and everything else. And the rookie program helps them with that, gives them that base knowledge, so you're not worried about that. And you can just focus on participating in the race.
It is. It's learning how to do all of it, right? Marketing and being prepared and thanking your sponsors and being appreciative of the things you have. And oh, here we got Max.
There's Max coming down through. This isn't necessarily backdoor yet. This, I believe, is the top of Resolution. He still has to make it all the way to the bottom of this rock trail. And from the looks of what's going on in the front of that car, I think he's got. Robby had mentioned a tie rod issue, but it also looks like it might be a flat tire as well.
Oof.
Which will not make coming down through that rock trail very fun, but he made the right decision there, backed it up, and got through that section, but he has a whole bunch of rocks to get through. The question will be, with the front end of that car and the shape that it's in, will he go down and drop through back door, or will he go up and take the sandhill?
Yeah, with as much experience as Max has been getting, he's definitely gotten a lot more seat time than a lot of us are able to get, him being Max Gordon. And I think he's probably got his family and his pit crew in his ears saying, you know, get it down to that desert section and you don't have to take the chance of going off back door and flopping it over, but it is a snowplow right now, just trying to get through those big boulders.
Yeah, and we saw it in the wide shot there when he was turned all the way to the driver's side, that you could see that the inner bead on that tire is completely unseated, and so it's really not doing anything for him.
And that's no fun as a driver. You're fighting it. You don't know which way the car's going to go. It can be very difficult.
Yeah, it's a tough row to hoe for sure. All right, but we got Pam on stage with another finisher. Pam, take it away.
Thanks, Ian. I'm here with Trent Roberts. Here you are, up here, finished King of the Hammers. How you feel?
Feeling great. Just a little tired.
Just a little tired. That is the probably the most used words today, most tired. But you finished, so it's got to be a really good feeling.
Great feeling.
So what was your most challenging part out there on the race course today?
Rocks.
Well, and Christopher, you're right here. You were co-driving for him. You just said you have now completed every single class at King of the Hammers. But let's talk about this, because right now it's all about your race today. How many times do you have to get out and do some winching?
I had to get out about 4 or 5 times. We're on 32-inch tires for the class that we're in, and not even boat-sided or anything like that. So to even get through the hammer trails on 32s, is amazing. Fortunately, we partnered with Factor 55 and Warren, so we had all the best recovery gear. Made short work of it anytime that we needed it to. We were in Nightmare, and one of the teams was actually rolled over, so we got to use their rope retention pulley to get them righted, and then we were able to get back on course and get the rest of the way up. So just absolutely a fantastic day. Trent Roberts did a fantastic job driving. Can't say thanks enough to him for letting me fill his wrong seat and escort him around the hammer trails.
Awesome. Now, Trent, who all do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
First, most family, wife, kids, family. Chris, of course. TWC Racing, Vision Wheels, All-Tech Motor Sports, Warren, Factory 55, KWI. You just couldn't know him. I don't remember.
Your co-driver's still telling you what to do.
Yeah.
Actually, I do have one big shout out to give. If you see this sticker right here, we got Rugged Routes that came on board. Stephen Lutz created a thing called the Trail Mark, and if you haven't looked into it, you need to. It's an absolute game changer for anybody that is using a Lowrance GPS. It's a 24 keypad that connects to your Lowrance and allows you to speed up your pre-running. We were able to get over 150 notes done in under 2.5 hours of pre-running on lap 1 because you don't ever have to stop. You just push the button and the waypoint that you want pops up. So if you get a chance, go to ruggedroutes.com or follow him on Instagram or go look at him on Facebook. But Stephen Lutz, thank you so much. You're a huge help for us.
Awesome. Congratulations on your finish out here at King of the Hammers in 2024, Trent Roberts.
Got to do it again tomorrow.
All right, back to the booth.
Thank you very much, Pam. Good to see Trent finish off the race here at our Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. We were just watching action out on course while Pam was interviewing. We saw Max Gordon pull over to the side. They're still fighting the front end of that car. They're in the rocks. It's just not in a good position for them, but I'm sure they're going to work at it hard to try to get it back home. But we still have another car that just came in. I believe was that Jeff Bachman that came in?
I think so. Was that the green and?
Yeah, I think it was. We'll get him. I think that's our next car up on stage. But right now, this is where our this will be our next car. This is Alan Burton. This is the first drop that's coming in here at the top of back door.
Ooh, he's one wheel peel too. He doesn't have much power going down to the front end at all. Oh boy, upside down. Well, that just goes to show.
That's it. You called that, Casey. You said that's one wheel peel. That's not what you want, and that's exactly why.
Yeah, that's tough. It slid the rear end around and just dumped him upside down. Yeah, it looks like he got out all good. He's safe. They're just going to try and figure out how to assess it, get it back on its lid.
Yeah, and that's just it's tough. It's super tough. The good news is we have our course workers out there specifically in that section to help recover situations like that. But yeah, Casey, you called it. You said he's one wheel peel. That's not what you want. And then bam, upside down. But we have Pam on stage right now with another one of our finishers. Pam, take it away.
Test. I am here with Jeff Bachman. You just completed King of the Hammers, and you just said you can't believe you're here, but here you are. Give us how you actually feel.
I thought I was going to break down by turkey claw and be done for the day. But the car ran really good. My co-driver for the first time did amazing, and we were part of the rookie program, so it was great to have that support from the program. It was awesome.
It is definitely an awesome program. So many big names behind that, showing you guys the ropes and everything. But what did you think about this race course out here this weekend?
Hard. It was very hard. I'm slow in the desert, but I know how to rock crawl, and so I just kept it slow and kept moving and only put on the side once, and we just kept on going.
Well, there you go. You said it right there. Who all would you like to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
Most of all, my wife. God for getting us here, all of my girls and my family at home, and then these three guys here on my side. They couldn't be here without helping build it. And then that guy down there in the red, Joe, who sold us this car after we built it together. Warren winches, ITP tires, Raceline wheels, and probably more people.
Well, congratulations. Being in the rookie program out here, finishing King of the Hammers for the first time ever racing it is a win in itself, so congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's give it up for Jeff Bachman.
I think that's the most excited competitor we've seen come in this late, Casey.
Yeah, sounds like the crowd's really about him too. He's a good dude.
The best part is he set himself up with a really low bar to clear, Turkey Claw, first rock trail. So once he got past that, it's all winning after that. And that was just the attitude to get him through the rest of the day. And now he's here at the end of Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. So I'm sure he's happy, his team's happy, and it's great to see him back here in Hammertown.
Yeah, we got a good chuckle of that here in the booth because it's one of the first obstacles. So he made us all laugh pretty good, saying that he set his bar there, and look at him, he's on the finish line and coming across, getting his interview, and the crowd loved it. So congratulations to him.
Yeah, but right before that, we had a little bit of action up there on, unfortunately, at the first drop up at backdoor. But the question is, we haven't seen Max Gordon. We saw this car pass Max while Max was fighting that bad left front tire. And so we're trying to figure out where Max is, because those are the next two cars that we should see come in. One of them being Max. I can see, I still see his dad, Robby, is sitting in the car out there, I think, waiting for him to come in. So I'm sure he'll be excited to see him. But the question here will be, did Max come in to drop the rocks? Are they fixing the tire, or are they going to go around to the sandhill?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that gives us the indicator that he did drop into backdoor and didn't go out to the desert if he had just gotten around him. So
yeah, well, they were right above that section. It was right at the bottom, right before the switch to head down into the turn to come into. So he could have had time to turn, but they pulled over and let him pass, and it looked like I don't know if maybe they were making a decision to change a tire or fix something. But that's Gen Zip out there still on course. This is just before Chocolate Thunder. But Pam is up on stage with another finisher right now, so we're going to throw it out to Pam to see what's going on.
I am here with Kyle Sturkay. You are out here finishing King of the Hammers as a rookie. We're having so many rookies finish this. Was that race course a tough one out there? Because so many rookies are actually completing it, which is awesome.
I didn't have much trouble, especially in the rocks, but the desert. I started having some primary clutch issues, so that drug on through the rest of the rocks, and I pretty much just had to finish out the day going about 30 miles an hour, and I just wanted to make it to the finish line, just so I can say I completed it. Yeah.
Well, it's awesome to see you out here at the finish. Who all would you like to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
First and foremost, my best friend Zack, my wife Holly. Pat, I mean everyone that's helped out.
It's definitely a feat for sure.
Yeah, definitely, and I definitely want to thank our sponsors, Bull Light and Super ATV. They stepped up big time this year, and I also want to thank Trial, ECC Racing, of course. I'm just kind of at a blur right now. I need to save a list or write it on the roof. Yeah. But yeah, that's all I have right now.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. We'll let you get going. You have your little tiny tot in your lap. Hopefully we'll see your little one in the 170s here someday.
He will be as soon as he's old enough.
That's awesome. Well, congratulations. We'll let you go. Back to the booth.
Thanks, Pam. Look at that. Casey, would you want to be out there in a UTV in a single seat all by yourself all day on this race course?
Man, I see those guys like Travis Zollinger and Cole Clark doing it, and I'm like, wow, how do they know where they're even going?
That's a tough.
How do they do that?
Yes,
what if you have to winch?
Exactly. What if you have to winch? That's always it's tough out there, and we're watching it unfold right in front of us right now with Alan Burton, another one of our rookies, so close to town. All they have to do is get that car back onto four wheels. Down the next drop, which is unfortunate. Only that's a big drop when you're only running on one tire. But then after that, it's up through the Bronco Arch, and then they're home. They're so close to getting back into Hammertown right now. They can probably hear the music and smell the fire.
Yep. And that is pretty cool. Right down here at the main stage, there's a beautiful, beautiful fire pit with an awesome hammer right in the middle of it.
Oh,
Here's
I'm hearing
action.
Lots of cheering from the crowd for the 49-44 of Gen Zip, another one of our rookies. They're basically coming down through this section. They're going to huck a right, and then it's into that mess that is Chocolate Thunder. This is the super loose sandy wash at the bottom, and I'll bet you this just made it terrible with the rain today because that is such loose sand
Yeah,
down
those
there.
are some big ruts right there. I mean, you can see how the car didn't want to even turn through it.
Yeah, it's hard when that is dry and loose. It's difficult to even get traction. But let's see if there's any traffic up in here in Chocolate Thunder. You can see our recovery crew is in there. It looks like it might be clear, though.
Yeah, let's see if they can put a nice line together and one-shot it like Kyle Cheney did today. That was very impressive.
Yeah, probably slipping it into low right there.
Yep.
And it does look like they have a clear shot of it. No traffic, no one winching. So let's hope Jen can get up in there and pick the right line.
You can tell Jen's her tires, and you can just see them as they turn. They're just picking up so much debris from the sand, and the rocks are stuck in the tires, so you don't have those knobbies sticking out. There's no traction now. And you get the sand on the rocks, and good night.
And as I've already said so far today, this is going to be exciting tomorrow when we get into this section of the race course. I'm looking forward to when we see our vehicles get into that section because we're going to be able to see lots of different lines being hit by all the different classes that are out there. It's going to be a great day of racing tomorrow. But we're just finishing up the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. We had our winner come across the line in under 4 hours, which surprised everybody. Also surprised us here in the booth.
For sure.
Yeah, and as Brianna Reed is out, this is Brianna. We saw her have a little bit of an unfortunate incident right off the start this morning, kind of putting it on its lid inside the short course, but still out there tackling the rocks. And this is back to Jen in Chocolate Thunder.
Man, there's some big holes right there that have been dug out.
Yeah, there's been a lot of cars have basically been stuck right where they were, just burning it down. That is the line. Just to the right, you kind of hit that little ledge right there and carry it up. But if you get kicked to the left, it's just so hard.
Yeah, and it looks like the sand, when it gets heavy and wet like that, then you start, all the competitors come through before you, it starts digging it out. Now you're dealing with undercut issues and your tire gets underneath it. That's where you start snapping axles and dealing with parts that are breaking really easily.
I think what we saw there was probably a backup to get a flatter spot for the co-driver to get out. I think they're going to be planning to running some winch line soon, which would be the right decision.
Yep, and here we got Bree again. She's moving along. Some body panels flapping around. Definitely got some cool chase lights.
Yeah, it's been a long day for all of these competitors out there, but we're waiting for them back here in Hammertown to come back in. We still have a few competitors that can easily finish within our cutoff. As we said before, we're going to be shutting things down. They still have a good hour and a half out there to get back to Hammertown. We'll be sticking here until 7 o'clock at night, and then they have 7 o'clock plus their start time. So probably about 7:30, 7:40 we'll be racing until. And as you can hear in the background, the Monster Energy stage is starting to get fired up. We're going to have live music here in Hammertown.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome to have some music out here. Got local anthology playing on stage right now at the Monster stage and putting on some jams for us. Not too bad. Yeah, huge shout out to all these course workers that stick around out there and help these guys when they go over or need winch spots. It is a long day out there for them, so let's all give them a round of applause for sticking around out there and working their tails off for days on end doing it. It is very impressive.
Yeah, it's a long day and a long night for them because they'll be out there basically sweeping that course.
Sure, recovering.
Because tomorrow morning we're starting again. And there's Max right there. He's back. This is not where I saw him pull off. He pulled off a little bit further, and we didn't get a chance to see what they're doing. They're still obviously fighting the front end of that car, which is a shame. It's that left front tire, and then we also saw what looked like some tie rod issues as well. But looks like they just have to get around. They're still up in, this is still up in resolution is where they are right now.
Yeah, they do have steering, though. That's good. It just looks like it's snow plowed really bad. They got
I'm wondering
maybe
if they put
a tie rod.
We're assuming it's a bent tie rod, but I'm also wondering if they just bit the bullet and put a tire on, because that left front tire, it was
Down.
flat. It was off the inner bead, and it looks a lot better now. So I'm wondering if they probably pulled off and just made the decision, hey, we have to put a tire on the front of this car. We're not going to get anywhere. Because the problem is when you get to that point when that tire's off that bead and you're pushing through the rocks like we're seeing, a bent tie rod now becomes a broken tie rod pretty fast.
Yeah, and they'll pull out, the threads will pull out, whatever it may be, and then you're like, oh, there is no fixing this part.
No, there's no once you bent is okay, broken, no. You're kind of done at that point. Ironically, they'll self-center driving backwards, but you don't want to drive the rest of this course in reverse.
I know he's a good driver. I don't know about his mater experience driving backwards.
But it does look, unless my eyes are deceiving me, it does look like a fresher tire on that front. I think they're still kind of fighting. There may have been we may be looking at a broken tie rod, what's happening right now from the looks of it. I do like that LED grill on the front of that.
And the speed logo's lit up. It's neat looking.
Yeah, it's very, very cool looking on the front of that car. But right now, we're going to take a quick break from the action here at the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, all part of the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto and powered by Optima Batteries. We'll be back shortly live from the lake bed here in Johnson Valley.
This is all of the hard work and all of those late nights culminating to this moment, and that feeling is just, man, it is unreal.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new, get it done, Nitto Recon Grappler. A true, all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Welcome back, everybody. We are finishing up our day here at the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship out here in Johnson Valley, California. What we're looking at right now on screen is Max Gordon. We've been watching him have trouble come down through resolution. This is, if you've been watching for the past couple days, this is kind of the end of the qualifying course. They had to come down resolution. They get to the bottom. There's a little sand hill, and we've been speculating for the past little while. It looks like Mac's been fighting maybe a tie rod. We know he had a flat tire, but it looks like they may have put a new tire on there. And I think at this point it may even be a broken tie rod is what we're assuming. But this is the turn, and Casey, you were right. He's taking the sand hill.
Yeah, he probably figured, come on, I can barely make it down res, and I got a drop back door. That's probably a smart move on his part.
The other question is, I don't think that there's actually a car on its side still in back door.
Yeah.
So I don't think you want to drop in there. And the other thing is if you can get a little bit of speed into this car, it'll straighten out a little bit. So it's going to be a lot nicer to drive it. Maybe not at obviously top speed, but when he gets around this corner and can get into that wash, it will make it a lot easier on him as a driver to get back into town.
Right, the tires will start to straighten out and not be such a snowplow. They'll open up a little bit with some of that load on it, but it still looks like it's plowing pretty good.
I honestly think what we're looking at, I think at this point, that left front tie rod, I think it's absolutely broken. I think they put a new tire on that left front because it was off the rim. And I think that they just made the decision to put a tire on, get this thing back to town. But they do have to get a little bit of speed here to get it to straighten out because they've been fighting that for a while now. But it'd be good to see them get that car back into town.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see more manufacturers come into the sport. You know, obviously with the speed, you know, being fairly new, and a lot of other manufacturers changing parts and stuff. It's just neat to see that these guys are trying their hardest to finish King of the Hammers. It is no joke.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier, Casey. We talked about the technology that Can-Am has put into these cars, and to bring that new model of Can-Am out here. That there was a lot of internet speculation on the design of the front of that car. Could it handle the abuse of a race like King of the Hammers? You know, with that very, very interesting upper A-arm design that's up above the tire. Kind of limits the size of the tire you can run on it. And then there was a lot of question about how strong it was. The science behind the suspension geometry makes perfect sense because you're basically pulling that Ackerman angle so far in underneath the ball joints, and the design of that positive offset wheel is pretty impressive. And I think they've proved it today that, yeah, they did their homework and it can handle the abuse of this race.
Absolutely. And what a great proving ground, right? To come out to King of the Hammers and drive it really hard, and it survived.
Not just drive it really hard, drive it so hard that you finish under the 4-hour mark, which no one expected to happen. To me, what's impressive is I always watch these vehicles, and to me, it's you always watch. We kind of saw it during qualifying. When a car loses a tire and it's got a flat tire and that thing is dead flat, the stress that puts on the rest of the suspension, it's hard to even fathom how much effort the suspension has to do just to keep it together. But he brought that car in with that flat tire for many miles through the desert.
Yeah, and usually, you know, you get a flat, a little part breaks, and it could be the end of the day. And to milk it all the way back in here and still take a W is
very impressive. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And then it's the way it works out here is it's everything, right? It's that domino effect. You get one little thing breaks, or one flat tire, and then it's just a domino effect that just happens. Then something else breaks, something else breaks, something else breaks. The amount of stress that these cars have to live through to get back in here. But right now we are chasing Max. He's got to be happy to see those lights of Hammertown. He's got to basically come through this wash section, come up over the hill, through the Bronco Arch, and then down onto our Ford Performance short course, and then he'll have brought that UTV back in and finished our Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship.
Yeah, you know, with the cool pickup bed
Oh,
design.
you know what we got right here? This is the car that was on its side, but as you pointed out, only had one wheel driving. So they've got it back over.
The hill.
They can't make it up. They can't make it through the Bronco Arch.
You might see a pass here.
I think we're going to see a pass in the Bronco Arch, because I saw their co-driver out pulling winch cable. But it's good to see that car is back on its wheels, and it's working on getting itself back into town.
Yeah, they're coming up on them right here.
Yeah, here comes the pass.
You can just see all the debris coming off that front tire into the driver's cockpit, too. That's got to be brutal.
The short course will honestly be the worst part of this race for him, because it's groomed, it's loose, it's wet, it's got dirt, and it's gonna be terrible. But he'll be happy to be back home in Hammertown.
Yeah, I was saying a minute ago, with that pickup bed on the back of it, maybe you could store some extra parts back there that some people don't have storage for, and I don't know, maybe a cooler like Randy Slauson used to put on for qualifying. If you do break down, you can have some food and beers. I don't know if that'll meet the rule book.
I don't think that's allowed anymore. Yeah, the rule book's changed over the years. But right now we're watching Max Gordon in our Ford Performance short course coming in as our next finisher here at the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. He's got, I think, at this point, 3 or 4 more turns before he has to come up over the Yukon launch and then come out through the checkered flag. Then we'll get him up on stage. Pam will find out what exactly the back part of his day was like. And that'll be our next finisher here in Johnson Valley for our 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers. Then shortly after that, I think we're going to be transitioning into our award ceremony. As the sun goes down, it gets harder and harder to get these cars out on course still with our camera crews. Plus, we got to get these guys back into camp because we're starting this all again tomorrow.
Yeah, and what an event that's going to be. A lot of cars entered, a lot of different cars. Yep.
Yeah, so tomorrow, 7:40, we'll be going live here from Johnson Valley, and we'll then have our racing starting at 8 a.m., but that's not when our day starts. For our production team, they're usually up between 5 and 5:30, headed out into the desert so we can get all these guys out into the positions to bring you this amazing live show from here in the middle. Well, it's not the middle of nowhere, but I can see the middle of nowhere from here, Casey.
I know.
It's right over there.
At my camp, looking at Chocolate Thunder, you couldn't tell that, there was thousands of people up there.
But there was.
And there was. And I came out here for a media event a couple weeks ago, and me and my buddy came out here, did a couple donuts out on the lake bed in my Raptor R, and I went, there's not one person as far as your eyes can see.
No.
And then you come out here a couple weeks later, and we built a city.
Yep. Yeah,
it is fantastic.
It's always impressive. We're usually out here, as I said, right before SEMA, and it is. There's nothing here. There's nobody here, not a person to be seen in sight. And then you come back for King of the Hammers, and as you said, they've built a city, put in the support that you need to take care of the close to 100,000 people that show up out here to have fun, keep them safe, and keep everybody happy.
Absolutely. The snow fencing, the way that they rope off part of the race course so that spectators stay safe, their viewing areas that they put at Turkey Claw, Chocolate Thunder, or Backdoor, it's amazing. It's super awesome to me that
this year we even have a shuttle.
Yeah. Yeah, where do you need to go?
Yeah, shuttle pick you up, take you out, take you down to the outpost, KOH outpost down there. You can have a beverage with your friends and have something to eat. But here we are. They're still winching. I wonder if they're just going to hook right up to the arch. I think they are.
Might not be the best idea.
Yeah, you may bring that down. I don't know how secure that is.
There is some rocks right on the other side of it, though, if they have enough line on their Warren winch.
How does a long winch pull right there? The question would be, which Warren winch do they have? We saw our leaders, they basically modify that car, get that, what we would consider old, I call it the old school rock crawler winch, the old 9R3.
Yeah, maybe they have like a 8274 on there. It's got a big spool.
I would love to see a UTV with an 8274. That's like strapping a Kia to the front of your Ford pickup truck, the weight equivalent. I love my 8274s, but I don't think I'd want it on the front of my UTV.
Might be a little bit too big.
Yeah. Certainly have some fun with your front suspension, but we can see the co-driver's out. It looks like he's just sort of digging around, trying to find a place to pull. I think they may be out of line. The smaller the drum on the winch, the less winch line they have to roll out there to hook on. I can't imagine any of these competitors would be carrying extenders. Some of our stock class cars and some of our 4500s, when they leave the line, they'll pack up their Factor 55 recovery bag with everything they need, including winch line extenders, so in case you have to get out for those long pulls.
Man, what a view that is of Hammertown with the beautiful Ford Arch right there, built wild by Bronco. Looks like they're making a little progress. He moved up a little bit.
He did, yeah. They're slowly working their way through this. This is going to be the happiest and the saddest that they've ever been, probably, to try to get through the finish of this race. All they got to do is get through that Bronco Arch, and then they'll be coming down into Hammertown. But as you pointed out earlier, Casey, it looks like they only have one wheel pulling on that car, and that makes that climb incredibly hard.
And with the sun going down out here, you lose some of the visibility, stumbling around, falling over rocks. You got to find the right anchor point to be able to grab.
Yeah, looks like he's got a winch pull picked out there, set up. He's kind of got some ideas of what's going to happen. And we are waiting for Max Gordon to get up on stage here with Pam. All right, while we watch this competitor slowly make their way up through the Bronco Arch, we're going to take a quick break from the action here in Johnson Valley. Once again, this is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. We'll be coming to you live all week long here from the Lakebed, part of the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto and powered by Optima Batteries.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sort you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Oh, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Ah, oh, that is a vibrating pain.
Break free from the daily grind with Sylvania LED off-road lights and put your skills to the test. Because adventure begins with seeing where no one else has before.
John Matthews, officially first place in the 4,500 Yukon.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Johnson Valley. We are here at the end of our Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. We got a couple competitors working their way into the infield and coming across the line to finish out a long day of racing.
Looks like we got co-drivers running parts out to people, and
We
Part
should
of it.
see Alan Burton. This was the car that we saw on its side at the top of back door recently. They got the car back over. Then we saw right before we went to break, they were up trying to winch it through the Bronco arch, and now he's onto the short course, struggling to get through to the end. And as Casey pointed out earlier, it's just got one-wheel drive, and it's not happy.
I love that they're not giving up, though. They're staying with it. No, if it's an inch an hour, it looks like they're going that speed. So
it looks like it's slowly. Oh, look, that right rear tire is just done. But it's starting to move now. It's going. So we're gonna follow them through. Hopefully they can come into town. Well, actually, they are in town. They just literally have to get through the short course. Once they get through a few turns in the short course, they will come up. I don't think they're going to be launching over the Yukon launch, Casey. I think it's going to be a slow crawl.
yeah, and we all saw that short course started to burn in. There was some on the inside of the turns. There were some lakes. So let's see how they get through this. Maybe we get to see some mud bogging right now.
Oh, I think they just want to get home. And at the same time, we were watching Max Gordon, who just came across the line before him. Looks like they were working on the car. There's those are some sparks coming out of the back of that thing.
That might
Look,
be mud.
Oh no, that's mud. You're right. Yep. But that thing it's fighting its way all the way through the short course. We have flat tires, not turning, strange. This is a very, very.
It's a crab walk.
It's a crab walk all the way into town.
It's like a Paul Horschel move right there.
Oh, that's too soon. That's too soon. Poor Paul. Poor Paul. That's too soon for him.
That was impressive watching qualifying. He actually dug quite the rut through the middle of the corner, and a lot of guys went through that rut thinking it was part of the course.
Yep. And he's working his way around. He's going to come up over the Yukon launch. Burton will be back across the finish line here at the 2024 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. And then we're going to get him up on stage. I can't wait to hear the stories. I wonder if his co-driver will even join him. I mean, he'll just go straight to the camper.
He might have left him out there. He looks like he's.
He did. I did actually see his co-driver.
He's driving. He's not giving up. Look at that guy.
No, he's giving it though. He's just out for a rip, as we say in Canada.
There's the checker right there.
There he is across the line. Good for him. That poor little car. He's got to pick the spot where he can turn to come up on stage. But I'm sure Pam is going to get an earful from them. They probably got. You know, it's as they say. You know, there's 1,000 stories out there, but you won't remember them until next week.
Right.
Then you'll forget all the bad ones in a week. Start planning for next year.
Might add a few little special spots.
Yeah, you'll basically. Oh man, remember how that was so awesome? That's usually a couple months after the race.
Absolutely.
Fresh after the race, you remember. I don't ever want to do that again.
And then things come back to you like months later. You're like, oh, remember that rock trail? That was so fun.
Remember that time that we almost died twice?
What do they call it? A 6-hour car crash out here? Yep.
Yep. Oh, he's.
Hey, he crossed the line.
He crossed the line. We just got to get him up on stage. We're still waiting for. Look at that. There we go. Everybody's coming out.
Looks like the GBR crew and some of the.
It looks like everyone from that whole side of the pit.
Yep. Them.
Yeah, it looks like that. Like you said, Team Texas over there. Yeah,
that's awesome.
And like you said, he has officially crossed the line, so he is finished. We just got to get him up onto the stage. We can hear the piles and piles of stories that I'm sure we're going to hear from him. Probably most of his stories will come from that last 5 miles of the race.
We had it until we didn't.
You're always just winning until you're not.
Yep.
They quit too early. They got to catch up and keep pushing. They got him, though. There we go.
That is some camaraderie right there. I love seeing that.
Yep. That's what King of the Hammers is all about. You know, we sort of see this every year. Competitors helping each other, and this is everyone just getting this car over so we can get him up on stage, congratulate him for getting back home into Hammertown. It looks like he just wants out of the car at this point, though. He's just going to walk away from it.
Yeah, I can kind of understand why.
I absolutely understand that. Yes, I have. Oh, and there they are. He found his co-driver.
Awesome.
Oh, there's hugs at the end. I thought, well, that's good to see. Through the finish line, finished King of the Hammers in time. That's important. .2220 of Blurton. Alan Blurton, one of our rookies. Oh, and this could be another finisher right here. Can't see who it is in the dark. Can you make that out, Casey? What do we got there?
I can't see it. Maybe 80? 80?
I think you're right.
Well, we got some fans screaming for him, so...
Matthew Jeffrey, I believe. Matthew Jeffrey, yep. All right. All right, that's Matthew Jeffrey coming in through the Ford Performance short course. So we have 3 new finishers, I believe. I believe that's Matthew Jeffrey coming in to finish the race. So that would be and we're getting close. As I said, it's right now it's 6 p.m. We'll be cutting off at 7 plus their start time. So 7:30, 7:40 is probably when we'll call it a night.
What a day these guys have had.
Yeah, almost 12 hours out there on course.
All that different elements, all of it. Dirt, dust, water, mud.
Yep.
Rocks.
Big rocks. Lots of winching. Up over that Yukon launch. I just took a little peek out onto the stage there, Casey. You got our motorsports event director, Mr. Ben Napier, out there. I think we're getting ready to hand out a few awards. It sounds like we've got some official, unofficial times, maybe about to be official.
Pretty cool. So I'm excited to hear how this all pans out.
Yeah, we've got a lot of excitement out there. We just had 3 finishers come in across the line. We're just going to basically figure out how this is going to lay out for us here on stage, whether we bring up another finisher or start our awards. I'm sure that the winners of today's race will be happy to collect their laser nut trophies.
Yeah, take home some hardware. It's always a neat thing. And those trophies, man, if you looked at them up close, they're amazing.
Yeah, I mean, everything that Cody makes over at Laser Nut. I got one of his cactuses at my shop. I love it. Everything they make is just so cool.
Yeah,
but right now we're going to take a quick break from the action here in Johnson Valley as we prep for these awards. We'll be back shortly. This is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, all part of the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto and powered by Optima Batteries.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sort you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Oh, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Ah, yee! Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
Dirty fingernails, mud in your hair, cuts and bruises out of nowhere. It is brutal, but I wouldn't change a thing.
Hey, old man, where'd you buy that monster hat?
What are you guys doing?
We're just trying to figure out who this old guy is.
You're asking the wrong question. It's not who he is, but how he got here.
Wow, no way. What the Okay, that didn't really just happen.
And that's how he got here.
Okay, I guess he's pretty cool. Yeah, for an old guy.
Welcome back, everybody, to Johnson Valley, California. We are just finishing up our day of racing, the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. I'm Ian Johnson. In the booth with me is Casey Shearer. Sounds like we got some awards about to be handing out some hardware.
Yeah, some laser nut trophies.
Yeah, I think everyone's sort of gathered up around the stage, super excited. So we're going to throw over to Pam. She's got one more interview that we watched this car come in. So we're going to have Pam throw one more interview, and then I think we'll be into some awards.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Matt Jeffries. Here you are out here. You finished King of the Hammers. It's dark now. You started in the daylight, but how do you feel?
Feel pretty good.
Man of little words. You have quite the crowd out here. So quickly, what do you think the hardest trail was out there for you today?
What was the one? What was the one we winched up and rolled off of?
We have to discuss this really quick.
Yeah. No, there's one we rolled off really bad. Winner's choice. Thank you. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to let you, a little fatigued, right? Okay. But who all do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
All those people out there, my pit crew, my wife. Yep, we did it. Finished.
That's awesome. Congratulations on your finish. I'll let you go because you guys are ready to party, so congratulations.
Thank you.
Back to the booth.
Thanks, Pam. Great to see another finisher come across the line. We're getting close to calling it an end to our race day here in Johnson Valley. We just have a few more competitors out there. But I think we have one more interview before we're going to transition into our awards. This is someone that we were watched battle that last mile of the race course. It's Max Gordon. He's going to be pulling up on stage here shortly. Be interesting to see him finally get that car into town. Hopefully Pam can find out what it was that caused them so much trouble as they kind of battled that last mile through Resolution, up over the sand hill instead of dropping down through back door, but now they are back into Hammertown up here on the main stage. All right, Pam, take it away.
All right, I'm here with Max Gordon. You were out there working on your car just a little bit. Your dad already came through, but give us your thoughts on that race course.
Let me tell you, that was definitely one of the most technical, brutal races I've ever done. You know, that was a taste of what it's like, and I can tell you next year we're coming for it for sure. And this year, me and Blade are going to put in the work, and next year we're coming for it.
Well, that's awesome to hear that you're already planning on coming back next year. It was a rough course out there. I know Dave Cole likes to hear that and the whole entire team. But who do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
You know, first and most of all, Speed UTV, my dad, Cole Kramer, Jason Morgan, Blade, you know, everyone that helped come out here and put in the work, and I appreciate it.
Well, congratulations on your finish out here at King of the Hammers for 2024.
Thank you.
Let's give it up for Max Gordon.
Thanks, Pam. It's good to see Max get that car in here. We watched him battle at that last mile, but it's good to see them obviously get it back on. Driving up in here, pulled up, got it right up on stage, which is good to see. They'll be happy to get that UTV back into town. And I think now we're going to be prepping here shortly for some awards. I know Pam is out there with her laser nut trophies. Getting a big crowd gathered around here in Hammertown. The fire looks like it could use a couple extra logs out there, but we'll let someone else take care of that, Casey. We got to stay warm in our booth.
Yeah, as soon as that sun goes around the corner,
It's all
really
over.
drops.
Yeah, I can see my breath.
Yep.
Yes, it's not. Once that sun goes down, it starts to get cold, cold, cold here in Johnson Valley for sure.
Yeah, I want to see that hammer start to glow.
All right, yes, crowd starting to gather up here. All right, yes, we are right. Pam is prepped up for awards. We got laser nut trophies to hand out here on stage. I don't know if we're doing big checks this year. We'll figure that out. Let Pam worry about that. Pam, take it away.
Thanks, guys. We are now here for our 2024 King of the Hammers Can-Am UTV Championship. We are going to start off with the future of our sport in the 4900 Futures Youth results. So let's go ahead and bring up in that number 3 position, the 618 of Aiden Gilbert. And in that number 2 spot, the number 53 of Colin Waggoner. And in the number 14, or the number 1 spot in the number 14, Dylan Trent. Do we have Colin and Dylan here? Hi, Dylan. Are you so excited? I'm so stoked. Colin, do we not have Colin? Okay. Do not do this yet. It's open. All right, we're going to start right here with our number 3 position. Aiden, my goodness, I think you've grown in the past few months since I've seen you last.
Yeah.
You got to be feeling really good right now. Dad, you were driving co-driver with him, but give us a little rundown of what you thought about that course out there today.
Yeah, it was long and the rain was just miserable. I couldn't get my shield to stay clean. I had to have it open so it didn't fog up. And I just had to keep wiping it because of the rain. And then every time you get behind somebody, it just covers it in mud. So.
Well, here you are, though, in this number 3 spot. You got to be pretty proud. Dad, I know you're super proud as well.
Yeah, it was awesome experience. We were leaving the line this morning.
I almost got a little emotional, you know. I've been out here since 2012. It's Aiden's first time coming out here. He wasn't even born yet when I started racing out, or I guess he was, but I can't do math.
Well, Aiden, I know you have a list of sponsors to thank, so who would you like to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
I'd like to thank Colin's Motorsports and Billy Gorky, Dynamic Motorsports, RCV, CA Technology, FK Rod Ends, Nacho Lights, MRT Tires, Big B Motorsports, and Miller Motorsports. Oh, and my crew.
Without your crew, it wouldn't happen, right?
Yeah.
So I think, was it true that you had to work on your car to get yourself here?
Yeah, I had to work a lot.
Well, congratulations on that number 3 spot. You hold on to that because I don't want to get sticky. All right, right over here in that number 1 spot. Dylan Trent, how are you feeling right now?
Amazing. Like, I never thought I could do this.
Well, here you are. I know that you've been working hard, racing, and having a lot of fun, but congratulations in this number 1 spot. You got to be feeling really, really good. Who do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
First of all, Trent Fab, Brian Tilton. It's a rental, so I was terrified to roll it. He got the car out for us. Raceline wheels and Nexons. They held up the whole race, did everything. Chucky. He gave us little tiny parts and also emotional support. And Gage, he's a unit. He stayed up all night fixing the car. Oh yeah, Elvis, best co-driver ever.
Awesome. Well, congratulations in that number 1 spot. We're going to bring over Courtney here because Aiden Gilbert, you are our top finishing rookie in our youth class. So Courtney, go ahead and take those pictures. You guys celebrate here in just a second. Congratulations to our 4900 Futures Youth. All righty. Do what you got to do. Just don't get me sticky. Okay, we're going to move on over into our 4900 Can-Am Sportsman Stock. In that number 2 position, go ahead and come on down, Benjamin Heiting. And in that number 1 position, Zack Syzmik. Syzmik. Where are we at? Sportsman Stock. Where are they at? Are they here?
Yeah, how many times are we going to do this? S-H.
Shimmick, you guys. I keep getting his name wrong.
We don't have a third?
I need one more bottle. No, we do not have a 3rd place right now, but you guys, it's all about y'all. All right, Ben, we're going to start with you. You're up here in this number 2 position. How you feel?
I feel amazing. It's setting in finally, and it just feels so great to be up on this podium for my first time.
When you came across the stage, did you know that you were going to be up here in this number 2 spot?
My dad told me that we were fighting with Zack for first for a while, but then I made some mistakes and we fell back a lot. But I knew that we were going to be up here somewhere, but I wasn't sure where.
Well, congratulations on this number 2 spot. Let's go ahead and give it up for your sponsors.
I'd like to thank Race Driven, the Impulse Media guys, Impact, MRT Tires, Vision Wheel, Freedom Race Lifts, Polaris, and then I also like to thank CJ and Johnny Greaves for helping me pre-running and through the rocks and giving me this amazing car.
Awesome. Well, congratulations again on that number 2 position.
Thank you.
All right, right here. Zack Syzmik. Here we are, number 1. You're feeling pretty good. You got that great smile on your face. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I mean, you worked hard to get in this number 1 spot, and it's all about who helped you to get here. So who is that?
So earlier when I pulled up, I forgot Prime Power Sports, Shawnee, Wisconsin, their Polaris Can-Am dealership, where we live, and I can't believe I forgot them. You were standing in front of the door, and I'm like, oh, no. No. So the cool part is that we're short course guys. My brother's never raced at all. He follows me. But we started 120th. We qualified first as sportsmen, but we started 120th, and we finished 8th overall. And first in class, we ran the rock race on a flat left rear. Yokohama's always backed me. I raced pro light and short course, so Yokohama backs me there. So we're just excited. We're 5th in pro stock. We were watching all the time, trying to figure out where we placed. We didn't really know. So we're jacked. So I've already thanked everybody else, but thank you to Prime Power Sports and Shawano, Yokohama Tire, Remington Oil, Victory Sign, and High Machine, and that's about it. My brother doing this with me. My co-driver wasn't able to make it, so a week ago I called him and I was like, hey, here's the GPS. We've never done a desert race in our life. I was like, figure this thing out. We're buying a plane ticket. You're coming with me.
Well, that's an awesome story, but right now it's all about you being up here in that #1 spot. Time to celebrate, so congratulations. Let's give it up for our sportsman stock, but right over here, Courtney, come on over. We have Benjamin. You are the top finisher in the class in the rookie program. All right, y'all, shake it up, celebrate. Where'd it go? Oh! I love it. Good sportsmen by our racers. All right, we're going to move on over into our Pro Stock Turbo class. Saw just standing off to the side of the stage. In that #3 position, come on up, Mr. Robby Gordon. In the #2 position, Mr. Nathan Parker. And in that #1 spot, Brock Heger. Do we have Brock Heger here? Nope, okay. All right, Robby, we're gonna start off with you.
All right, we're not spraying champagne though, right? I don't want to get stupid. All right, neither do I.
Oh, these guys have a deal going on up here already. Robby Gordon's saying, you're not gonna spray champagne, right? It's not champagne, it's
How old are you sprayer?
It's apple cider. Robby Gordon, you finished 3rd. How do you feel?
I feel good. What I was telling him is, I'll hold you and he can spray you. All right, but it was a good run for us. And I'd asked this little kid how old he was. He's 15 years old.
He just turned 15, I think, 2 or 3 days ago.
Yeah, that's rad. Nice job. It was a good run for us. I'm happy that we got 2 of our speed cars here. It looks like Max will finish somewhere around 10th, and we got 3rd. So it's a good step for us. This is the toughest race there is. I've done the Dakar and done Baja, but it's nothing like the rocks here and how hard it is on the equipment. So for us at Speed UTV, this answers all of our questions that we do have a tough enough production car to be able to come out here and compete for the win. And unfortunately, we were the 2nd loser today, and he's the 1st loser. So we're going to have to figure out how we're going to come back and be the winner next year. And like Max said, he's ready to focus on it and put the work in right now. And this is a big difference from where we were a year ago. A year ago, we helicoptered a car out of here, and that was our only bandit we have. And this year, we showed up with 11 cars, and 2 of them finished in top 10, so that's very good.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Who all helps you to get up here?
Let's start with Todd. I don't know if that's helped. He forced me into this brilliant idea of starting a car manufacturing company, and let me tell you, the last 4 years I have ruined my life. It is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it's been a gnarly experience, but we've learned a lot. The cars are definitely getting better. So I want to thank first, obviously, Todd for having the belief in doing this, and then all of our staff. You know, we could not do it without our engineers, our staff, Sherry, Ginger, salespeople, Carla, Mike, Eric. I'm missing some. Brandon, David. You know, we got a bunch of people. This is not, you know, everybody says, oh, Robbie's at King of the Hammers, and reality is we brought a skeleton crew to King of the Hammers so that we could deliver consumer cars today, tomorrow. Todd's going back early tomorrow morning to deliver throughout the weekend. So, you know, it's crazy when you think about it. You know, there was 500, let's call it, trophy trucks ever made, and we produced over 1,000 cars from September till now. So it's been a gnarly experience for us for sure.
Well, congratulations up here in this number 3 spot. We'll see you again here in a couple days out on race course. So congratulations, Robby Gordon.
Yeah, so hopefully, you know, I rolled this UTV the night before qualifying, and then I rolled the Ultra 4 in qualifying. So hopefully I get all this rolling out of our way like we did today, and we can kind of roll onto the finish line like we did. So thank you.
You're very welcome. We're going to move right on over here. Nathan Parker, number 2 spot. How do you feel right now coming in place right before Mr. Robby Gordon?
Oh, it was awesome. I mean, I had no idea all day that I was second. I thought we were actually pretty far back because we had a few issues in the desert lap, but we were able to push through and made up some time in the rocks. But other than that, it was a good race.
Well, you are definitely killing it out there on the race course. You are making a name for yourself. It's already been there, but congratulations. Last year, you did an amazing job with our series, and here you are at your first King of the Hammers as a rookie. You're the top finisher rookie in your class as well, but getting that number 2 spot. Who do you want to thank for getting you up here?
I want to thank my mom, my whole crew, Jeb and Austin, Alex, my co-driver. He did great today. Performance East, CT Raceworks, High Lifter, Can-Am, Dirty Stripper Chemicals, SD Lighting, Air Dam Clutches, and everybody else that I forgot. Oh, and Deep Creek ATV Park.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, Nathan Parker.
Thank you.
All right, so really quick, before we move on with our awards, number 1, he is the number 1 in the rookie class for your class. But we're also going to bring up some special guests as well. So for those of you who know about this, we do have the Robert Parker Memorial Challenge Trophy, and tonight it will be awarded to the highest finishing 4,900 rookie. So at this moment, right now, Courtney, I'm going to hand the mic over to you.
I'm looking for Brian Fulcher. Can you please join me up on stage? Okay. So Robert Parker was one of our OG rookies. We started the rookie program last year, and Robert was our highest finishing 4,900 rookie. He was 9th overall in 4,900. He was the first finishing rookie in Pro Mod, and Robert passed away in March last year after King of the Hammers. Robert's son is Nathan Parker, and he was part of our 2024 rookie program. Robert's team, Brian, Robert's whole family is here, and they have started a Robert Parker Memorial Challenge Trophy, and that's going to be awarded each year to the highest finishing 4,900 rookie who's part of the rookie program. So this trophy, Brian, do you want to grab it actually? So this trophy will go home to the highest finishing, and this has been planned for the last year now, but this trophy is going to be going home to the highest finishing 4,900 rookie, and each year their name is going to be put on to the next plate. So Brian, who do you have to thank for pulling this together with you? If you want to just run down the sponsors real quickly.
So I'd like to thank a few of Robert's sponsors, which would be Deep Creek ATV Park. I'd like to thank Jeff Stroud with Pocket Change Fabrication for making this really badass trophy. CT Raceworks, and also Stuart and Ashley from Performance East. They have supported Robert and Nathan since way back, like 2012. So I'd like to thank all them for putting this together.
So with that said, those sponsors not only put together this trophy, but they've also put together a cash prize that will be given to the highest finishing 4,900 rookie each year. And that prize is going to be $15,000 cash. With that said, it just so happens that Nathan Parker qualified 4th out of all the 4,900 rookies the other day. And Nathan Parker is the highest finishing 4,900 rookie.
All right.
Nathan, it's an honor to be able to give this to you.
His name will go right on there.
Nathan's, your name is going to go on that trophy next to your dad's. And there, you want to give him the trophy?
I'll hold the trophy. Or give me the money out, you can have the trophy.
Give him the trophy. Congratulations, Nathan. You want me to, I'll take this back. Here you go.
All right. Here, I'll hold this side, you hold that side, maybe.
Here, let's look over there. Come on.
Come on, Casey. Good job.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I'd also like to thank Jeb, Austin, Kyle Cheney, his whole crew for, they took us on after Robert passed away, and taking on 3 kids and me is pretty tough, and they stepped up big when we really needed them. So thank y'all. Thank you, Corbin. Thank you.
All right. That is such a special award to so many. Right now, we're going to go ahead and move on over into the Can-Am Open UTV class. We need to have Mr. Paul Wolff come on up in that number 3 position. In that number 2 spot, CJ Greaves. And in the number 1 position, Mitch Guthrie. Really quick, while I'm waiting for them to come on up, I would like to make an announcement to all of you that have raced today. If you have the wire for the tracker, please turn that in. And also, please show up early tomorrow to the racers that are racing tomorrow at 6 a.m. so we can get everything moving on time so we can start on time tomorrow. All right, come on up, Mitch.
Thank you. You're welcome. Oh, you got me a Pacifico?
3rd. Yes. You like Pacifico? You don't really drink. All right, so CJ, I lost my mic. No, my mic. Oh, there we go. All right, CJ Greaves, are we here? Nope. All right, Mr. Paul Wolff, here you are in this number 3 position. You got to feel good because you've had a tough start to the King of the Hammers.
Yeah, we started 97th out of the day, and we ended up with 9th overall. So we ran through a lot of traffic. I got to thank my whole crew. They put cars back together. We had a kind of tough go this week, and they helped a ton. James Cantrell, Chris Hickman did an awesome job. They actually started the car, and I jumped in it and ran the 2nd lap and finished the car out. And we had a great run. Travis Skelton rode with me, and I beat him through the rocks pretty hard. We had to make some optional lines, make some passes around guys, and we got it here.
Well, here you are, though, up here, number 3. You're not done for the week yet. You will be racing on Saturday in the 4,400. I know that was your best qualifying was in your 4,400 the other day. Any plans for your strategy on Saturday?
Yeah, we got to start with tomorrow. I'm racing with Dan Wyrick. I'll be racing a 4,500 car, leaving the line here in the morning tomorrow. And then Saturday we race a 4,400. So big day Saturday, and we'll be ready.
And I know you have a huge list of sponsors to thank. So who do you want to thank to get you out here for King of the Hammers 2024?
First and foremost, I got to thank my crew and my wife. Like I said, they put in long hours this week. We had a lot of issues, and they helped get them fixed. And then, of course, Can-Am. They built an awesome car. I beat the same car now for 3 years here, and it's still going. HCR suspension, RCV axles, Raceline wheels, Nitto tires, Halo locker, all of the companies that stand behind me. We beat on them pretty hard today, and they held good.
Well, you do. I mean, you've been racing for a long time in this rough kind of terrain, but you come out here, you prove yourself. Congratulations on this number 3 spot.
Thank you.
All right. Coming right on over here, Mitch Guthrie in the number 1 spot for the Open UTV class. Fresh off of Dakar, here we are, number 1. How you feeling?
Feeling good. It's a lot of fun to be back after missing last year. So today was a great day. I'm really happy with how it went. Huge thank you to everyone that's here and all my crew. But yeah, it was a good day, so I'm happy to get to the finish line.
That's awesome to be in this number 1 spot. I know you're feeling really good, but who do you want to thank for getting you out here in this number 1 spot?
Yeah, first of all, God for blessing me to do what I do. Our entire crew, Steve, Ryan, Curtis, Greg, Jeff, my dad, my mom, my fiance Adriana, Polaris Razor, Red Bull, BFG tires, Walker Evans shocks, KMC wheels, Sparco, Rigid Industries, and I think that's it. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, congratulations in that number 1 spot. Let's give it up for our Open UTV class.
Good job.
All righty, we're going to bring up now our Can-Am Pro Mod UTV class. This one right here, super awesome. Oh, you know what? One more, Courtney. We need to bring up our Open top finisher as a rookie. We need to bring up Jeff Bachman. Where are you at? I think they went to eat, to be honest, so I'm not sure we'll get him later on. But right now with our UTV Open, come on up. Sorry. Pro Mod, come on up. Matt Zeiler in that number 3 spot. In that number 2 spot, Phil Blurton. And in that number 1 position, 4-time King of the Hammers winner, Kyle Cheney. Okay, so that's these guys. All right, Matt Zeiler in that number 3 spot. Big smile on your face. You just did that whole entire race today solo in your car, but you're in this number 3 spot. How you feel right now?
I'm feeling pretty amazing. I had no idea I was even going to be up here. I thought I was going to be in 4th for some reason. So to even be up here is amazing. Single seat was an experience. I had to winch by myself, change a tire by myself, but the crew changed a radius rod in main pit, and we got back out there and kept pushing. The day was actually pretty decent, but I'll keep doing the single seat game for a while. I like not having to worry about anybody else in the car. So.
Yeah, that's definitely a bonus sometimes when you're out here pushing your limits. You know, like you just said, don't have to worry about anybody else. But who do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
I might sound like a broken record, but Brian Heiting at Race Driven is the man. There's no way I'd even be here or even thinking about racing right now without him. My family, my dad's here, his friend Jonathan, my girlfriend, they've been putting in crazy hours, fixing stuff. We've broke all sorts of stuff. We've been here for 2 weeks pre-running, so it's been a wild ride. Race Driven, Puppies and Coffee, JW Power Sports built an awesome car. There's so many more, I can't even think of them. Cowie, the guys at Cowie, come on with it. So let's keep it going.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on that number 3 spot.
Thank you.
Okay, coming on over here into our number 2 spot Phil Blurton, you are no stranger to the podium, but you're up here in number 2, feeling good. Had a great day out here. How do you feel?
Oh, it's a super fun day out there. King of the Hammers is like the most fun event of the year.
When you came through earlier, your face was completely dirty. Your eyes were bloodshot red. Didn't you say you had to do most of the race because you rolled, right?
Yeah, I had like a little issue with my Parker pumper, and so I flipped my visor up, and like mile 2, we barrel rolled the car and put a bunch of dirt in our helmet, and I don't know, my co-driver's like, hey, it's only mile 2, we were already upside down, but we landed back on the wheels and kept going, and yeah, it was a super fun day.
Mile 2, place 2. But you know what, you're up here on the podium. You overcame that challenge. Who do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
Definitely Can-Am, Monster Energy, BFG, Vision Wheels, my whole crew that's behind us. Like this event takes a lot of work, and it's not just the 10 days we're down here, it's the 2 months before the race. And Can-Am puts so much effort into this event. It's crazy, you know, with the engineering and all the stuff that goes into these cars. Kyle won in the new Maverick car, and that's been like, we've been jam-packing on that car to get it ready for this race season. I raced the X3, so it's pretty cool. You know, Kyle comes and wins in the Maverick car, the new car. We took second in the X3. Really shows like Can-Am puts so much dedication into this sport, and it's an honor to be part of it.
Well, that's awesome, and congratulations on that number 2 spot. I know next year you're going to try to push to not let him be 5-time champ, but here we are in that number 2 spot. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. Right here, 4-time champion Kyle Cheney up here. Amazing in the new Mavar. How do you feel?
And it's great, yeah, especially to win in a new platform. It was definitely a big risk on my part. You know, Phil raced the X3, and the X3 is so good, it's proven. You know, we've won in it 3 times, and it was definitely hard to decide between the two. But I figured the risk is worth the reward, and when we came out and tested, like Phil said, it's months and months of preparation to try to get ready for this event. And I decided about a month ago that we were going to do it. And, CT Raceworks built the car in like 3 weeks. So, and here we are. We came out earlier and my crew busted their butt trying to get all the little gremlins out of the car. And, they worked on it till last night. And today it was flawless. Other than a couple flat tires, we had a great day.
So how do you personally feel about being a 4-time champ?
I definitely learned more from my losses than my wins, but this race, even when you win, it definitely makes you think about everything. It's not an easy win, and there's a lot of wins. I've won a lot of stuff, but this one was really tough. Cash was my co-pilot, and we lost comms, so I couldn't hear him the whole time, and he's like trying to tell me which way to go with his hands, and he did a great job. To not be able to hear somebody when you're just relying on a GPS and the rain washed away all the ruts, and we're the first car on the track, so we're making the line, and to not have someone talking to you, telling you which way to go is tough, and he did a great job.
Well, starting on the pole, finishing in first place, who all do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
Definitely Can-Am and my crew, Team Momentum. We wouldn't be here without them. They got our pit set up. Brian, my janitor, he's been making sure I'm full of water and my sewer's pumped. But just my whole team, everybody that helps me out. A race car full of parts, everything on there. I gotta thank everybody that helps me.
Well, congratulations. You are getting the first place trophy, but also the overall. So congratulations, Kyle Cheney. Let's give it up for our Pro Mod UTV 4900 Can-Am class. All right, you guys, let's give it up one more time for all of our racers today. An amazing job. 4-time winner, Kyle Cheney up there right now. Super awesome day. Who's ready for some more racing? Anybody? Who's ready for some live music? All right, so the live music is getting ready to start here in just a moment, right on over at the Monster stage. So you guys are going to want to make your way over there. But again, congratulations to all of our winners.
Well, there it is, Casey. We got the end. All of our hardware, all of our laser nut trophies handed out to everybody. Good to see the stories from their day racing. Have Pam handed out all the trophies, and we're getting ready to have live music start here in Hammertown. We have a few more finishers that we're going to bring up on stage. And then we'll be we'll be doing some quick math on the tracker to determine if we're going to be able to get anybody else in before the race course closes just after 7 o'clock.
What a fun day, everybody. Thanks for having me up here announcing, and hope to see everybody out here by the fire pit and the stage tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be another great day of races. It was great having you up here, Casey. It's always fun to have you in the booth with us. We're going to be pulling up a few more finishers up here. I think Pam's got a couple more interviews in her back pocket, and then we're going to see what's going to happen next. All right, we got Pam up on stage with...
All right, here with Tristan Leon Gonzalez. You just came through. Tristan, how do you feel right now for finishing King in the Hammers?
It feels pretty badass, honestly. Yep. Last year we came DNF. We made it back, but I mean, this year we made it on time. Honestly, like, I couldn't thank anybody else other than my family, mi familia, los quiero mucho. Todos ustedes, my whole team, my co-driver, he's been up and down the trails helping me out. We rolled 2 axles, no belts, but I mean, it was pretty crazy.
You know what I really like about you right now? Your energy is so high, and you just came off of racing one of the toughest races. I mean, Robbie Gordon put it as this is the toughest race that he's ever done.
Yeah, it's pretty tough, honestly. But I mean, that's why we're here. You know, I would like to thank my sponsors: Frontline Suspension, Factory TV, Method Race Wheels, PCI Race Radios, Serrano Auto Body, done right here. Ryan Reynolds right behind me, my brother's co-driver. He's just got here too. We were running together the whole race. And honestly, it was pretty cool to be racing along with your brother the whole race. I brake, he rolls, I help him. It was amazing. Yeah.
That's awesome. Congratulations on your finish out here for your first time finishing. But we'll let you keep on going. And Tristan, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Pam. Always good to see these guys coming in on Hammertown. Made it in just in time for finishing his race here at King of the Hammers.
Yeah, that's an accomplishment all in itself, right? Got in before the cutoff, got to get his interview, thank all of his friends and family and sponsors. That's pretty fun.
Yeah, it's definitely a battle out there for him. I'm sure he's got hundreds of stories. I'm sure he'll share them with everybody out there. As he said, he was out there basically just racing and helping out the fellow competitors on the trail. And then we're just waiting for Pam to get another finisher will be getting up on stage here shortly. But lots of action all day today.
Yeah, definitely eventful. We saw just about every type of element. We saw rollovers. We saw a lot of winching, a lot of broken parts.
Yeah, a lot of action all day today. And this is just the first race that's going to finish out this week. We have lots more action coming to you for the rest of the week. Tomorrow is our Everyman Challenge. And then, of course, Saturday is our 4,400 Race of Kings.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to all of it. The competition level, the technology that's now out, some of the new builds, some of the old cars racing. It's going to be fun to watch, that's for sure.
Yeah, and Pam has another finisher for us up on stage. Take it away, Pam.
All right, I am here with Brianna Reed. You are the first female finisher today. You're also in the rookie program. We just were talking about how it started off rough, and then you told me you rolled 3 times.
Yeah, I rolled 3 times.
But you're here at the finish. I mean, you got to feel really, really good. I know you've been out here doing your homework. So you, in your own words, how do you feel?
I feel amazing. It's been rough, but I feel good.
Well, to finish and being a part of this rookie program, it's been a great program for all of our rookies. Congratulations on that. And who do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
My co-driver, Rob, my dad, Brian Reed, my whole team, Michael Mills, Larry, Nate, Tessa, Ryan, Austin, Kevin, and Steinjager, Liquid Molly, Turner Cycles, Warren, Infinite Off-Road, and Howden Tiger.
Well, congratulations. We're going to let you celebrate. You have your whole team waiting to take a picture with you, but congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Pam. It's great to see Brianna back up on stage, back in town. Huge fan base for her cheering here in Hammertown.
Yeah, what an accomplishment, you know, for her to get in that car, the tuning, her going back, building the car, bringing it out to the ranch, getting it ready to come out to the Hammers, and making it before the cutoff is a big deal.
Yeah, especially being part of that rookie program. And as Pam pointed out, first female finisher in our race today. So super excited for her to basically get that underneath her belt, as well as finishing her first ever King of the Hammers. That was you're getting out there celebrating. They got lots of time to celebrate as we look through our tracker to try to figure out if we have anybody else who's going to come in on the racetrack. You can see them celebrating with their family, friends, and the rest of their pit crew. They're certainly happy to get back here. And we're going to basically take a quick look at the tracker, see if we're going to have any more finishers that might make it in before the cutoff. But it's not looking good for our competitors out there right now because they only have maybe, it's actually 13 minutes until basically we shut down the race course 7:01, but they do have their adjusted time in their favor, but I don't really know who could actually make it back in that time.
Yeah, it looks like John Schaefer's still out there chugging along. Raul.
Yeah, I know that we were talking to Mr.
Kyle
Robby
Smith.
Gordon. He was kind of hoping to see Raul get back in here.
Let's see. The caveman, Anderson, yeah.
He's moving at 12 miles an hour, yep. Michael Carpenter's moving at 12 miles an hour as well, but he's deep in those rock canyons right there. He's near that Choose Your Own Adventure trail. This is over on Chocolate Thunder right there. That's Dean Leal. Anthony Baker. That's that section of Chocolate Thunder where we've seen lots of people basically be winching up in there.
Dwayne Wells still rolling along. And Matthew Wellraven's not really moving right there, but a couple handfuls of drivers still chugging along. We'll see if they can make the cutoff.
Yeah, but I think we have another finisher up on stage here. We're getting our co-host Pam's going to get everything lined out over there. But as we said, we're just kind of watching this tracker, doing some math behind the scenes here to see who could possibly make it before the cutoff. I know the over on the Monster Energy stage, they want to get rocking and rolling for everybody tonight. Always a party here in Johnson Valley at the end of a good race day. Well, Casey, as our competitors leave the stage here, let's talk a little bit about what everyone can expect to see for the rest of our week as we wrap up our day here in Johnson Valley. Tomorrow, it's going to be all about the Everyman Challenge.
Yeah, a lot of different cars are going to be coming out here, all shapes and sizes, 3 different classes.
Yeah, 3 different classes leaving the line tomorrow at 8 a.m. We'll be kicking off our live show right before that. We'll have our 4,800 Legends class, 4,500 Modified class, and 4,600 Stock class.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty cool. I love watching them all come in and get staged and get ready to go out on course, and the excitement start to build when they take the green flag.
All right, but right now Pam has another finisher up on stage. Pam, take it away.
I am here with Luis Leon Gonzalez. Your brother just came through. You guys were helping each other out all day long, it seems like, and battling back and forth. But here you are up here on the stage finishing the 2024 King of the Hammers. How do you feel?
Well, it feels great to be finishing this race. It was probably the hardest ones I raced so far. And starting at the finish line with my brother was one of the best things, you know. And going along the whole race, back and forth, back and forth. He helped me twice in Turkey Claw when I got stuck and I rolled over at the first lap. And then from there, we kept going. And then after Remote Pit 2, I lost him. I lost track of my GPS, and I went off the course, and I came back, and I couldn't catch him up no more. But it's been a long, tough day, and my co-driver, Tim, been out, like, back and forth. We rolled, like, 4 times.
Oh, my goodness. You rolled, like, 4 times?
Yep. Yeah, we rolled, like, 4 times, and as soon as we pulled up right here, my car didn't turn on no more.
Well, at least it didn't happen out on a race course that got you to the finish line, so that's awesome to hear. Who do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
Well, I want to thank out my family, my kids, my lady, my mom, my parents, always supporting me, and my family, my aunt, everybody that's here, friends and family. And, of course, I mean, everybody, thanks for putting this event out here, and my co-driver, Tim, my sponsors, Frontline Suspension, Trinity Racing, I can't think, PCI, Method Race Wheels, Factory UTV, Tentor Tires, and everybody that believed in us. Well, we're probably the last ones in line, but we're here in the finish line.
Well, you are here at the finish line, though. Congratulations on finishing the 2024 King of the Hammers.
Yes. You want to say anything, Tim? All right.
All right. Well, it looks like you guys are ready to go take a nap, but congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Pam. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a nap, Pam. I think we're just going to call it a day. Party a little bit, and then maybe off to sleep.
Wow, rolling 4 times, having your brother help you, and finishing before the cutoff is pretty spectacular.
That's quite the day. Yeah, that's a long day out in the rocks. They were certainly lucky to have each other. Basically, we're covering each other multiple times, from the sounds of it, on that race course. So definitely a day to remember for that family.
For sure. Memories, right? Making memories with the family.
That's right. But I think we have a few more finishers, or at least I think Pam's getting ready with one more finisher to come up on stage right now. Now, we talked a little bit about the race that we're going to have tomorrow. That is our Everyman Challenge. But Saturday, that's kind of the big race right there, isn't it, Casey? That's our Race of Kings.
It is. It is the pinnacle of off-road motorsports, in my opinion. The technology, like I've said, the way these cars have progressed over the last, just 5 years is absolutely outstanding. All the stuff that's been brought into this sport, and being able to put the power down to the ground, and it's just really neat to see the sport progress.
Is it fair for me to ask you who your favorite is to win, or is it just like a given?
It's a given.
Given your last name being Shearer.
Yeah. There's only one hero I have, and that's my older brother.
That's awesome. So let's talk a little bit about that, because you probably got some little inside info you might be able to share with us. We've talked a little bit off camera about Jason getting ready for this race. If he wins it, that's 4. That's 4 times, and there's a few other people digging for that same prize.
There is, and the pressure's on, and I think Jason's been on the front row for 9 years, if I'm not mistaken, and this year he qualified 5th. So
back a little bit, yep.
Yeah, not being the guy out front getting chased all day. I think that's going to play into his favor, where he can go show these guys that he can reel them in and take a W.
Yeah, I know that he's certainly looking forward to that, to his start on Saturday in that car. How's feelings around the pits with them? Is he feeling good? Spent a lot of time in the car out here, or what's going on?
Oh yeah, super cool. Jason actually pre-runs in his race car.
I remember him telling me that.
He doesn't have a pre-runner car, so really gets to learn the car. His co-driver, Jason Berger, and the Rage 4th team, they're the pinnacle of it. Those guys work so hard. Jeff Mello's over there, you know, cooking food for him, helping him out, and they're also wrenching. It's just it's a fun vibe to be in the pit.
And if Berger's over there, that means that there's daily CrossFit,
There
right?
is. Every morning, 8 a.m., CrossFit in the pit.
CrossFit in the pit. I love it. That's awesome.
Come on over, Ian. We'll get a good workout in.
I'm not a morning workout kind of guy, but right now we're going to throw it to Pam on main stage with another one of our finishers.
Hello. I am here with Tony Ramos and your team. Here you are at the finish of King of the Hammers. This came about, you said 4 a.m., over some beers and a napkin, right?
That's exactly right.
You've never raced on this kind of terrain before. You're completely different, mud terrain and everything. What do you think about the course out here?
It's wild. It's definitely wild.
They call it the Wild West, right?
Oh, I believe it. I believe it. We had car trouble last night. Got it put back together late. Thought we had a really good car. Took off and it was missing. Kevin got it straightened out. We went trying to run everybody down. 17 miles in, we were 17 flips across the yonder and tore it all to pieces. Oh my goodness. I mean, wrecked it. Both rear end tore all the pieces on it. We took all the parts off, was driving it with the front tires and run into one of the 904 guys that done the same thing, and he broke his frame. And I said, hey, buddy, can I get them parts? We took it apart right there and put the car together, and poor little thing made it.
You know, that's what I love about the off-road racing community. That is not the first time that story has been told. People will break down. They can't get their car going, but somebody else might need a part off of it that's still moving, and that you're a true testament to that just happened to you today.
We parted out a brand new car. Well, I mean, we literally parted it out right there on the side of the trail. I said, just tell the guy I held a gun to your head and took the parts.
Well, you're up here at the finish for your first time ever at King of the Hammers. Who all would you like to thank for getting you out here?
This guy right here, Kevin's been amazing. He's a co-driver. Not only that, he's a mechanic. He start to finish, it took a lot of perseverance and just absolutely no quit. You know, we just wouldn't quit. And we kept watching the time. I said, man, they're going to shut that stage on us. Please don't shut the stage on us. We got to get. But other than that, you know, everybody, you know, John here with a PMS, Brent Ritchie, and my family, everybody's been behind us. This thing come together 8 days. We was in Hot Springs, Arkansas, second weekend of January, over beers, and I left the house 8 days later, and we were at King of Hammers. Didn't even have a car. I borrowed the car.
Borrowed car. You're out here, though, that you finished. It was a tough race, but congratulations. Anybody else you want to thank?
Brian Fulcher, he's the one that loaned us the car. Can't help, you know, this is Robert's old car, and I called him at 4 o'clock in the morning, had way too much drink. It's like, Brian, I need King of the Hammers car. He said, I got one that's in pieces, Tony. You can have it.
Well, here you are. Congratulations. You guys are going to do some celebrating. You sticking around for the rest of the races?
I'm going to find somewhere to lay up.
Well, congratulations, Tony and team. And that is going to conclude our awards and all of our across the stage interviews. And you were our last one. Save the best for last.
Couldn't be first, at least that's last.
Guys, back to the booth.
Thank you very much, Pam. Right now, while Pam was doing that interview, we were basically doing some of our little behind-the-scenes math here. And right now, we have one driver who might still make it into town before his time is over.
Caveman.
Yeah, that's Brandon Caveman Anderson. And this is how tight it's going to be for him. So we've done the math up here. Technically, his cutoff time would be 7:20.
7:20, 7:21-ish.
Yeah, from where he's sitting on the tracker right now, he's 20 minutes from town.
Yeah,
so it's going to be right down to the wire for him.
Yep, that's when your pit comes on the radio and says, it's a nail biter, get on it.
Yeah, so we'll basically be expecting him to get back into town. We believe that that's probably going to be the last car that's going to be able to make it across the line tonight here at the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, and it is right down to that last split of his started time, corrected time, and he's got 20 minutes to get back to town.
So we just got some info that Caveman's had quite the day. He had to change his clutches out at remote pit. He's never finished King of the Hammers, and they've had their fair share of problems. So if he can make it within that time, there's going to be a party in that pit. I know it.
Yeah, his whole crew's down here because they're waiting for him to come in. And as Casey said, they basically rebuilt the clutches out at remote pit 2, belts into the car, multiple problems on the race course, and he's pushing hard to get back into Hammertown. He's got a huge fan base in here waiting for him to make it back to town. There they are, all right there on camera waiting for him. So he's got, like I said, he's got the 21 minutes. He's got. That's going to be so tight. It's going to be so tight. We might, maybe we'll fudge. We'll throw some Canadian numbers at him. Just some of that. Not 30. That's how we convert it to metric time, just so you know. So he's got like 70 minutes to get 70 metric minutes. to get back into town. That's right. All right. Well, while we wait for Caveman to get back into town, we're gonna take a look back at some of the action here. All right, we're on to our infield right now. We're breaking away from that action because this right here is Caveman back in town.
Man, he was at a snail's pace and he got through backdoor, it looks like, and we're within the cutoff. So
yeah, he's made good time. That's him coming across the Yukon launch and across. So this right here is what I believe to be your last official finisher here at the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. His team is right down here. I know they're excited to see him. They're going to be cheering him on. He's going to be happy to be in here, and we're glad to get him back home safe into Hammertown. There they all are cheering him on. These guys have been after us all night long for constant updates. And we've been waiting for Caveman. Look at this, the whole crowd's gonna go out to cheer him on. He's had quite the day. His team told us he changed clutches out in remote pit 2.
Man, that's a long day when you have to do stuff like that. You gotta keep your motivation up and keep digging, and that's what he did. He put his nose down and went for it.
Yeah, and we are, based on our math, his unofficial cutoff time is going to be 7:21, and it's 7:17. So he's well underneath the cutoff. We believe he'll be our last official finisher here tonight. We're going to get Pam to step up and get him up on stage here shortly.
I'm going to stand this way because I'm going to try to... I am here with Brandon Anderson, known as Caveman. Here you are, you finished. Your team was out here yelling for you. Super pumped. How do you feel?
Really good. I can't believe we're here. This is amazing.
Well, you look like you are just spent. It's been a long day. What were your problems out there, or were you just trucking along?
On Winners, what's that white Winners trail? The one trail with the one big rock. We blew our clutch out. Found out, you can wheel the players with no weights in your clutch. And our team rocked it, getting it back on the trail so we could get here.
Well, that's awesome. It takes a great team behind you to get you to a finish, but who all do you want to thank for getting you up here this weekend?
My family, my team, RCV axles, Freedom lifts. The lift in the pit was amazing. But yeah, everyone that helps you in the pits and the team are just amazing. And my co-driver, I could not have been here without her. As many miles of winch cable she dragged today, she is amazing.
So did you practice pulling winch line and that got you going?
Oh, that's been years, man.
Well, awesome. Congratulations on your finish out here for the 2024 King of the Hammers.
Thank you.
All right, let's give it up for Caveman.
Thanks a lot, Pam. Great to see those stories coming across the line. Casey, it's been great having you here in the booth of our 2024 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. It's been a long day of racing.
It has been. We saw it all today. We got to finish it out on a high note with getting Caveman across the line, and we can't wait to see you guys all tomorrow back here at 8 a.m. And the live feed will be starting at 7:40.
7:40 tomorrow. We'll be kicking things off. Racing leaving the line at 8 a.m. Tomorrow is our Everyman Challenge, so it'll be another great day of racing. Want to thank you all for sticking with us all day today here live from Hammertown. All of us, from myself and all the hosts involved today, thank you so much. We'll see you guys first thing tomorrow morning for more live racing action for the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, powered by Nitto, driven by Optima Battery.
Thank you all.
We'll see you tomorrow.